Chapter 3042. The blind ones are you all. Chapter 3042. The blind ones are you all. Goodness me. Two great beauties inviting. It really puts this Yang in a dilemma. Yang Qing said with a smug look. Yu Ran directly cuddled against his body and said with a smile, "What dilemma is there? It's merely one sect behind this woman. But behind Yu Ran, it's the power of a race. One will also know who to choose without needing to think, right?" W.A.N. Jining said coldly, "Shameless." Yu Ran smiled and said, "Younger sister Ningyan, you want to rope big brother Yang Qingyin, and you still want to put on airs? What kind of heaven's chosen is big brother Yang Qing? Could it be that he can't match up to you?" W.A.N. Jiningyan's brows furrowed slightly, but she felt that Yu Ran's words made sense. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, it could be said that there was no man that could enter her eyes. Even Kong Tan was not enough to make her view him in a different light too. But Yang Qing was an exception. After experiencing the Thousand Souls Hall, they were all too clear how strong those 1,000 people were, especially the top 100. They were really strong to the extreme. To be able to clear the Thousand Souls Hall stage, these geniuses all knew what that meant. Yang Qing's potential was immeasurable. Otherwise, why would someone as cold and proud as W.A.N. Jining welcome warmly with a smiling face? However, compared to Yu Ran, W.A.N. Jining had indeed fallen to a disadvantage again. If one were to consider who in this world could match up to her, W.A.N. Jining, it was only Yang Qing. Seeing how Yang Qing looked, Kong Tan was even more certain that he and Feng Qingxian were just ordinary friends. Your man seems to have already forgotten your existence. Feng Qingxian, you have peerless looks too. Why are you so shameless? Randomly grabbing a guy and saying that he's your man? Kong Tan snickered. Feng Qingxian looked at him and said with a cold smile, "Who told you that my man is Yang Qing?" Kong Tan could not help laughing and said, "Isn't that what you said?" Feng Qingxuan's figure moved, arriving next to Yi Yuan. Grabbing Yi Yuan's arm, she said, "Look closely, this is my man." Yi Yuan was stupefied. "When did I freaking become your man?" Feng Qingxuan's action made everyone's jaws hit the ground in shock. This is Fairy Feng abandoning herself to despair. Who is this kid? He didn't even get on the All Heavens list and Thousand Souls list, right? Fairy Feng is actually throwing herself at him? Fairy Feng must be blind. Yang Qing is a peerless heaven's chosen. She didn't take a fancy on him and actually took a fancy on an unknown trash. Compared to the current Yang Qing, Yi Yuan was indeed trash. Yang Qing was too dazzling. In the 33 heavens, the heavens chosen were plentiful, like oxen fur. But he suppressed everybody. It was impossible to not be dazzling even if he did not want to. Being grabbed by Feng Qingxian, Yi Yuan was a little embarrassed. As said, but in front of the geniuses from all the heavens, he really could not brush her face aside. Upon denying it, Feng Qingxian probably could not even lift her head in the future. After all, he owed Feng Qingxian a debt of gratitude. Yi Yuan heard Long Jian say before that when he went to the Vermilion Bird clan back then, Luan Qinghe actually had some qualms against him. It was Feng Qingxian who advocated strongly until Luan Qinghe agreed to take action. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not deny it, Feng Qingxian also let out a long sigh of relief. She naturally knew that Yi Yuan was not interested in her, but no idea since when she was already unable to extricate herself. "Yi Yuan, help me take revenge," Feng Qingxian said. Yi Yuan did not hesitate and nodded his head and said, "Okay." Feng Qingxian, are you blind? You're not chasing the All Heavens list and Thousand Souls list, dual lists #1 genius, and actually went to pursue a good-for-nothing? Yu Yen said with a charming laugh. Not far away, W.A.N. Jiningen also had a mocking look. Clearly, she was very disdainful with Feng Qingxuan's way of doing things. The moment Kong Tan heard, he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, boy! Have you got bewitched by Feng Qingxian and don't know who you are anymore? You said that you're going to take revenge for her?" A hint of coldness flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said, "That's right. You killed many true spirits. You have to pay the price." Kong Tan laughed loudly and said, "Then this fiend wants to see how you, a puny little lower emperor vast heaven, take revenge. This fiend is waiting for you right here." Yi Yuan said coolly, "You kowtow to the true spirit race and apologize. Otherwise, these fiends that you brought, none of them will be spared." Kong Ten laughed. Yuran also laughed. A brat actually boasted so shamelessly. Yuran laughed herself into fits and said, "Feng Qingxian, what kind of hothead did you find? He really dares to say anything." "Hee hee," Kong Ten laughed and said, "There's no word called sorry in this fiend's dictionary. Come, let me take a look at how you'll spare none of us." Bang! Right at this time, Yang Qing pushed Yuran away. The latter had a blank look, not knowing what had happened. Grand bright jade, complete heaven had many people. They all knew about this. But regardless of whether it was Kong Tan, Yuran, or and Jiningen or the rest, they all did not think that these people would listen to a lower emperor vast heaven's orders. Yi Yuan's strength was at the bottom of the barrel among this group of people. How could these people, be convinced by Yi Yuan? "Big brother Yang Qing, you've hurt me. How can you do this to a girl?" Yuran said in a spoiled manner. At this time, Yang Qing already put away his flippant expression and said with a cold smile, "Scram to one side. How can I, Emperor Azure Sky, be someone that you can match up to? Also, the blind ones are you guys. Fairy Feng is the only one who can see what others cannot. TSK, Fairy Feng, you really have foresight. Yi Yuan, this punk, is just a little bit worse than me. Emperor Azure Sky." As he said, Yang Qing gave Feng Qingxian a thumbs up. The latter also had a proud look. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan felt a headache come on. Yang Qing's words made everyone dumbfounded. What was this guy talking about? Yang Qing said that N, Jiningen and Yuran are blind. Isn't that scolding himself? This guy is really a living treasure. However, what background does that boy have? To actually only be a little bit worse than Yang Qing? Got to be kidding. All heaven's list and thousand souls list. Grand bright jade complete heaven only has Yang Qing alone. This boy is simply body. I understand. This boy is definitely some human major power's descendant. Amen, you make a lot of sense. Everyone was at a loss. Yang Qing actually even scolded himself in order to prop Yi Yuan up. Just what was this Yi Yuan's ident? One tie? Hence, people started speculating about Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. Yang Qing scolded himself, but was completely oblivious to it. Looking at Kong Tan, he sneered and said, "You're the second place Kong Tan, right? I advise that you'd better kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you all will really be wiped out. Yi Yuan never bluffs people when talking. You'll really die." Yang Qing said it solemnly. Kong Tan's heart became somewhat uncertain, but he could not discern, no matter what Yi Yuan had to back him up. Yang Qing, who the do you think you are, to also dare talk nonsense to this fiend? This fiend is genuinely enraged this time. Don't need you all to make a move. This fiend will kill you all first. Everyone, kill for me. Kong Ten shouted angrily, "Moron!" Yang Qing's mouth curled as he scolded. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The fiend race members leave none behind." Chapter 3043. It's a waste even if it's placed with you. Chapter 3043. It's a waste even if it's placed with you. Her. Who does he think he is? These 50,000 over people will all listen to him? This boy is clearly a fool. I know about Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. That place is simply a masterless land, with sects standing in great numbers, neither convinced by the others. With a beauty accompanying, he probably doesn't know his surname anymore, right? The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, mocking voices immediately came from all around. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even Kong Tan Yuran, these people, it was impossible to make 50,000 geniuses of a race listen to one person too. However, before his voice faded, the 50,000 people behind Yi Yuan attacked simultaneously. Kong Tan's ALLS popped out. In terms of strength, the fiend race was definitely stronger than Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. But with more than 50,000 people versus 2,000 people, this was complete devastation. No matter how strong you were, it was useless to. Let alone that ever since entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace, these people's strength had already made great progress. Kong Tan finally understood what Yang Qing's words meant. These 2,000 fiends were instantly drowned by the sea of people. In an instant, a large group of fiends died. Enough! I apologize! I apologize! Kong Tan shouted. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said, Stop! The 50,000 people executed the order without fail. They immediately stopped and returned. This scene made everyone draw a breath of cold air. They could not help becoming curious about Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. Who could make 50,000 people be so obedient? In one exchange, the fiend race had several hundred people dead. Kong Tan had a black face as he came before Yi Yuan and said, I can apologize, but kneeling is absolutely impossible. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Sure. Kong Tan gave a bow to Feng Qingxian and said, Fairy Feng, Kong Tan was wrong. I apologize to you. Feng Qingxian gave a cold snort and said, I warned you before. My man isn't to be trifled with. Yi Yuan had black lines on his head. Kong Tan had black lines on his head too. But at this time, everyone's focus plus feeded to Yi Yuan all at once. Just where did this enigmatic young man pop out from? All of them thought that Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven's leader, was Yang Qing. But looking at it now, it was not. Yang Qing said unhappily, Why didn't you wipe them, you? This isn't your style. He knew that Yi Yuan was decisive in going for the kill. With Kong Tan's words and actions earlier, exterminating the fiend race was also not impossible. Yi Yuan said meaningfully, A rabbit will bite if cornered. Now isn't the time to show your cards. This place has the rules here. Once we cross it, the consequences will be very severe. Yang Qing felt at a loss, uncertain what it meant. Although he did not kill Kong Tan, suppressing the fiend race's young patriarch to lower his head to admit his fault, this was already shocking enough. One had to know that Kong Tan was not only the fiend race's young patriarch. He was even number 2 in the ranking here after Yang Qing. If not for Yang Qing this freak, he would have been number 1. How proud was such a genius! Yi Yuan looked toward Yu Ran, W.A.N., Jiningen and the rest. He then said coolly, Also you all. Yu Ran's expression changed, and she said, Goodness, this big brother is so fierce. I'm a weak girl. How can you be like this? W.A.N. Jiningen's pupils constricted, and she said coldly, You're a human. You should know humanity's 3 supreme heavens. My purple extreme heaven pavilion isn't what you can afford to provoke. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, In that case, you want me to make a move. W.A.N. Jiningen's expression turned dark. This guy really did not know how to cherish beauties. She gritted her teeth and also apologized to Feng Qingxian. Although Yu Ran was reluctant, she also knew that circumstances were stronger than people. These people added up, were not a match for Yi Yuan's army too. Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said unhappily, This tortoise grandson stole this emperor's limelight again. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said, Do you still want to break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven or not? Yang Qing immediately switched expressions and said fawningly, I want. Her. Heavenly Saint Yi is the best. When everyone saw this scene, they were even more shocked. Even Yang Qing was actually so obsequious in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan ignored everyone's shock and said coolly, these natural treasures I'm taking half. You all don't have objections, right? We do. But was there use? Clearly, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of letting them answer either, Russ. Plussing straight into this large-scale medicine garden, actually reaching Emperor Vast Heaven, Emperor Sakra Heaven realm, it was already very difficult to find some heavenly medicines. Sometimes one could run across more than half of the 33 heavens in order to refine a grade 8 heavenly pill or a grade 9 heavenly pill. But there was everything here. Some of the precious heavenly medicines in the 100 Herbs Ilyu S. Trotted Handbook could all be found here. To heavenly alchemists, this place was simply paradise. The Labyrinth Divine Palace was well deserving of being the #1 great sect of all the heavens. They had practically collected the most precious heavenly medicines in all heavens, and these heavenly medicines were seemingly free, scattered in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's outer periphery medicine garden. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous. He took all of the heavenly medicines that he needed away. When the others saw this scene, their hearts dripped blood. At this time, the people around the medicine garden became more and more. The geniuses from all heavens had all gathered here. The medicine garden's heavenly medicines got lesser and lesser. Very soon, Yi Yuan had collected half. When Yi Yuan went out of the medicine garden, he immediately had his path blocked by several figures. He raised his brows and said, Why? Does everyone want to rob me? Zhou Xianqin had a haughty look as he said with a cold smile, Kid, you seized so many heavenly medicines, but you can't refine high-quality heavenly pills. Isn't it a wanton waste of G.O.D's good gifts? Yi Yuan was greatly interested and said with a smile, Oh, you mean that you can refine it? Zhou Xianqin said proudly, Of course. 33 heavens, the peak of alchemy Tao, is in humanity's 3 supreme heavens, and Abyss Pa S origin grotto heaven strongest is our Zhoutian Emperor Palace's progenitor Endless. Another person said, Vast court firmament limit heaven, our Lin Yuan Pavilion is the outstanding one. The third person said, Han Chong Miao Qing heaven, our Emperor One sect is the well-deserved #1. These two people, one was the Lin Yuan Pavilion's #1 genius, Chu Fong, and the other was the Emperor One sect's Dizzy Jinan. Seeing Yi Yuan ard so many heavenly medicines, the three of them naturally had ideas. Zhou Xianqin said, If I didn't remember wrongly, in your grand, bright jade complete heaven, the strongest in alchemy Tao is Cloud Mount, right? Back then, he even came to my Zhoutian Emperor Palace to ask Ancestor Endless for guidance. When he sees Ancestor Endless again, he'll have to carry out the etiquette of a disciple too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, So, what's the meaning of you guys stopping me? Zhou Xianqin said, very simple, These precious heavenly medicines are a waste to be placed with you two. Whatever heavenly pills you need, we can help you refine. But as compensation, you need to share some heavenly medicines with us. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he laughed. It had really been very long since anyone dared to posture in front of him with alchemy Tao. Even if it was Cloud Mount, he did not dare to casually posture in front of him too. One had to know, when Yi Yuan had not entered profound grade back then, Cloud Mount was already beyond shocked. In terms of strength, he was inferior to Cloud Mount. But in terms of talent, he shook Cloud Mount off by too much. I appreciate your good intentions. But even if I waste these heavenly medicines, I won't do it through others too, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. Chapter 3044 Grand Display of Skill. Chapter 3044 Grand Display of Skill. How aggravating. This was like I have good stuff to eat, but if I can't finish eating, I rather throw it away than let you eat." The three geniuses were furious. Zhou Xianqin's face fell, but he turned to Yang Qing and said, "Yang Qing, you have to know if the quality of the heavenly pill is a fraction better. Your hope of breaking through to Emperor Sakra Heaven will be a fraction higher. Are you sure that you want this guy to refine pills for you?" Right now, they had basically already confirmed that Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was a heavenly alchemist. Only like this could he have such great rallying power. Except, what did heavenly alchemists count for in front of them? Zhou Xianqin thought that Yang Qing knew how serious this was. Their three great factions represented the pinnacle of the 33 heavens, alchemy Dao. Who would have thought that Yang Qing said without even thinking, "Yeah, of course, I want Yi Yuan to help me refine pills. What kind of good heavenly pills can trash like you guys refine?" Pucci. The moment these words came out, it immediately caused loud laughter. Zhoutian Emperor Palace, Emperor One Sect, Lin Yuan Pavilion. These three great forces are called Tras. H. Plus, this really broadened my knowledge. This Yang Qing is probably out of his mind too, right? Refining pills, who can compare to them? I know he Gemin, Cloudmount. Even if he comes, he also won't dare to posture in front of these three major forces, right? With regards to Yang Qing's choice, everyone turned their noses up in disdain. Especially the human race, these three great forces were paramount existences in their hearts. Many forces, including factions like the Purple Extreme Heaven Pavilion and Zhou family, all did not dare to offend them too much. Yet, Yang Qing did not take them seriously and would rather believe in an Emperor Vast Heaven than trust Zhou Xianqin they all. Zhou Xianqin was angered until his face turned green. He originally wanted to use heavenly pills to sow discord between the two. He did not expect that he would get slapped in the face in a blink of an eye. Very good. In the 33 heavens, no one has dared to speak to my Zhoutian Emperor Palace like this yet. Yang Qing, you chose the path yourself. When the time comes, don't regret it. Zhou Xianqin said with a sneer. Yang Qing snickered and said, "Regret? You conceited morons, better don't regret it when the time comes." Finished speaking, he thickened his skin and said to Yi Yuan, "How is it? Start refining pills now? I already can't wait and want to see the expressions of these idiots eating S. H. I plus T. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No rush, let me think about it again." Yi Yuan had refined grade 8 heavenly pills before, but it was very few. Grade 8 heavenly pills. Each kind was incomparably precious. Even if it was the dragon race, they did not have such a well-stocked reserve of heavenly medicines too. Furthermore, ever since Yi Yuan comprehended chaos divine essence, he had a new understanding of alchemy Dao again. He still needed to work out how to piece these things perfectly together. Yang Qing said excitedly, "Okay." He knew that since Yi Yuan was so solemn, then it must be something extraordinary. If it could be casually refined, he would not behave like this. But this scene was different when it landed in the eyes of Zhou Xianqin and the others. TCH, putting on an appearance, pretending to be profound. Just watch, you guys will regret it. Zhou Xianqin said with a cold smile. After a bout of fierce dispute, each side divided up the remaining half of the natural treasures. The human forces had the most numbers. When they joined hands, they obtained the largest share. Apart from this, the fiend race, the feather race, as well as the true spirit race, these powerful races also obtained a considerable share. Those that remained could only drink soup. After dividing the loot, what remained was naturally pill refinement. Swallowing natural treasures whole could naturally increase one's strength too. But the effect of heavenly pills could undoubtedly maximize the medicinal effect. Therefore, Zhoutian Emperor Palace, Emperor One Sect, and Lin Yuan Pavilion, three great forces, immediately became hot pastries. The various factions went to find them one after another. One had to know that those who came this time were all the elite disciples of these three great forces. There were even origin realm powerhouses among them. Some had even already reached the origin grade realm. Above profound grade was origin grade. Origin grade was a vague realm. Stepping into origin grade was equivalent to comprehending the source of alchemy Tao. Apart from chaos heavenly pills, there was nothing that they could not refine. This way, they naturally became hot commodities. Such an opportunity was truly hard to come across. It would not be easy to run into so many heavenly medicines again after going out of the labyrinth divine palace. Young Master Zhou, I'm willing to offer 3 grade 9 heavenly medicines to request your Jotian Emperor Palace to take action and help me refine a heaven Ilus Trias pill. Emperor Jinan, I'm willing to give you guys all of the other heavenly medicines. I only seek a grade 8 heavenly pill, Chaos Heaven Edict True Pill. Young Master Chu. Zhou Xianqin and the rest were immediately surrounded until not even water could seep through. Everyone was fighting for them to refine heavenly pills. Even the likes of W.A. and Jiningen and Qin Baichuan were no exception too. In the Thousand Souls Hall, their comprehensions were tremendous. Now, they just so happened to need some heavenly pills to unleash the comprehensions. At this time, the 3 great factions naturally became hot commodities. Yang Qing's posturing would not change other people's inherent ideas. These 3 great forces represented the pinnacle of alchemy Tao. Not looking for them, but looking for an unknown brat? You have got be kidding. Only 2 sides were unmoving like a mountain. Grand bright jade, complete heaven, and the true spirit race. Yi Yuan found a secluded place and closed his eyes to contemplate, carefully understanding the medicinal properties of these heavenly pills. And he deduced how to refine these heavenly pills using chaos divine essence. While on the other side, the pill refinement had already begun. Cries of wonder rose and ebbed. As the current era's number 1 person, Zhou Xianqin's alchemy path strength was unfathomable. He, this grade 9 heavenly alchemist, was extremely popular. Impressive, truly impressive. Although young Master Zhou's martial strength isn't the strongest, his alchemy technique really leaves everyone behind until they can only see the dust ahead. That's right. Ancestor Endless is called Alchemy Tao's number 1 person. He's the only person who entered Great Beyond with Alchemy Tao. The successor that he groomed is indeed extraordinary. Emperor Jinan and young Master Chu can't be underestimated either. Their strength is also not at all inferior to young Master Zhou. Haha, we're blessed this time. As long as we get the heavenly pill, our strength will surely improve further. Ancestor Endless was the one and only powerhouse in the 33 heavens who stepped into Great Beyond Realm with Alchemy Tao. His existence represented the apex of Alchemy Tao. Zhou Xianqin was clearly a distinguished talent in Jotian Emperor Palace too. Although he had not reached Origin Realm yet, his alchemy path strength had already stepped into Origin grade. Comprehending Origin was also just within reach. When had the various forces seen before such breathtaking pill refinement? Each and every one of them felt like their horizons were broadened. The heavenly medicines taken out were also flowing continuously. As for Yi Yuan, he had long already been forgotten by them. Over here, the pill refinement was being carried out like a raging fire. But over at Yi Yuan's side, there was not the slightest activity. In a blink of an eye, 3 months Pa said, the efficiencies of Zhou Xianqin and the others were still extremely high. All of the heavenly pills had already been finished refining. Their 3 forces also reaped huge harvests because of the pill refinement this time. Although it could not compare to Yi Yuan, it was also considered a huge profit. And over at Yi Yuan there was nothing happening. Yi Yuan was still in a close seclusion. Zhou Xianqin said mockingly, Master Yi, why haven't you refined pills? Could it be that you want to pocket all those heavenly medicines? Chapter 3045 Pig Teammate Chapter 3045. Pig Teammate, Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heavens. Over 50,000 people were expressionless. Zhou Xianqin originally had the intention of sowing discord. He believed that no one would not be tempted in front of benefits, even if it was their Zhoutian Emperor Palace. These heavenly medicines were not his alone too. Benefits had to be balanced out. But very sadly, these 50,000 people seemed to be indifferent. Not one person expressed doubt with regards to Yi Yuan's action. So awkward. The stomach full of words that Zhou Xianqin prepared could not be used anymore. If Heavenly Saint Yi needs it, so what even if he takes these heavenly medicines? Don't you all agree? Gao Hushan suddenly said, "Yes. We have no objections. Our lives are all Heavenly Saint Ye's. Some heavenly medicines are not worth mentioning." Everyone immediately answered without hesitation. It was not just Zhou Xianqin, Kong Tan, and W.A.N. Jiningen who were shocked. They were all shocked. Were these people idiots? Or was it that these over 50,000 people were all controlled by Yi Yuan? But was this possible? They were naturally unable to understand how great Yi Yuan's prestige in Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven was. These people's lives were all saved by Yi Yuan. It was also all Yi Yuan's credit that they could stand here. Could these not be more valuable than a few heavenly medicines? Moreover, Yi Yuan was famous for being selfless. Back then, when he entered the extreme medicine sect, he presented all of his precious alchemy path records to the sect. Later, he also advocated for releasing resources and benefiting everyone. Would such a person covet some heavenly medicines? Even if he did, that had a reason to. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said loudly, "Everyone, I'll pick 2,000 Emperor Vast Heavens out of you all and refine the 8-universe seal-breaking pill for you all, and help you all break through to Emperor Sacra Heaven. Also, I'll refine 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill for 300 Emperor Sacra Heavens, and help you all comprehend Origin. Apart from this, another portion of heavenly medicines is prepared for those mutated bloodline warriors that follow me." Although the heavenly pills here were abundant, being able to support 200 to 300 people was already the limit. After all, no matter how many the grade 8 heavenly medicines, they were not cabbages too. An 8-universe seal-breaking pill was the best heavenly pill to assault Emperor Sacra Heaven. It was just that the heavenly medicines that this pill required were extremely seldom seen in the outside world. Hence, it was very precious too. Previously, those Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses were also mostly requesting Zhou Xianqin they all to refine this pill. But the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill was a grade 8 imperial pill. It could help martial artists attain clarity of mind and increase the chances of comprehending Origin. To an Emperor Sacra Heaven powerhouse, it was an extremely precious grade 8 heavenly imperial pill. Of course, the difficulty was also HELL level. 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill? Her. Grand, Bright Jade, Complete Heaven, this sort of place. There's someone who can refine the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill too? Kid, bragging isn't done like this. Chu Feng said with a disdainful look. Even if he refines it, it will most likely be a useless pill too. Yi Yuan, I'll give you one last chance. 2,000 stocks of heavenly medicines. This 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill, I'll refine to Origin grade for you. Zhou Xianqin also said, the refining difficulty of the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill was extremely high. Even Origin grade powerhouses would find it very hard to refine into Origin grade 2. In Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven, only Cloudmount Master and disciples, 3 people, were able to refine this pill. The others, even if they were Origin Realm grade 9 heavenly alchemists, they could not refine it at all either, because this heavenly pill already touched upon the secrets of Hegemon. Without reaching Hegemon Realm, how could one pry into Hegemon Realm and attain clarity of mind? Among Zhou Xianqin, Chu Fan, and Jinan, 3 people, Only Zhou Xianqin had the confidence to refine it to origin grade smoothly. This was because there was a great beyond powerhouse standing behind Zhou Xianqin. In terms of foundation, his was even deeper than the other two. Young Master Zhou can actually refine the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill. If I had long known this, I'd have spent a huge price just now to find him to refine. A miscalculation. Origin, grade 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill is even 100 times better than my Zhoutian Bright Heart Pill. That boy didn't even dare to take action for 3 months. He clearly doesn't have the confidence. With just his bit of strength, he also dares to pick a fight with young Master Zhou? The moment Zhou Xianqin opened his mouth, everyone yelled out their regrets. Those Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouses also did not expect that Zhou Xianqin could actually refine such a heaven-defying grade 8 heavenly imperial pill. Zhou Xianqin was very pleased with himself. The 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill should be the peak of alchemy Dao below 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill. In martial Dao, he was worse than Yang Qing, Kong Tan, and the rest. But regarding alchemy Dao, he was absolutely the most high-profile focal point. Moron! What answered him was Yang Qing's nonchalant words. Zhou Xianqin's gaze turned cold, and he said, "What did you say?" Yang Qing smiled and said, "I said you're a moron. What does Yi Yuan refining pills have to do with you? Don't you find it funny that you're jumping up and down here?" Zhou Xianqin smiled coldly and said, "Yang Qing, do you really think that you're impressive? You have to know the consequences of offending a great beyond powerhouse are very serious." Yang Qing said disdainfully, "Screw off. You can't do it, so you'll be bringing out your ancestor? How old are you? Aren't you ashamed?" In terms of Reb, Ting, Yang Qing did not lose to anyone. Zhou Xianqin was angered until his face flushed red, and he shouted angrily, "I can't do it? Her. In terms of martial arts, maybe I'm inferior to you. But in alchemy Dao, who dares to fight with me?" Yang Qing said coolly, "Stop bragging. Let's make a bet. If Yi Yuan loses to you, our heavenly medicines will all be yours. However, if Yi Yuan wins against you, your Zhoutian Emperor Palace's heavenly medicines will all be ours. Calculating it, it's definitely you who's in an advantageous position. Do you dare to bet or not?" Finished speaking, Yang Qing even winked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled. He naturally welcomed free heavenly medicines. The reason why he shared the heavenly medicines with the other forces was also due to Cirque stances. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not be so generous either. It was not that Zhou Xianqin could not stand being provoked. It was that he was too confident in himself. There was a saying that was circulated in the 33 heavens. Alchemy Dao in the world originated from the Emperor Palace. It could be seen how strong Zhoutian Emperor Palace's alchemy path strength was. As the new generation's outstanding talent, how could Zhou Xianqin possibly lose to others? After Yang Qing said this, Zhou Xianqin calmed down instead and said with a sneer, "In alchemy Dao, there hasn't been an opponent that I, Zhou Xianqin, don't dare to compete against. However, since you want to compete, then we naturally have to compete in medicinal effects. How about this? We'll send out 2,300 people too, and compare the effects of the medicinal pills that we each refined. We'll see which of us has more breakthroughs in the end. Speaking of which, this is still you all getting off cheap. The medicinal effects of the heavenly pills that I refine aren't as good as the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill. Do you all dare?" Although he said so, actually the apartment Tudes of Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven's martial artists were far worse than the other few factions. Humanity's 3 supreme heavens, this was not said for fun. Even if it was the other races, those who came were top geniuses too. In contrast, Grand Bright Jade complete heavens, so-called geniuses, were simply not enough to look at. With Zhou Xianqin saying so, Yang Qing hesitated instead. He naturally knew the quality of those who came from grand, bright jade, complete heaven. Seeing Yang Qing's expression, Zhou Xianqin smiled coldly and said, "Why? Don't dare?" "Not at all." "I agree," Yi Yuan said coolly. A hint of cunningness flashed across Zhou Xianqin's face, and he said with a smile, "Good, gutsy enough. This Zhou will kindly accept your heavenly medicines." He felt that Yang Qing was really a pig teammate, putting Yi Yuan on the fire to roast. Now, in Zhou Xianqin's mind, Yi Yuan had lost for sure. Chapter 3046. Grade 8 Comprehending Origin. Chapter 3046. Grade 8 Comprehending Origin. Master Yi, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and show your skills. Let rookies like us broaden our knowledge. Zhou Xianqin said with a cold smile. Master Yi can even refine the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill with ease. We really feel ashamed of our unworthiness. Hurry up and show your abilities. Let us take a look. We really didn't expect that grand, bright jade, complete heaven actually produced a genius such as yourself. Those watching the show did not mind if matters blew up. Chu Feng and Jin Nan also kicked up a fuss. Either way, the one betting with Yi Yuan was Zhou Xianqin. Even if Yi Yuan really won, they would not suffer any losses either. Of course, they did not think that Yi Yuan could beat Zhou Xianqin. In alchemy, they were not convinced by anyone but Zhou Xianqin. The various forces were all waiting to see the joke. Yi Yuan's palm moved, nirvanic rebirth fire leaping up, directly enveloping the 8 universe, seal, breaking pills, heavenly medicines. Ever since Yi Yuan fused the 4 great true spirit bloodlines, the power of this nirvanic rebirth fire also rose several levels. Refining heavenly pills became even more accomplished with high proficiency. However, this move garnered waves of ridicule in the eyes of Zhou Xianqin and the others. I was wondering how impressive Master Yi was. After messing around for half a day, you're only refining an 8-universe seal-breaking pill. This kind of heavenly pill, I could refine 30 at the same time when I was Emperor Vast Heaven. If it's now, refining 300 at the same time is a cinch to me. Zhou Xianqin could not help laughing as he said. Chu Feng laughed and said, Brother Zhou is skilled. This Chu can only refine around 230 pills currently. Jinan nodded and said, being able to refine 300, Brother Zhou's strength is indeed formidable. The more heavenly pills that you refined at the same time, naturally the higher the requirements on the heavenly alchemist. Regarding the control of fire and the amalgamation of heavenly medicines, all required a huge expenditure of energy. To some extent, the greater the number when refining at the same time, naturally, the stronger the heavenly alchemist's strength. The refining difficulty of the 8-universe, seal, breaking pill, naturally, could not compare to the 100 Fate, heavenly aperture pill. Like when Zhou Xianqin, this kind of expert, was refining, it was normally refining many at the same time. Who knew that Yi Yuan was just refining one at a time? Hence, it ended up as a laughingstock. But very soon, they could not laugh anymore. This was because Yi Yuan was really very strong. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Zhou Xianqin and a few others could be said to be grandmasters in alchemy. They could naturally tell with one glance whether or not Yi Yuan had skills. Origin Grade Realm. This boy actually entered Origin Grade Realm too. Jinan cried out in surprise. In their view, if someone that came out of grand, bright jade, complete heaven could enter profound grade at this cultivation realm, it was already very good. They did not expect that Yi Yuan actually entered Origin Grade. The talents of Zhou Xianqin and the rest were even stronger than Yi Yuan's senior apprentice brother, Zhou Pinespring. Zhou Pinespring only stepped into Origin Grade after Emperor Sakura Heaven II. But Zhou Xianqin entered Origin Grade when he was Upper Emperor Vast Heaven. Meanwhile, Jin and 2 people were a level worse. only entering origin grade at grand completion Emperor Vast Heaven. However, this was already very strong. The vast majority of heavenly alchemists were stuck in profound grade and were unable to break through. But who could that thought that Yi Yuan, this rookie who came from grand, bright jade, complete heaven, actually entered origin grade at lower Emperor Vast Heaven realm? Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan's talent was even greater than theirs? Zhou Xianchen smiled coldly and said, I was wondering why this punk was so COC Kentucky. It turns out that he entered origin grade. But so what if he entered origin grade? This young master has already pried into the origin of alchemy Dao. He could overpower Chu Feng and Jinan because he comprehended origin. This was also what he was proudest of. He was just lower Emperor Sakra Heaven, but already comprehended origin. In the future, when he reached grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven, it would be much easier to step into the realm of Hegemon, the path of cultivation. Ahead by a step, it meant being ahead at every step. This was not said for fun, but as if getting slapped, a surge of origin power was released from Yi Yuan's body, integrating into the nirvanic rebirth fire. Alchemy Dao Origin. Actually, Yi Yuan had already understood alchemy Dao origin when searching for the way out for those bloodline warriors in the Dragon Clan. There were 1,000,000 origin seeds in Yi Yuan's body. Cultivating yielded twice the results with half the effort. No matter how he cultivated, Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao was always at the forefront. Yi Yuan relied on his powerful alchemy path talent and forcibly broke through the limitations of cultivation realm, comprehending alchemy Dao origin. But when this scene appeared before everyone's eyes, it was seriously too shocking. Zhou Xianchen's face burned fiery hot Wisconsin I, plussing to swallow the words earlier back into his stomach. But the bystanders did not care about his regret anymore. Grade 8 comprehending origin? This is also too fake, right? Jinan said with a look of disbelief. Alchemy Dao origin, the difficulty of comprehending is no less than spatial origin. These top origins. How can he possibly comprehend alchemy Dao origin in Emperor Vast Heaven? Chu Feng said in horror. The path of alchemy was far too difficult. Putting aside that the path of alchemy was complicated to the extreme. Even during the cultivation journey, the countless resources that one needed were also not what the average person could afford to consume. The few of them were able to have a strength that far exceeded their peers at this realm because they had powerful backing. But even so, they were flung far behind by Yi Yuan too. Zhou Xianchen was still fine, but Jinan and Chu Feng were far too lacking. Even Kong Ten also had a look of shock and said, Where did this boy pop out from? When did the puny little, grand, bright jade, complete heaven produce such a monster? Disregarding Yangqing, a monster that suppressed all the heavens in alchemy, Dao actually appeared too. Yuran said, No wonder this kid behaved so arrogantly. It turns out that he really has some ability. But even if he comprehended origin, it's very hard to beat Zhou Xianchen too, right? Kong Ten nodded and said, That's of course. Similarly, having comprehended origin, Zhou Xianchen is a grade 9 heavenly alchemist after all. Furthermore, there's even a great beyond realm alchemy path overlord standing behind him. It's impossible to lose to that kid no matter what. Yuran said, Then I'm relieved. If this kid wins, I'll be angered to death. While Yangqing laughed loudly and said, This guy is always so trustworthy. Even I also didn't think that he comprehended origin in Emperor Vast Heaven. Time trickled by. 3 days pa-s, said in a blink of an eye, only to hear Yi Yuan yell, Go! A scarlet, red, heavenly pill flew straight for Yangqing. This is yours. Yi Yuan said, All right. Yangqing caught the heavenly pill and directly swallowed it without another word. Then he felt a vast power opening up his 4 limbs and bones. Behind Yangqing, the door of eternal life appeared on its own accord. The power of this medicinal pill directly called forth the door of eternal life. Yang Qing was shocked. My G. Oh, D, the power of this heavenly pill is also a little too terrifying, right? Yang Qing could not resist complaining. He felt that this heavenly pill seemed to be very different from the heavenly pills that Yi Yuan refined in the past. But in what way was it different, he could not pinpoint it to. All in all, it was ridiculously strong. Only to see Yang Qing brandish his long spear, his figure fusing into one with the spear body, turning into a rainbow as he rushed toward the second seal. In fact, he did not even make preparations. Boom! The second seal opened in response. Chapter 3047. Thread Control Pill Refinement. Chapter 3047. Thread Control Pill Refinement. So strong! Accomplished in one stroke. Is Emperor Sakra Heaven so easy? This is the power of the 8 Universe Seal Breaking Pill. 8 Universe Seal Breaking Pill can increase 30% strength in an instant, helping to break through the seal. But looking at this power, it's probably far more than 30%. From swallowing the heavenly pill to breaking the seal with one spear, it was merely a short 10 breaths of time. This process was too short for ordinary martial artists, even if it was a same rank powerhouse like Kong Tan. Breaking open the second seal would need several hours to ACCU. Mulate power too. But Yang Qing did it too effortlessly. Such a great bottleneck was completely no bottleneck to him at all. Ha ha ha, satisfying. What's this heavenly pill of yours called? Yang Qing said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan said, let's call it Chaos Element Heavenly Pill then. Yang Qing contemplated and said with a nod, fitting. Chaos Element Heavenly Pill. Very good. Zhou Xianqin, are you convinced? Zhou Xianqin was somewhat jealous. He knew that Yi Yuan's heavenly pill was not simple. This was because Yang Qing had not reached the peak of Emperor Vast Heaven at all. It was not time to break through his realm yet. But his breakthrough had an unstoppable momentum. This heavenly pill was naturally incredible. At least, it was not worse than the quality he refined. TCH, you, Yang Qing, are number 1 on the All Heavens list and Thousand Souls list, dual lists. If you can't even break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven, you can go and kill yourself. This heavenly pill is merely adding flowers to embroidery. Just this, and you even specially gave a name. How shameless. Zhou Xianqin said with a sneer. In reality, this was also what most people thought. Yang Qing's strength was formidable, overwhelming all heroes. It was not as hard as imagined for him to break through to Emperor Vast Heaven. The 8 Universe Seal Breaking Pill was merely superfluous. Such a shocking breakthrough. It was still mainly because of Yang Qing himself. That's right. What you guys are competing in is the result based on 2,300 people, and not one person. Among the 2,000 Emperor Vast Heavens that Brother Zhou picked, there are already 80% who succeeded in breaking through. Can you do it, Yi Yuan? Jinan said. Before Yi Yuan spoke, Zhou Xianqin satirized him to his face again, saying, Master, you wouldn't be refining one by one like this, right? By the time you finish refining, wouldn't we have to wait until G? Oh, do you know when? How do we still explore the labyrinth divine palace? Yi Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, not to that extent. That one earlier was just a warm-up. Now it officially begins. Boom! Before his voice faded, a CLUS, to of Nirvanic rebirth fire instantly burst out. This CLUS, to of Nirvanic rebirth fire was hundreds of feet in diameter. Then a large pile of heavenly medicines was directly thrown into the Nirvanic rebirth fire by Yi Yuan. Zhou Xianqin saw it easily. That large pile of heavenly medicines had sufficient quant. 1. Ties for 2,000 people. This guy was actually going to refine 2008 Universe Seal breaking pills at once? Is there a mistake? Young Master, Zhou can only refine 300 at a time. but Yi Yuan is going to refine 2,000 in one go? This guy is too capable at posturing, right? Who does he think he is? A chaos heavenly master? When everyone saw this scene, they instantly blew up, mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability, one after another, refining 2,000 grade 8 heavenly pills at the same time. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was still just Emperor Vast Heaven Realm. Could he hold out? If his divine essence got exhausted halfway through the refinement, that would be fun. Furthermore, refining 2,000 grade 8 heavenly pills at the same time. This requirement of the origin divinity was simply hair-raisingly harsh. What rights did a mere grade 8 heavenly alchemist have? Even some laymen were also mocking Yi Yuan's ignorance. The refinement previously had indeed stunned everyone. But refining 2,000 in one go, everyone had to admit that posturing too hard would sprain your waist. Although the 8 universe seal breaking pill isn't a very difficult grade 8 heavenly pill to us, it can't be randomly refined too. Refining 2,000 of this kind of heavenly pill at the same time, it's absolutely impossible under Chaos Heavenly Master. This boy is probably being funny, right? Xu Feng could not help laughing when he saw the situation. Jinan clasped his hands to Zhou Xianqin and said with a smile, "Looks like we have to congratulate Brother Zhou in advance for returning fully loaded." Zhou Xianqin also felt that his victory was certain and said, smilingly, "This boy has talent. It's just a pity that he postures too much. Otherwise, even if he isn't my match, he wouldn't lose too terribly either. But now, Yu Ran also smiled and said, "I don't know pill refinement, but refining 2,008 universe seal-breaking pills. This divine essence consumption is far from what Emperor Vast Heavens can bear, right?" Zhou Xianqin nodded and said, "For 2,008 universe seal-breaking pills, it needs at least the divine essence reserve of Grand Completion Emperor, Sakra Heaven Realm before one can barely manage to refine it. But this isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that this is a huge burden on the origin divinity. Even if he has this strength, his origin divinity will be overwhelmed too. A single misstep, and he'll even hurt himself. Let's just wait and see the show." Zhou Xianqin's lysis was already quite on point. Everyone understood it. Yi Yuan was very amazing. In the end, he could only amaze himself to death. Disregarding other things, just the Grand Completion Emperor Sakra, Heaven Divine Essence Reserve would be too much for Yi Yuan to bear. Hence, everyone settled down and waited to watch the show. Even when Yang Qing heard it, he also wondered if Yi Yuan went overboard. He was originally Briming with confidence in Yi Yuan, but now he had some doubts. Otherwise, refining 500 at a time should not be that much of a burden, right? Just 500 was enough to suppress Zhou Xianqin. This guy was really keen to steal the limelight. Yang Qing hoped that he wouldn't mess it up. Except everyone could not detect that Heavenless was currently spying on every movement and action here. Seeing Yi Yuan refine pills, Heavenless chuckled and said to himself, "This boy, what a stonies! Plussing control, condensing essence as threads, controlling 2,000 heavenly pills at the same time. Not a single bit of divine essence is wasted. This skill, even this ancestor's breath, is taken away in astonishment too." He had long been paying close attention to Yi Yuan. The others, even if it was Yang Qing in Heavenless eyes, it was nothing more than this. One had to know the Labyrinth Divine Palace's most stunning genius was not those in the Thousand Souls Hall, but he Heavenless himself. He was the #1 rare talent since time immemorial. But Yi Yuan's appearance made his eyes light up. This guy actually brought 1,000,000 people and cleared the vertical heaven stairs. Being able to deduce his Tao so thoroughly was not what the average Emperor Vast Heaven could accomplish. Later, Yi Yuan even ravaged the Thousand Souls Hall, bringing more than 50,000 people into the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Each step was stunning to the extreme. He examined his own conscience and felt that even if it was him, he could not do better than Yi Yuan too. What he did not expect, even more, was that Yi Yuan was actually also a very powerful heavenly alchemist. This divine essence control made him click his tongue in wonder. Outsiders could not see it, but inside the nirvanic rebirth fire, 2 fine threads spread out, linking up 2,000 medicinal embryos. 2 fine threads, one was chaos divine essence, the second was origin divinity. Yi Yuan relied on these 2 fine threads to control the refinement of 2,000 heavenly pills. This kind of refinement, the utilization of divine essence and origin divinity, was delicate to a hair-raising extent. Regardless of whether it was divine essence or origin divinity, it was all employed where they were needed the most without any wastage. Heavenless discerned that compared to Yi Yuan, Zhou Xianqin was nothing at all. Chapter 3048, Perfect. Chapter 3048, Perfect. It has already been 3 days. His divine essence doesn't have the slightest sign of dying up. Not only is his divine essence fine, but it also seems like there are no signs of too much mental malaise. Is this guy really Emperor Vast Heaven? Could it be that he can really successfully refine these 2,000 heavenly pills? If that's really the case, then it will really be incredible. 3 days pas, said in a blink of an eye. Things did not go as Zhou Xianqin and the rest expected. Fatigue was a certainty, but Yi Yuan did not show overly obvious symptoms. Zhou Xianqin's expression became uglier and uglier, but there was more uncertainty. Could it be that this guy is forcibly holding out? Actually, he has long already ruined the 8 universe seal-breaking pills? Right? It must be like this. Zhou Xianqin said with certainty, because apart from this possibility, he could not think of other possibilities. That's right. In my view, the 8 universe seal-breaking pills have long been ruined already. This boy is merely holding out for face, that's all. Otherwise, with his realm, how can he possibly sustain for such a long time? Jinan said. Hence, everyone regained confidence, waiting to see Yuan become a joke. On the 5th day, some people became impatient. Boy, are you going to refine until heaven and earth get old? If you can't admit defeat earlier, it will only be more embarrassing. Sing like this. To refine 2008 universe seal-breaking pills, you're still calm and relaxed until now. Do you take all of us to be fools? At this time, practically everyone felt that Yi Yuan was just performing. They believed those heavenly medicines had long already been ruined, because up till now, Yi Yuan was still rather relaxed. This kind of performance was seriously too clumsy in their view. Yang Qing smiled coldly and said, Zhou Xianqin, I remember when you refined 308 universe seal-breaking pills. You spent 5 days too, right? Yi Yuan is refining 2,000. He'll naturally take longer than you. Keep yelling, and your father will stab you with a spear. Zhou Xianqin's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, With my strength, refining 308 universe seal-breaking pills is rather taxing too. This punk is refining 2,000 pills, and still so calm and relaxed. Isn't he fooling everyone? Yang Qing said disdainfully, How can a foolish person like you understand the methods of a genius? Zhou Xianqin was furious. His alchemy Tao talent reigned supreme across the 33 heavens. He was a distinguished talent among the junior generation. When had he been called a nincomp? Oh, P by someone before? Yang Qing, this guy, really deserved death. But sadly, Yang Qing had already broken through to Emperor Sacra Heaven. He was not Yang Qing's match at all. On the 7th day, everyone already lost patience. Liar, when are you guys going to drag it out until? Can't take it anymore. We request to forcefully interrupt. Kid, without genuine ability, don't go and do what you can't accomplish. Plus, is it very interesting to puff yourself up at your own cost? Many people were cursing away. Some people even tried to interrupt Yi Yuan's refinement. Yang Qing snorted coldly and put his spear horizontally as he said, "Try moving. Ask the spear in your Grandpa Yang's hands whether it agrees or not first." Then these people shut up. One Yang Qing was not scary, but 50,000 people were standing behind Yang Qing. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly swept, and he gave a cold cry, "Go!" The nirvanic rebirth fire instantly dissipated. One heavenly pill after another tore through the air, flying straight into the hands of those Emperor Vast Heavens. Before this, he had already selected 2,000 people, Vertical Heaven Stairs and Thousand Souls Hall. Yi Yuan had actually been observing a group of people besides explaining Tao too. These 2,000 people were all very promising. Hu Gaoshan was one of them. He had already reached grand completion Emperor Vast Heaven 2, but he did not reach the peak and was still short of a final push. Logically speaking, he was the same as Yang Qing, not suited to A.S., Salt Emperor Sakra Heaven. Without full preparations, A.S., salting Emperor Sakra Heaven rashly would have very severe consequences. The 8 Universe seal breaking pill in his hand was naturally origin grade without a doubt. But even if it was origin grade, there was also no guarantee that he could succeed. After all, not everyone was a freak like Yang Qing. But at this time, the entire audience was already in an uproar, because these 2008 Universe seal-breaking pills were all origin grade. The quality of each one was not inferior to what Zhou Xianqin refined. However, even Zhou Xianqin's 308 Universe seal-breaking pills, there were occasionally some defective products too. Although the quality of these defective products did not drop out of origin grade, it was still quite poor compared to the others. There were differences in origin grade too, but the 8 Universe seal breaking pills in these 2,000 people's hands seemingly came out of the pipeline. The quality of each one was perfect and flawless. Those present were all experts. The quality of the heavenly pills was clear at a glance. Hence, everyone was shocked. He actually really did it. How is this possible? It's hard to imagine. Those 2,000 heavenly pills, the quality actually doesn't err by a hair's breadth. How perfect a refinement is needed to achieve this. What's even more damnable is that he actually refined 2,000 heavenly pills with plenty of room to maneuver. Didn't young Master Zhou say that only grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven can have such strong divine essence? His effortlessness before was actually not feigned. This is also too freaking impossible, right? Those people who were originally mocking all fell into an incredulous shock at this time. They racked their brains and also could not figure out how Yi Yuan completed an impossible matter. Right under their eyelids, Zhou Xianqin was already dumbfounded. He was stunned by this spectacular scene. Each 8 Universe seal breaking pill in those 2,000 people's hands were seemingly perfect replicas. Reaching his realm, he was even more able to understand what a Stonies plus in control power this required. With regards to divine essence, refinement technique, origin divinity, all of it could not make the slightest oversight and mistake. This sort of thing, forget about Emperor Vast Heaven. Even if it was a hegemon realm expert, they might not be able to do it too. But Yi Yuan did it. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? He could discern at a glance that the 8 Universe seal breaking pills Yi Yuan refined, the quality did not lose to his in the slightest. In fact, it was a fraction stronger. But Yi Yuan refined 2,000 at the same time. This disparity, as long as one was not blind, they could be able to tell. Zhou Xianqin was actually crushed by an unknown kid. Zhou Xianqin said somewhat blankly. Jinan and Chu Fang were stunned too. They had long already been confident that Yi Yuan was definitely putting on a show. But at this time, Yi Yuan used powerful strength to slap their faces hard, made them understand that there was always someone better, heaven beyond heaven. Ha ha ha. Dumbfounded, right? I told you long ago that you morons can't understand the methods of a genius. Yi Yuan, this guy, is just that tiny bit worse than this emperor. Wouldn't suppressing you fooling guys be an effortless thing? Yang Qing said with a loud laugh. Everyone exchanged glances and actually had nothing to say in response. Yeah, those who came here were all geniuses among geniuses, but they were nothing in front of Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. Yang Qing swept away the geniuses from all heavens, dominating the all heavens list and thousand souls list by himself, shocking the 33 heavens. Yi Yuan refined 2008 universe, seal, breaking pills, simultaneously, cruise, H.I., plus in the alchemy path geniuses from all heavens. Even Zhou Xianqin, this alchemy path's #1 genius, was completely crushed too. Chapter 3049. Keep it up. Chapter 3049. Keep it up. Before today, people's understanding of geniuses was generally regarding the likes of Zhou, Xianqin, and Kong Tan. Even if some geniuses came roaring into existence, they would not surpass the scope by too much as well. But today, this upper limit was clearly being refreshed by a lot. It was like breaking a record. If refining 300 heavenly pills simultaneously was a record, Yi Yuan forcibly raised this record by close to 7 times. This concept was an absolutely terrifying record in this circle of geniuses. Reaching this level, even increasing the record by 5% was incredibly difficult, let alone to increase it by as much as 7 times. It could be imagined how shocked everybody currently was. But Zhou Xianqin clearly would not admit defeat so easily. After the shock, he smiled coldly and said, "What are you being smug for? The medicinal effect of the heavenly pill is the most important. The heavenly pills that I refined, 80% have already broken through to Emperor Sakra Heaven. I really want to see how many people you can let break through." Yang Qing laughed loudly and said, "You won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Brothers, let this moron see how strong the medicinal effect is." Without the slightest hesitation, Hu Gaoshan swallowed the 8-universe, seal-breaking pill in one gulp. All of a sudden, he felt all the divine essence in his body start seething. The door of eternal life immediately appeared. Hu Gaoshan felt that he had never been so powerful before, only to see him raise a fist and suddenly smash towards the second seal. Boom! The second seal trembled, then it started cracking. The cracks grew bigger and bigger. Finally, it collapsed with a loud bang. Hu Gaoshan, who had yet to reach grand completion, directly broke through to Emperor Sakra Heaven. Although it was not done in one breath like Yang Qing, it was already shocking enough. Hu Gaoshan's apartment, I.Tude, was merely SOSO in the eyes of normal people. Bang, bang, bang. One door of eternal life after another was smashed open without the slightest obstacle. In fact, there were even some who had barely reached grand completion Emperor Vast Heaven that also directly broke through to Emperor Sakra Heaven. The 2,000 people the Yi Yuan picked, regardless of which aspects you looked, they were all inferior to Zhou Xianqin's 2,000 people. But the breakthrough numbers completely crushed Zhou Xianqin's. These 2,000 people all broke through to Emperor Sakra Heaven without exception. 100% the whole audience was in a stir. How is this possible? Some of these people were not suited to break through to Emperor Sakra Heaven at all, and they actually broke through too. When did breaking through to Emperor Sakra Heaven become so easy? The quality of Yi Yuan's 8-universe, seal, breaking pill, seems to be roughly the same as Zhou Xianqin's. Why is the medicinal effect so different? This is impossible. Attentive people had already realized the difference. On the surface, the quality of Yi Yuan's heavenly pills was not higher than Zhou Xianqin's, but the medicine effect spoke for itself. Those people who consumed Zhou Xianqin's heavenly pills were basically all peak Emperor Vast Heaven, unable to rise anymore. But the 2,000 people that Yi Yuan picked there were roughly half who did not meet the conditions to break through. However, everyone broke through to Emperor Sakra heaven without any exceptions. This was terrifying. One had to know that medicinal effects of heavenly pills were not the same for each person. Same quality heavenly pill. When consumed by martial artists of the same cultivation realm, the difference was huge. Some people would directly break through their realm, but some would have a very small growth or even nothing. This was determined by the individual's apartment I-tude. Of course, origin grade heavenly pill, no matter how lousy, it would not be zero growth too. In terms of apartment I-tude, the 2,000 people that Yi Yuan picked, people with discerning eyes knew that they were far worse than Zhou Xianqin's 2,000 people with one glance. But the breakthrough rate was 100%. What kind of concept was this? This showed that the 8-universe seal-breaking pills that Yi Yuan refined, the medicinal effect was significantly stronger than Zhou Xianqin's. A total of 2,000 Emperor Sakra heaven powerhouses instantly appeared among the 50,000 people. Zhou Xianqin could not bear it anymore. All of his glory was shattered to pieces at this moment. Yi Yuan's 8-universe seal-breaking pill completely crushed him. How can this be? This is impossible. Even if Father was here, it's impossible to do it so flawlessly too. How can there possibly be someone who doesn't make any mistakes? Zhou Xianqin was somewhat falling apart. His father was Zhoutian Emperor Palace's supreme hegemon, and he was also a chaos heavenly master. But even if it was his father, he could not do it so perfectly like Yi Yuan too. An Emperor Vast Heaven did something that even a supreme hegemon could not accomplish. Plus boom. Just as everyone was shocked, the nirvanic rebirth fire started again. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of ridiculing Zhou Xianqin at all. After resting briefly, he directly started refining the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill. Furthermore, it was refining 300 together. Everyone who had not woken up from the shock yet fell into a frenzy once more. Got to be kidding. He's going to refine the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill. Refining 300 together, is he mad? The refining difficulty of the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill is at least 100 times that of the 8-universe seal-breaking pill. Furthermore, he has just refined 2,008 universe seal-breaking pills. His condition shouldn't have recovered to the peak yet, right? Can he stand this kind of refinement? 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill. The divine essence and soul force consumed is absolutely more than 100 times that of the 8-universe seal-breaking pill. How can this possibly be completed? If he can even succeed in refining this, your father will pluck my head off to feed dogs. Those who knew the profession all knew that 300 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pills and 2008 universe seal-breaking pills. The difficulty was not on the same level at all. Regarding the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill, even refining one would take a tremendous effort. This level of Heavenly Imperial pill, it was an issue of whether or not it could be refined and not an issue of quality. In the end, Yi Yuan was going to refine at the same time. Just this action, it represented boundless scorn for Zhou Xianqin. But even if Yi Yuan successfully refined 2008 universe seal-breaking pills, they also did not believe that Yi Yuan could successfully refine these 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pills. This sort of thing was a little too bizarre. While they did not believe it, this time people were not so impulsive anymore. Yi Yuan had already exhibited unparalleled strength. No matter what the result was, him cruise. Plussing the juniors of the 3 great alchemy path factions was already an undeniable fact. Body could deny this. But if Yi Yuan really succeeded, that would be climbing up to another summit. Currently, Zhou Xianqin still had the qualification to compete with him. But if Yi Yuan succeeded, Zhou Xianqin would not even have the qualification to compete with him anymore. The two people would already be on completely different levels. This was also where the significance of the refinement this time lay. Hence, Everyone put away the shock in their hearts and paid close attention to Yi Yuan's refinement. Compared to the 8-universe seal-breaking pill, Yi Yuan's refinement this time did not have such a great commotion. That CLUS, terror of nirvanic rebirth fire, was much smaller, but people with discerning eyes would know at a glance that the power of the flames was several times stronger than before. This time, a tense expression finally appeared on Yi Yuan's face. Fine beads of sweat also started seeping out on his forehead, but very soon it was evaporated by the nirvanic rebirth fire. In the void, heavenless pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Terrific lad, to actually still be hiding a card up his sleeves! Impressive! Impressive! Such a refinement, it's not overboard to describe using reaching the acme of perfection. Even if it was this ancestor back then, I was far worse than him too. I didn't expect that after many years, such a monster would appear in the world again." Chapter 3050, Opening the Door to a New World. Chapter 3050, Opening the Door to a New World. Everyone clearly felt the difference in the refinement this time, although they could not see all the different changes in the nirvanic rebirth fire. The origin aura emanating from Yi Yuan's body was still great Tao pressure. They could all feel it distinctly. Most importantly, Yi Yuan really felt strain this time. This was Yi Yuan's pinnacle refinement. Regarding the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill, it was pretty much the ceiling of grade 8 heavenly pills already. Wanting to refine it was not that easy. Refining 300 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pills at the same time, it was basically Yi Yuan's limit too. This difficulty was unimaginably great, especially Zhou, Xianqin, Jinan, Chu Feng, and the rest. They knew even better how horrifying the refinement this time was. If he really succeeds, it will probably be an insurmountable peak in the history of alchemy Tao. Chu Feng said with vicissitudes of emotion, "This kind of refinement can only be described with reaching the acme of perfection. Once refined, that will really be an accomplishment that Serpa SES ancient and modern times." Ji Nan similarly said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan's strength was already beyond question. Logically speaking, they should be mocking Yi Yuan at this time. But for some reason, they actually faintly started looking forward to it. Zhou Xianqin was not their goal. Or one could say, although Zhou Xianqin was strong, he was not insurmountable. But Yi Yuan was creating a peak. Once completed, that would be their lifelong goal. Zhou Xianqin sneered and said, "Are the two of you crazy? What kind of heavenly pill the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill is? Don't you guys have a clue in your hearts? 300 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pills. There's absolutely no one in this world who can refine it." Jinan nodded and said, "Of course I know how hard it is, but it's precisely because of this that it's worthy of antic. 1 P. Asian, as the Alchemy Path's #1 person, don't you look forward to this kind of peak? Or is it that with your current height, you can really catch up to Ancestor Endless and achieve great beyond?" Chu Feng followed up, saying, "Your father, Hegemen Sunshock, wasn't inferior to you at all when he was young. But to this day, he's unable to push open the door of eternal life. Then, do you feel that you're stronger than your father? Heavenly alchemists of our generation, isn't reaching great beyond what we pursue. If Yi Yuan succeeds, it will similarly hold extraordinary significance to us." Zhou Xianqin's entire body trembled fiercely. He suddenly discovered that he had already fallen into some kind of confusion. Yes, he became confused about his Tao. Just as Chu Feng said, his own father, the disciple that Ancestor Endless was most proud of, was unable to push open the door of eternal life by relying on alchemy Tao and step into great beyond to this day. Then he naturally could not as well. This was because he was unable to Serpa his father. Since this path was unable to reach the great beyond, then what meaning was there? Hence, he was actually confused for so many years. But these were all bewitched by the countless wars. plus ping voices, and Yi Yuan's appearance was seemingly like a clap of thunder that shocked the world. Enlightening the benighted, Ji Nen and Chu Feng had woken up, but he was still lost in his achievements. He was unable to accept the reality of Yi Yuan Serpa sing him and still looked forward to Yi Yuan losing. He never thought before that once Yi Yuan succeeded in refining, how great a significance that would be. Hence, Zhou Xianqin woke up. He stepped forward and walked toward the nirvanic rebirth fire. There was also Ji Nan and Chu Feng who stepped forward together. Yang Qing's pupils constricted, and he stopped the three people, saying in a cold voice, "Stop! What do you all want to do?" Zhou Xianqin gave a bow respectfully and said, "Brother Yang, I hope that you can be magnanimous enough to forgive my previous offense." Yang Qing was taken aback. Why did this guy change his character? There must be a conspiracy. If you're apologizing, just apologize. What are you, Russ? Plussing over 4? Keep moving forward, and this emperor will take care of you guys. Yang Qing said with heightened vigilance. Zhou Xianqin had a look of sincerity and said, "Brother Yang is mistaken. This Zhou has already completely lost this wager, and I no longer have thoughts of trying to win. Master Ye's refinement is the unreachable summit of alchemy Tao. It's too important to the three of us. We want to view it. Rest assured, the three of us will only probe into the nirvanic rebirth fire with divine sense and absolutely won't disturb Master Ye's pill refinement." Yang Qing's face revealed a strange look. He was already prepared to posture. In the end, these three people were subjugated by Yi Yuan. Wrong, there was still a conspiracy. This kind of top-sec successors, they were all second and third generation, being insufferably arrogant. They were often the best targets for face-slapping. How could they possibly be subjugated? These three guys were definitely thinking of ruining Yi Yuan's pill refinement. "No way, you all can't go over." Yang Qing was unrelenting. "Let them come over." Yi Yuan's voice came over. The three people exchanged a glance, full of shock. They thought that Yi Yuan was already tense to the extreme. They did not expect that he actually still had the strength to spare. If he was really tense to the extreme, it would be impossible to have the energy to pay attention to other matters. Being able to open his mouth showed that he still had leftover strength. What a terrifying guy! Yang Qing also knew that Yi Yuan could not get too distracted. Although he felt that it was not appropriate, he still let them through. The three people arrived not far from the nirvanic rebirth fire. Giving a bow toward Yi Yuan, they said, "Many thanks, Master Yi." When calling Master Yi, previously, the three of them were full of mockery, but now it was wholeheartedly convinced. Yi Yuan did not reply. The three people each sent out a wisp of divine sense and carefully entered the nirvanic rebirth fire. Then the situation inside the nirvanic rebirth fire instantly leaped into their eyes. Virtually at the same time, the three people shuddered all over. They saw a scene that they would never forget for life. Yi Yuan opened the door to a new world for them. In the nirvanic rebirth fire, 300 illusory nebulae were arranged organically. One fine thread after another connected these 300 nebulae together. The end of the threads was in Yi Yuan's hand. These 300 nebulae were magnificently beautiful, akin to the starry sea. Yi Yuan seemed to be creating 300 worlds. Reaching their realm, they naturally understood the logic of one pill, one world. But the world that Yi Yuan created was too perfect. They even felt that these heavenly pills achieved the same wondrous effect as the eternal river through different means. What did this show? It showed that Yi Yuan's comprehension of Tao had already reached an extremely high realm. At this moment, they finally understood why Yi Yuan could refine 2,000 identical 8-universe seal-breaking pills. Marvelous work of art. Taking breaths away in astonishment, prostrating on all fours, but they did not dare to make the slightest irregular movement. At this very moment, They could not bear to break such a wonderful realm to. To a heavenly alchemist, such a scene was their lifelong pursuit, while in the outside world it had long already burst into an uproar. Too impressive. Master Yi actually subdued Zhou, Xianqin, 3 people. You look at their expressions. They clearly saw something inconceivable. There are profound secrets inside the nirvanic rebirth fire. Is Master Yi really formidable to such a degree? Doesn't that mean that he's very likely to become another great beyond powerhouse after Ancestor Endless? How proud were Zhou, Xianqin, 3 people. At this time, they were actually so humble in front of Yi Yuan. Furthermore, a scene that could make them so shocked must be impressive to the extreme. With this, it garnered everyone's curiosity. Time slowly trickled by. The expressions on Zhou, Xianqin, 3 people's faces became more and more fascinating. Chapter 3051. 300 Origin Powerhouses. Chapter 3051. 300 Origin Powerhouses. Go. Yi Yuan gave a low cry. The 300 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pills flew toward those Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouses. The nirvanic rebirth fire dissipated with a loud bang. Miracle. Truly a miracle. Master Ye's alchemy technique really broadens this Zhou's horizons. Zhou, Xianqin, had already been holding it in for too long. At this moment, he finally could not help but erupt. Controlling strength like thread, with great meticulousness, stable as a mountain, vast like the sea. Brother Ye's refinement can really live up to the word master. What's laughable is that we are actually displaying our meager skills before an expert. Thinking about it now, I really perspire from embarrass. Meant. Chu Fang gave Yi Yuan a respectful bow and said, Master Yi is a wise man who attained Tao. Jinan is ashamed. Jinan also said, These 3 people went from mocking to shock, then to great admiration. This journey of the heart could be called ups and downs. But, having witnessed Yi Yuan's methods, they were really convinced. Actually, before the 3 of them did this, the crowd had long already exploded. All 300 reached origin grade. My G. Oh, D. The quality of these 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pills are actually exactly the same. Not only Master Yi completed it, but he also did it so perfectly. This move really created an insurmountable peak. Even if they were a fool, they would also know how strong Yi Yuan was. Zhou, Xianqin, 3 people were not even fit to carry his shoes in front of him. Such a performance was not unexpected, but the current Yi Yuan had somewhat weak footsteps. Clearly, the consumption was too great. This refinement was not easy. Before breaking through to Emperor Sakra Heaven, this should be the pinnacle of his creation. All right, I'll take the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Those 300 people had excited faces. Giving a bow toward Yi Yuan, they said in unison, Many thanks to Heavenly Saint Yi for bestowing the pill. Finished saying, these people took the heavenly pill on the spot and broke through right away. Yi Yuan also fished out a black heavenly pill and directly swallowed it. When Zhou Xianqin, 3 people saw the situation, their pupils could not help constricting. This was not the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pill. Yi Yuan even split his attention to refine another heavenly pill with the 300 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pills. This was also a little too impressive, right? However, what heavenly pill was this black thing? It seemed like they had never seen it before. Master Yi, I wonder what's the heavenly pill you took just now? Zhou Xianqin could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said the name? I haven't thought of it yet. Zhou Xianqin was stunned, had not thought of it? In that case, this pill formula was just created by Yi Yuan? Did he still want people to live? This pill formula was improvised by me and randomly done amidst the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture Pills. Didn't expect that it actually succeeded, Yi Yuan said. Zhou Xianqin was speechless. Ji Nen and Chu Feng were likewise so. This was also being said, too casually. Boom! Before his voice faded, the chaos divine essence in Yi Yuan's body exploded with a loud bang, his aura surging to the sky. Broke through. The facial muscles of Zhou Xianqin and the rest could not help but twitch. Randomly done and broke through? One heavenly pill, one minor realm. Reaching Emperor vast heaven realm. This was already something impossible. Even if it was some formidable cultivation, heavenly pills, it could merely save 1,000 years of bitter cultivation too. But wanting to break through, it was far from enough. However, Yi Yuan casually refined a heavenly pill and broke through? Zhou Xianqin let out a sigh and said, Master, ye has already gleaned the essence of alchemy Tao. A simple movement or action is all Tao. Looks like he has already reached the threshold of doing as he pleases. Entering hegemon with alchemy DOA is merely a matter of time for him. In contrast, the few of us are seriously too shallow. Jinan nodded and said, The few of us are still clinging onto form, but Master Yi is already following his instinct. This is called disparity. Right at this time, a commotion came from the crowd. A surge of origin power suddenly descended. Someone gained enlightenment. So fast. He just took the 100 Fate, heavenly aperture, pill not long, and already comprehended? My G, D, the 100 Fate, heavenly aperture pill that Master you refined is also too magical, right? This isn't increasing cultivation realm, but comprehending origin. Origin is a big hurdle for everyone. I didn't expect that guy comprehended so quickly. Hurry up and look. It's another power of origin. That person comprehended too. Among the 300 people who swallowed the 100 Fate, heavenly aperture pill, there were already people who gained enlightenment on Tao and stepped into origin realm. Furthermore, the numbers were still continuously increasing. One origin power after another descended. This stretch of wilderness instantly became lively. Even Kong Tan and W.A. and Jiningen, this kind of geniuses, were also extremely envious as they watched. Is this heavenly pill really so magical? These guys' apartment, Tudes are just like that. However, they actually all seem to have had an epiphany, comprehending origin. Kong Tan was somewhat sour as he said, According to this kind of breakthrough method, if there are sufficient heavenly medicines, then wouldn't grand, bright jade, complete heaven be able to create origin powerhouses unceasingly? Yen also said with a melancholic look. She suddenly remembered what Yang Qing scolded her. She was indeed blind. It turned out that the leader on grand, bright jade, complete heaven's side was simply Yi Yuan and not Yang Qing. W.A.N. Jiningen said, I think I understand something. Grand, bright jade, complete heaven's sudden emergence, this time is most likely because of Yi Yuan. He actually brought 2 million people up the vertical heaven stairs, and he brought more than 50,000 people from the Thousand Souls Hall. How is this possible? How is this possible? Kong Tan and the others were all shocked when they heard that, only then coming back to their senses. A total of 2 million people. That was an absolutely terrifying number. Bringing 50,000 people over from the Thousand Souls Hall was even more horrifying than the 2 million people previously. It sounded somewhat fantastical, but one could understand from those 50,000 people's respectful attitudes that all these had nothing to do with Yang Qing. It was all due to Yi Yuan. Except, regarding how on earth Yi Yuan did it, they could not figure it out after racking their brains too. Very soon, Yi Yuan transcended the Tao tribulation and reached Middle Emperor vast heaven. When he cultivated now, ordinary heaven and earth's spiritual energy could no longer satisfy him. The efficiency of converting to chaos divine essence was far too low. Luckily, the labyrinth divine palaces, heavenly medicines were really complete. He only came up with this pill formula after expending considerable effort in those 3 months. In a blink of an eye, it was another month. A series of exclamations suddenly came from the crowd. The 300th! All broke through. How is this possible? The 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill that Master Yi refines is actually able to 100% break through to Origin Realm. This is too amazing. Holy Hell. Your father's intestines are green with regret. If I'd long known, I'd have found Master Yi to refine, and I'd also be an Origin powerhouse now. Arg. When the 300th power of Origin descended, the whole place seethed with excitement. The 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill was not a divine medicine. Even if it had the effect of mind clarity, it depended on lucky chance too. Origin, this step was far too difficult. Many people, even some geniuses, might not be able to break through to Origin Realm after consuming the 100 Fate Heavenly Aperture pill too. But those people who consumed Yi Yuan's heavenly pills all broke through. A total of 300 Origin powerhouses. This was definitely an Estonies. Plussing force. The quality of grand bright jade, complete heaven's martial artist army upgraded by several grades all at once. Such terrifying alchemy path strength made all the geniuses present give sidelong glances. Chapter 3052, Heaven. Chapter 3052, Heaven. Humph, boring. Let's go. Kong Ting gave a cold snort and brought the fiend race and continued forward. The feather race and other races also left one after another. Of course, it was not really boring. Otherwise, they would not have wasted the lesser part of half a year here too. It was just somewhat sour. The entire Labyrinth Divine Palace was an independent SPAC. These heavenly medicines were just in the outermost periphery. In the distance, the palace towered into the clouds. W.A.N. Jiningen and the rest left with them. Zhou Xianqin, they all could not stay anymore too, and bade farewell to Yi Yuan. Master Yi, we're going first. Yi Yuan nodded and said, be careful. From the same place, several major forces all advanced and withdrew together. They were very clear that they had to band up together here. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Only all the way until everyone was done breaking through did Yi Yuan bring grand, bright jade, complete heaven's group to continue forward. Yi Yuan, we have to hurry. Otherwise, the benefits will all be taken away by those guys. Seeing that Yi Yuan was taking his time, Yang Qing said somewhat anxiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there are many good things here, but it's not easy to take them away. Yang Qing's gaze turned intent, and he said, Amen? What do you mean? Yi Yuan said, continuing forward, those old monsters probably wouldn't be able to hold back one by one, right? Yang Qing's pupils constricted, and he said, you're saying that there are hegemon realms among them? Yi Yuan nodded and said, furthermore, there's quite a few. Otherwise, do you think that I'd have let Kong Ten off easily? Yang Qing said in surprise, this is impossible. Can't hegemon heavenless tell? Yi Yuan smiled and said, that sly old fox is probably happy to see it happen, right? He tossed out the Labyrinth Divine Palace. This major killing move. How can it possibly be just to attract us? These small fries. You wouldn't think that he's really finding some successor, right? Yang Qing nodded his head blankly and said, yeah, I really thought so. Sigh, looks like I was still too naive. He's a sly old fox. You're a little fox. As they walked, everyone entered a huge garden. In this place there were pavilions and terraces, jagged rocks of grotesque shapes, birds tweeting and the flowers fragrant, like an enormous imperial garden. Everything was quiet and serene. Suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd. Someone cried out in surprise, hurry up and look! That's a chaos heavenly treasure. The crowd immediately boiled over with excitement. Chaos heavenly treasure. It's actually a chaos heavenly treasure. I'm rich now. That's mine. And, oh, body is allowed to S. And ATCH. This place is indeed a treasure trove. Haha. Maybe I can break through to Hegemon realm in one stroke. Everyone looked over. It was only to see a small and exquisite bell lying quietly in the GRA. S not far away. The bell was very exquisite, emitting waves of terrifying aura. That was the aura of a chaos heavenly treasure. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Stop!" However, it was already too late. Although Yi Yuan had supreme prestige among them, riches always moved people's hearts. In front of a chaos heavenly treasure, there were always some people who were not calm. Hundreds of figures pounced toward that bell as if they were crazy. But just as they were about to touch the bell, their bodies turned into countless fine powder, dissipating into the wind. It was as if they had never appeared before. There were even several origin realm powerhouses among them. The complexions of the others turned deathly pale. They did not even know where the attack came from. This kind of unknown fear made people break out in Guseb. "You, MPS. H. Heavenly Saint Yi, what's going on?" When at a loss, someone finally thought of Yi Yuan. Very strange. Yi Yuan's strength was almost at the bottom among them. But at this time, everyone unwittingly wanted to rely on Yi Yuan. Fortunately, the vast majority of people respected Yi Yuan from the bottom of their hearts. He did not speak. These people all did not move. It was also precisely because of this that they survived. Otherwise, it would probably have been far more than a few hundred people dead. Just now, Yi Yuan discovered the anomaly right away and gave a warning. Many people were originally itching for action, but in the end, they still forcefully held back. At this time, these people were rejoicing greatly. Listening to Heavenly Saint Ye's words was correct. Yi Yuan did not speak. His brows knitted tightly. Suddenly, his figure moved, flying toward that bell. But just as his hand was about to touch the bell vanished, right before his eyes, strangely just like that. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of their ALLS popped out. Why was Yi Yuan fine? Why did the bell disappear? This imperial garden was overflowing with oddities everywhere. Yi Yuan did not move. He closed his eyes, carefully feeling the surrounding changes. Each gust of wind, every trace of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Those 50,000 people were silent, watching Yi Yuan quietly, not daring to even breathe loudly. After a long time, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Everyone's hearts tensed up, and they were even more afraid to breathe. "I think we should have fallen into a grand array." Yi Yuan uttered shocking words. "Grand array? How is this possible? We can't feel any formation Tao undulations at all." "Heavenly Saint Yi, is there a mistake? I'm a rank 9 Heavenly Formation Master too, but I didn't detect that there's a grand array in the slightest. If this is a grand array with so many of us barged inside, wouldn't we have long died out?" On a rare occasion, they questioned Yi Yuan. It was true that they could not feel the traces of a grand array at all. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "I heard that the Labyrinth Divine Palace had a formation path Grandmaster called Hegemon 7-Way. He reached great beyond realm with formation Tao, his methods being exceedingly formidable. In the Labyrinth Divine Palace battle, when he was seriously wounded, he actually sacrificed himself and refined himself into an unprecedented grand array. This grand array only had one word: heaven. He relied on heaven and exterminated 57 Hegemon realm powerhouses. Among them, there was even a great beyond realm mighty expert. Presumably, we should have gotten caught in heaven. Everyone drew a breath of cold air from listening. Exterminating 57 Hegemons with his power alone. What kind of terrifying divine ability was this? One had to know that the entire Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, only had 60 over Hegemon realms. This Hegemon 7-Way could annihilate grand bright jade, complete heaven with his power alone. This kind of strength was too terrifying. How profound was Yi Yuan's insight in Formation Dao. But he only detected something amiss in the instant that the bell appeared. Before this, he was completely clueless. This grand array was too terrifying. The entire Labyrinth Divine Palace is an enormous SPAC, and here it can be said to be a world within a world. This grand array is superimposed with the Labyrinth Divine Palace's SPAC, so we didn't notice it at all. We fell into the grand array, but this grand array is very complicated. It can be said to have already reached the extreme of Formation Dao. The SPAC team here is arranged according to Hegemon's 7 ways will, incomparably complicated. Just now they triggered the death door, so they were wiped out by the grand array. But when I went, the death door SHI plus feeded positions again, so I'm fine. That bell looks like it's placed on the GRA. But actually it's simply in another SPAC. Its function is to lure us to step into the death gate. Furthermore, this grand array is different from other grand arrays. It is alive. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Chapter 3053, Hegemons Appear. Chapter 3053, Hegemons Appear. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's hair stand on end. A living grand array left behind by a great beyond powerhouse. This heavenly Saint Yi, then what should we do? Someone panicked. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, take things one step at a time then. Everyone remember, if there are any more of such treasures, make sure not to act rashly without careful consideration. If you see anything strange, don't let your curiosity cause trouble. Everyone was fearful, nodding their heads one by one as they answered yes. Compared to treasures, it was naturally life that was more important. The party continued, moving forward. Sure enough, many treasures appeared along the way again. Some treasures could even help them step into Hegemon realm. But no one dared to move anymore. As for Yi Yuan, he ignored those treasures without exception. His thoughts were fully on this grand array. To him, no treasure was as important as this grand array. Moreover, wanting to leave this grand array, one had to understand it first. Several days later, they finally imped into other teams. It was Kong Tan and Yu Ran's party. These two teams had roughly over 3,000 people. Now, less than half were remaining. Clearly, they sustained rather heavy casualties for the sake of treasures. Seeing Yi Yuan this group of people, Kong Tan and Yu Ran's pupils could not help constricting. This group of people actually did not suffer much loss. Kong Tan said in a sour tone. Yu Ran said, how is this possible? Could it be that none of them took the treasures? Kong Tan frowned and said, I don't believe that someone can be completely unmoved when facing these treasures. When Yang Qing saw Kong Tan's expression, he laughed loudly and said, boy, you can't make the cut. It's just been a few days, and half of the people around you have died. Hey, are you all idiots? You're still following him? Kong Tan's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Yang Qing, you're courting death. Yang Qing smiled and said, come on, is your Grandpa Yang scared of you? Is the fiend race very remarkable? Kong Tan's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, Yang Qing, don't be smug. After getting out of the Labyrinth Divine Palace, I'll definitely request Ancestor to act and make a trip to Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven. Yang Qing laughed loudly and said, then you'll have to be able to get out of the Labyrinth Divine Palace first, too. Kong Tan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Going on this trip into the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he had mustered everything up, preparing to make an all-out effort, suppressing geniuses from all heavens, seizing this position of inheritance. But who knew that from the vertical heaven stairs until now, he was suppressed by people all the way. He really felt oppressed to the extreme. Suddenly, waves of terrifying auras came out of the nearby forest. The powerful light P I see, Ket until people could not open their eyes. Kong Tan revealed a look of wild elation. A precious treasure came into being, only to see a fire-red long spear hanging on the treetop. A sword was hanging on another tree. Also, the bell that Yi Yuan they all saw previously was on the ground. 3 chaos heavenly treasures, 1,000 feet away, a stalk of spirit, GRA. S was growing on the ground, emitting a shocking undulation. When Yi Yuan saw it, his pupils constricted too. Chaos grade heavenly medicine. As the name implied, this was a heavenly medicine that only Hegemon realms could take. This kind of heavenly medicine, even if it was a single stock, it was a priceless treasure too. When origin realm powerhouses consumed it, they might be able to break through the fetters in one stroke, reaching the realm of Hegemon. Apart from these, several items were even scattered in the GRA. SS. With this, even those people behind Yuan could not help but be moved too. This was intruding upon a group of treasures. Any one of these things was an existence that drove people crazy. SNATCH. Kong Tan yelled, his figure sweeping past swiftly. Beside him, the Feather Race and Fiend Race powerhouses made a move one after another too. Even if so many people died, they did not care in the slightest too. When were there no deaths when SNATC hang treasures? But on grand bright jade complete heaven this side, not a single person moved. Kong Tan and Yu Ran were extremely surprised. They were all on alert against Yi Yuan and his group. In the end, none of them moved. Pooh. Not far away from Kong Tan, more than 10 fiends instantly exploded, deader than dead. But no one hesitated. Yu Ran's movement technique was extremely fast and was actually in front of Kong Tan. In a blink of an eye, she was going to touch that red long spear. The undulation emitting from this long spear was extremely strong. It already faintly reached the power of a middle-grade, chaos heavenly treasure. Clearly, this was the most important one out of these treasures. Kong Tan's pupils constricted, and he cried angrily, "Yu Ran, you dare!" Yu Ran laughed charmingly and said, treasures of heaven and earth are obtained by those who are fated. Why would I not dare?" No one could remain composed in front of benefits. Yu Ran, this kind of peerless fairy maiden, was the same too. But right at this time, a large group of people dashed out of the dense woods again. It was shockingly the likes of and Jining and Qin Baichuan. Precious treasures coming into being. All parties gathered together once again. It looked like Yu Ran was about to score the long spear. In the fiend race, a fiend figure suddenly erupted, shouting coldly, "Stinking the scarlet flame heaven-howling spear isn't what you can encroach upon." This sudden change made everyone dumbstruck with shock. Hegemon realm. A Hegemon realm actually appeared among the fiends. Humph! Kong Hai, with your paltry skills, you also want to get the scarlet flame heaven-howling spear? Before his voice faded, a powerful aura also erupted from the Feather Race. Another Hegemon realm. What a joke! Such a precious treasure. When is it your turn? Ha, Kong Hai, Yuxian, just the likes of you probably can't get the scarlet flame heaven-howling spear. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you all right now. On humanity's side, the auras of 5 Hegemon realms erupted at the same time. 5 people appeared all at once. and Jining, Qin Baichuan, and the rest were all stunned. They were completely kept in the dark previously. 7 Hegemon realms appeared in an instant. How could they not be surprised? Originally thought that this was a battle of inheritance. Who knew that there would be Hegemon realms involved? Did Hegemon realms still need Hegemon heavenless inheritance? 7 great Hegemons instantly gathered together from 7 different directions. But very soon, the 7 people's expressions suddenly changed. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 7 explosions echoed out. The 7 great hegemons were directly blasted away, flying out. Clearly, they had triggered the array formation again, just now. However, hegemon realms were hegemon realms. They were clearly not so easy to be killed. The 7 people got up from the ground. Expressions all very unfriendly. Marshal Aunt Yun Xiang, why are you here? W.A.N. Jiningen said in pleasant surprise. With a hegemon realm around, she suddenly felt a lot more confident. Among humanity's 3 great hegemons, there was one that was the Purple Extreme Heaven Pavilion's female hegemon, Hegemon Yun Xiang. Hegemon Yun Xiang had a dark look as she said, "Do you really think that Heavenless, that old ghost, will give you guys the inheritance? You brats are too naive." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. W.A.N. Jiningen said in surprise, "Marshal Aunt Yun Xiang, what do you mean?" Hegemon Yun Xiang said, "Old Man Heavenless methods are exceedingly formidable. Back then, when all the heavens joined forces, it did not even kill him completely. This kind of wildly ambitious person. Do you think that he'll give you all the inheritance? This labyrinth divine palace is merely a scheme. That's all." W.A.N. Jiningen said in surprise, "Then why did ancestors still let us come?" Yun Xiang said, "The labyrinth divine palace has once gathered treasures from all heavens. This is a huge lucky chance." Chapter 3054, Willing to Die. Chapter 3054, Willing to Die. Yun Xiang, stop talking rubbish. H. Plus better think of how to get the treasures. Next to her, an old man roared. This old man was Melody Nether Heavenly Sex Hegemon Realm, Zhang Hexin. These hidden hegemon realms all did not make a move previously. Actually, they were fearful of Heavenless. But these treasures in front of them were seriously too tempting. They still could not resist revealing their ident. One ties. Yun Xiang's gaze flickered, and she said, "The few of us change positions and try again." The other few people had solemn faces, nodding one after another. Clearly, they approved of this plan. The 7 great hegemons each adjusted their position. Zhang Hexin said in a solemn voice, "Go!" 7 figures flashed indeterminately, akin to wandering dragons, incomparably breathtaking. However, they did not look cool for longer than 3 seconds. It was only to hear the sound of explosions again. Those 7 people were blasted, flying out once more. Being bombarded twice, the 7 people all sustained considerable internal injuries. In front of so many junior disciples, these big shots felt a loss of face. However, with treasures in front, the hegemons were naturally not willing to give up easily. After resting, they attempted it 5 to 6 times in a row, but each time it ended badly. Heavenless, this old man is really toying with us, like monkeys. So many treasures we can look but can't eat. Zhang Hexin said exasperatedly. Kong Hai said with a cold smile, "Moron, weren't you very smug just now?" Zhang Hexin immediately retorted, "Your father suffered a loss. Can it be that you can get it?" The group of hegemons seemed like eggplants. Tea by frost, wrinkled and mushy. The imposing momentum from before was all gone, making people find it funny. Far away, Yi Yuan had been paying attention to these hegemon realms all along, revealing an expression of deep thought. Over so many years, he had been studying this heaven formation. He discovered that this grand array was truly incomparably miraculous. Those hegemon realms did not even know that they had gotten caught in the grand array, but felt that Heavenless was creating difficulties to stop them and toy with them. No wonder it could kill dozens of hegemon realm powerhouses back then. Actually, Yi Yuan himself also could not tell what flaws this heaven formation had. Situated inside it, everything was perfectly natural. If not for Mi Tian having told him before about some stories of the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he himself could not have seen through it all too. But now, After the continuous probing of those hegemon realms, Yi Yuan finally saw through some clues. This grand array was like the highest quality of art without the slightest flaw. It was like an incomparably precise machine, operating according to its own rules. It could randomly change positions and produce attacks based on the hegemon's attacks. But very clearly, the current heaven formation did not activate killing formation mode. Otherwise, none of them could think about escaping. Yi Yuan believed that this had something to do with Heavenless. Heavenless did not kill people and also showed these treasures. What on earth was it for? His goal was really hard to guess. "Kid, come over." Yi Yuan, who was currently contemplating, was interrupted. Yi Yuan was stupefied, not knowing why Zhang Hexin suddenly became interested in him. Meanwhile, the other hegemons had gloating looks. Zhang Hexin was currently frustrated with nowhere to vent. He naturally had to find an outlet to vent out. Yi Yuan was the best candidate. As humanity's three supreme heavens, these hegemon realms were naturally unwilling to see grand, bright jade, complete heaven rise up. However, regardless of whether it was Yang Qing or Yi Yuan, their potential was tremendous. On this trip, Yi Yuan even brought out hundreds of origin powerhouses. These 50,000 people in front of him all had huge potential. Without a doubt, Zhang Hexin was apprehensive. Of course, it was not just him. Humanity's 5 hegemons were all apprehensive. Yi Yuan got up, and the faces of Yang Qing and the rest changed, hurriedly stopping him. "You can't go over. I'll go." Yang Qing said in a deep voice, "Don't need to be so sentimental. You come too." Zhang Hexin directly said. With this, everyone was no longer calm. "I'll go. I'll go too." Zhang Hexin clearly wanted to harm Yi Yuan. So, how could they possibly watch Yi Yuan deliver himself to death without any emotion? Even if he wanted to die, it was not Heavenly Saint Ye's turn too. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No rush. See what he has to say first." Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, 2 people, came before Zhang Hexin. The latter snickered and said, "Kid, along the way, you were very capable." Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's not that I'm capable. It's that you all are too weak." Humanity's 3 supreme heavens sound very domineering. But weren't you still suppressed by the fiend race and feather race, these major races? If not for Yang Qing, humanity's face would have long been utterly lost by you all. The other party was obviously looking for trouble. Yi Yuan naturally would not be polite. As for W.A. and Ji Ningyan, Lu Haoren, and the rest, their faces turned bright red. These words slapped the face resoundingly. But they could not deny it because this was an undeniable fact. Actually, Yi Yuan already faintly guessed what Zhang Hexin wanted him to do. It was nothing more than seeing that grand, bright jade, complete heaven had a lot of people. To let these people be cannon fodders and search for the restrictions flaws. Courting death. Sure enough, Zhang Hexin's face turned black, the overwhelming aura of a hegemon realm suddenly erupted. A palm smashed down toward Yi Yuan. Everyone's expressions changed wildly, crying out in alarm. Feng Qingxuan's pretty face turned deathly pale, pouncing over madly, wanting to block this palm on Yi Yuan's behalf. But very clearly she was too slow. However, Yi Yuan's expression did not change, and his heart did not race. He just stood where he was, unmoving like a mountain. What courage! Even if it was one of the human hegemons, he could not help but praise too. Boom! A gust of palm wind howled past. Yi Yuan felt like his 4 limbs were going to fall apart. The palm of a hegemon realm was too strong. However, this palm forcefully stopped an inch in front of him. Seeing that Yi Yuan was not frightened, Zhang Hexin was somewhat disappointed. Humph! Killing you like this is letting you off too cheaply. Boy, give you a chance. Go and blaze a trail yourself, or make those people find a path. As long as you can get the treasures, this seat can spare your life. Zhang Hexin said with a strange laugh. Zhang Hexin, if you dare touch a hair of Yi Yuan's, it's sowing an irreconcilable enmity with my void shrine illuminating heaven. Feng Qingxian shouted fiercely. Zhang Hexin chuckled and said, Fire Phoenix Laes, are you scaring the seat? Your void shrine illuminating heaven is strong, but my humanity's 3 heavens aren't weak either. If we really fight, it's hard to say who'll win. At present, your void shrine illuminating heaven has suffered heavy casualties. My humanity's 3 heavens really aren't scared. Feng Qingshuan's expression changed, suddenly feeling powerless. Hegemon realms were not so easy to scare. They all had very powerful factions behind them. Heavenly Saint Yi, I'll go. I'm willing to go too. I won't hesitate to lay down my life for Heavenly Saint Yi. Grand, bright jade, complete heaven's powerhouses actually all came forward on their own accord, requesting to scout a path. Zhang Hexin could not help being stunned when he saw the situation. He did not expect that this boy actually had such great rallying power. With this move, he wanted to drive a wedge between Yi Yuan and those people. He felt that Yi Yuan would not go and scout a path himself and would only let those people go and die. This way, the others would definitely bear a grudge against Yi Yuan. But he did not expect that these people were actually willing to go and die for Yi Yuan. Previously, when these people protected Yi Yuan, it was not to the extent of a life and death parting. Furthermore, they needed help from Yi Yuan. Zhang Hexin felt that this kind of relations, HI plus P based on benefits, was the most fragile. He had used this move many times in his life. It proved to be effective every time, but this time he failed. Chapter 3055, Storming Formation. Chapter 3055, Storming Formation. I'll go back. I'll go by myself, Yi Yuan said to everyone calmly. No way. Heavenly Saint Yi is our grand, bright jade, complete heaven's hope. How can you risk your life? My wretched life is not worth mentioning. If I die, I die. Heavenly Saint Yi, let me go. Yi Yuan wanted to go himself, but everyone did not let him. Those hegemon realms were all dumbfounded. Only in life and death could one see human nature clearly. These people's words were clearly not fake. They would never have thought that Yi Yuan actually had such great prestige among these people. One had to know, even if you were a genius making me go and die for you, this would be impossible too. At least no one here could do it. But these 50,000 over people were actually scrambling over each other to go and die for Yi Yuan. They could not help being visibly moved. All shut up for me, Yi Yuan said in a deep voice. Everyone immediately shut up. Only then did he slowly say, Who told you that I'm going to send myself to die? Everyone immediately calmed down, looks of wild ecstasy showing on their faces. Could it be that this great beyond grand array was actually cracked by Yi Yuan? Then that would be amazing. But when the hegemons heard that, they laughed heartily. Clearly, they all thought otherwise. Something that even these hegemon realms, could not do. Could a measly little Emperor Vast Heaven do it? No matter how amazing you were also just Emperor Vast Heaven. Yi Yuan did not get started right away, but he looked toward Zhang Hexin instead and said coolly, I can help you all take the treasures out, but there are 2 things that I want. The moment Zhang Hexin heard those words, he smiled. I didn't hear wrongly, right? You're bargaining with me? Do you really think that you can make it out alive? Yun Xiang smiled and said, Boy, even us hegemon realms are at a loss on what to do about this restriction. Just the likes of you can make it out alive? Yi Yuan just smiled and turned around and left. Saying any more was pointless. He walked straight towards the forest where the treasures were. Kong Tan could not help laughing as he said, This boy has always liked to posture a lot, but this time he has reached the end of posturing. Kong Hai said disapprovingly, A youngster that doesn't know how to be restrained. It serves him right to die too. Yu Ran smiled and said, He also didn't expect that there would be so many hegemon realms appearing. However, watching such an alchemy master disappear, I'm quite excited. Amidst the mocking, Yi Yuan walked toward the restriction. Well, the restriction was just what Zhang Hexin they all thought. Actually, this place was just one part of the heaven formation. Completely comprehending heaven formation was naturally impossible. But fortunately, with the help of Zhang Hexin and the rest, it already let him have a preliminary understanding of things. In reality, along the way, he had been observing the patterns of these treasures appearing and disappearing the whole time. As long as it was an array formation, no matter how seamless and flawless the array formation, it operated according to some rules too. Just like this world, it was also operating with various origins and power of rules. When he got close to the restriction, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped and started musing. When Zhang Hexin saw the situation, he could not resist laughing as he said, "Ha ha ha, this boy also is scared of death after all." Another hegemon mocked, "A person who isn't scared to die. However, isn't it a little late to only wake up at this time? This boy is very C. Kentucky looking at him P.I.S. sing his pants in fear is very interesting." Yi Yuan was naturally not scared until he peed in fear. He was just observing. A blade of GRA. A tree, a flower, a leaf. Even a speck of dust, a wisp of spiritual energy, it was all in this heaven formation. A grand array that even hegemon realms could not see through. It could be imagined how terrifying it was. Seeing Yi Yuan not moving from start to end, Zhang Hexin clearly somewhat lost his patience and said in a cold voice, "If you're still not going in, I'll make others go in." Yi Yuan still did not move, turning a deaf ear to Zhang Hexin's words. Zhang Hexin gave a cold snort and said, cravenly clinging to life and afraid of death, "Boy, since he doesn't dare, it's your turn." This was said to Yang Qing. Yang Qing glanced at him and said crossly, "Idiot! What the H.E.L.I. do you know? He's cracking the formation, cravenly clinging to life and afraid of death. That guy's dictionary doesn't have these words. Idiot." Saying idiot twice in a row, it could be seen how much Yang Qing looked down on Zhang Hexin. Zhang Hexin was furious and was about to make a move against Yang Qing. Right at this time, Yi Yuan moved. It was only to see his body turned, taking 5 steps to the east. Then he took a step forward and stepped into the range of the restriction. A hint of a smile already flashed across the corners of Zhang Hexin's mouth. He was waiting for the restriction to activate and smash Yi Yuan to powder. But very soon he could not smile anymore. The restriction had no activities. With this, the whole place was in an uproar. This is impossible. Why didn't the restriction react? Are you kidding me? A restriction that even hegemon realms couldn't crack, he and Emperor Vast Heaven can crack it? Must have hit the jackpot, right? It must be good luck. Coming all this way, the various factions suffered heavy losses. However, there were also lucky ones that could obtain 1 or 2 less powerful treasures. But those were done by piling on lives. They discovered that the more powerful the treasure, the more formidable the restriction. But Yi Yuan's luck was also too good, right? Everyone chalked this step from Yi Yuan up to luck. Yi Yuan could not hear the outside world's exclamations at all. He was already fully immersed in his own world. Or, should one say, inside the heaven formation. He did not immediately take the next step and stood still again. He was analyzing the restriction. This time, Zhang Hexin did not rush him anymore. The 7 great hegemons all did not urge, because Yi Yuan really made the first step. Compared to fineness, plussing Yi Yuan off, they naturally hoped to get the treasures inside the restriction even more. The treasures inside were too moving. Otherwise, they would not have easily shown themselves to. Of course, after acquiring the treasures, then fineness, plussing Yi Yuan off, that would be perfect. Zhang Hexin planned like this in his heart. An hour later, Yi Yuan took the second step. Then he disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Where did he go? This guy wouldn't have run away, right? Zhang Hexin said with a frown. But Hegemin Yunxiang's eyes lit up, and she shook her head and said, No, this restriction is connected to S.P.A.C. team. He was sent into another S.P.A.C. Interesting, this boy actually really figured out the way. The Hegemins trembled all over, looking at Hegemin Yunxiang with incomparable shock. Hegemin Yunxiang was the authority on this. This was because she had another ident. 1. Tai. She was a Hegemin level Heavenly Formation Master. This was also why the offensive acts previously were all directed by her. But very clearly she failed. Yunxiang, you aren't joking, right? An Emperor Vast Heaven, brat, actually cracked the restriction that Old Man Heavenless laid down? Another human Hegemin said in shock. Hegemin Yunxiang shook his head and said, How can it be that easy? He just took 2 steps. The further in, the more difficult it gets. However, being inspired by him, this seat seems to have also seen through something. Zhang Hexin said with a look of surprise, Doesn't that mean that this boy is more formidable than you? Hegemin Yunxiang's face turned black, a surge of killing intent rising. Zhang Hexin's expression changed, Wisconsin H.I., plussing to give himself 2 tight slaps, really rubbing people's noses in it. Chapter 3056, Negotiation. Chapter 3056, Negotiation. Out. Coming out. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. After a time interval of 1 day, Yi Yuan's figure directly stepped out of the void and returned to everyone's line of sight again. This time, Yi Yuan was much closer to those treasures. This guy actually really didn't die. Why? A restriction that even Hegemin realms can't do anything about. Why can he? Unparalleled in alchemy Dao Cruz. H.I. plussing his peers. And now his formation Dao can actually crush Hegemin realms? The compet 1 tie-in among peers was indeed shocking, but it was far from the shock of the present. After all, Hegemin realm powerhouses were paramount existences. Many people knew that Hegemin Yunxiang was a Hegemin level Heavenly Formation Master. Did that mean that Yi Yuan, this grade 8 Heavenly Formation Master, already crushed Hegemin Yunxiang? Yunxiang felt somewhat at a loss of face. Actually, she was conflicted. Regarding treasures, she naturally coveted it. But if Yi Yuan could really take treasures, her face would be lost. MN, killing him might be the best option. But she said one thing right. It became harder and harder toward the back. The time that Yi Yuan stopped over for each step also got longer and longer. But at this time, no one rushed him anymore. Everyone was being patient, waiting for him to take the next step. This step, Yi Yuan spent an entire day. Then it was a day and a half, 2 days, 3 days. 7 days later, Yi Yuan disappeared again. Half a month later, when Yi Yuan appeared in front of everyone again, he was already standing in front of a treasure. Everyone's breathing became nervous. This was a grade 5 Grand Miss treasure, an entirely black long saber. Yi Yuan leaned over to pick it up. No abnormality happened at all. Hiss! He really did it. He actually really did it. Zhang Hexin exclaimed. They were thrashed by this restriction many times and thought that Old Man Heavenless was playing them. In the end, no. It was just that they were incompetent. Really inconceivable. This boy actually got the treasure from under Old Man Heavenless' hands. Kong Hai said in shock, This boy is truly remarkable. Given enough time, he'll absolutely be a terrifying existence. He might be able to reach Old Man Heavenless that height. Hegemin Yuxian said with a light smile. When they heard that, the expressions of humanity's hegemins all changed. This was clearly said for them to hear. Another Heavenless appearing. This was not some good thing. Although they knew that Yuxian had the intention of provoking them, the apprehension in their hearts grew thicker. Humanity's 3 supreme heavens did not want to be ruled by a low-level plane. Ha, Sister Yuxian, Rather than sowing discord here, it's better to discuss how to distribute the treasures, Zhang Hexin said with a cold smile. Yu Xian smiled slightly and said, that feather coat should have been left behind by my feather clan senior. It's not overboard that we ask for it, right? Kong Hai said, this seat is getting the Scarlet Flame Heaven Howling Spear. Zhang Hexin sneered and said, Kong Tan, you haven't seemed to have figured out the situation yet. You can forget about the Scarlet Flame Heaven Howling Spear. Kong Hai was indifferent and said with a chuckle, you guys wouldn't really think that the fiend race only has the seat alone who came, right? My fiend race hegemons has always acted independently. But do you really think that they will look on with folded arms? Zhang Hexin's face fell, and he said, then are you sure that just 5 of us from the human race came? Enough C-R-A-P, the Scarlet Flame Heaven Howling Spear. There's no share for you. Several mighty hegemons started negotiations and were already dividing up the treasures. It was as if these treasures were already in their hands. To tell the truth, no matter how monstrous Yuan was, they did not take him seriously too. Martial strength was the final right to speak. The others were merely unorthodox paths. 3 months later, Yi Yuan retrieved all of the treasures. All the hegemon realms had looks of excitement. In this restriction, there were 3 chaos heavenly treasures, 7 grandmas treasures, and also a chaos heavenly medicine, especially the Scarlet Flame Heaven Howling Spear. It was even of the highest grade among chaos heavenly treasures. Even to hegemon realm powerhouses, this was also a significant wealth. Swaz, H, plus Swaz, H, plus Swaz, H, plus Yi Yuan walked out of the restriction and was immediately surrounded by the 7 great hegemons. He could not run even if he wanted to. Zhang Hexin reached his hand out and said in a cold voice, hand it over! Initially, he only found Yi Yuan displeasing and wanted to toy him to death. But who knew that this kid actually really did it? Got to say, in addition to the shock, it was also an unexpected surprise. He naturally did not know that he had actually contributed his strength in it too. Yi Yuan was naturally reluctant to submit. He said coolly, now, do we have the capital to negotiate? Zhang Hexin laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, you, a measly little emperor vast heaven, wants to negotiate with us these hegemon realms? Don't you find this joke very hilarious? Ha ha ha, everyone started laughing. Yi Yuan's current performance was indeed very ridiculous when it landed in everyone's eyes. Undefeated in pale refinement, undefeated in formation Dao, but you were not a hegemon in the end. Kid, if I give you a few thousand years, you might have the qualifications to challenge the few of us. But right now, you'd better put away your pride, Hegemon Yun Xiang said with a snicker. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Yun Xiang's face, and he said coolly, the ones who haven't figured out the situation are you guys. You're a hegemon level heavenly formation master, right? I really feel ashamed for you. You are already at this realm, but you don't even know where you are. Yun Xiang's 2 eyes narrowed, and she said, boy, are you scaring us? Scare you all? Her, you guys called this as a restriction just now. Yi Yuan pointed at that dense forest and said, Yun Xiang's brows furrowed slightly and said, if it isn't a restriction, what is it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, since you're hegemon realm, then you should know what the number 1 grand array in all the heavens is, right? Yun Xiang could not help laughing as she said, are you testing this seat? The number 1 grand array in all the heavens is naturally the labyrinth divine palace's heaven formation. You aren't telling this seat that we're in the heaven formation now, right? Otherwise, what do you think? Yi Yuan said, haha, boy, after solving a restriction, do you really think that you can display your sleight skill in front of the seat? Heaven formation is the number 1 killing formation since ancient times, its power boundless. Forget about you. Even we all, these hegemon realms, will face certain death if we enter too. With just the likes of you, you don't even have the qualifications to enter heaven formation. Yun Xiang said disapprovingly, Honestly speaking, when they heard Yi Yuan say heaven formation, the hearts of all the hegemons tensed up too. After all, the hegemons who fell inside heaven formation were too many. But hearing Yun Xiang say so, their hearts eased up again. Punk, this seat will say it one last time. Hand over the treasures. Zhang Hexin said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and suddenly took a step, courting death. Zhang Hexin's expression turned cold and suddenly threw a punch over. Against the punch of a hegemon realm, an emperor of vast heaven would definitely die without a doubt. The expressions of Yang Qing and the rest changed wildly, but it was too late. Boom! This punch slammed into the air. Yi Yuan's figure actually disappeared. Yun Xiang's pupils constricted, and she cried out in alarm. How is this possible? This is already out of the restriction territory. How did he do it? Chapter 3057. That's how confident. Chapter 3057. That's how confident. Next to a pile of strange stones, Yi Yuan's figure appeared. While everyone had a look of shock, looking at this scene in disbelief. Could it be that what Yi Yuan said was real? They had actually all fallen into the terrifying heaven formation and were not aware. Want to kill you all or not? It's merely a matter of a single thought from me. If I want to kill, you all would be long dead. If I don't want to kill, it's naturally because I don't want to kill you guys yet. Yuan looked at Zhang Hexin and the rest as he said coolly. Shock was written all over Zhang Hexin's face. The six of their eyes all turned to Yun Xiang. Yun Xiang, what's going on here? This might very likely be the heaven formation. Among the 7 people, the most shocked was naturally Yun Xiang. Zhang Hexin's face fell, and he said, What's called likely? Could it be that you, a hegemon realm, is actually inferior to him, an emperor of vast heaven? Yun Xiang's face turned black, and she said in a solemn voice, Likely means not certain. Are you stupid? Zhang Hexin also realized that he had somewhat lost composure, which hegemon realm did not want face. His words put Yun Xiang on the spot. Cough, cough, younger sister Yun Xiang, don't get agitated. Brother Zhang is also somewhat anxious. That's why his words were not appropriate. At this time, another hegemon realm came forward to be a mediator. Yun Xiang snorted coldly. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. A grand array that even this seat can't detect, apart from heaven formation. I can't think of a second one. Brat, could it be that you've already grasped heaven formation? Yun Xiang looked at Yi Yuan and said with an unfriendly expression. In reality, Yun Xiang was extremely shocked in her heart. Not only did Yi Yuan see through it, he even acquired the treasures. While she, this hegemon-level heavenly formation master, actually did not even detect a trace. What a complete loss of face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, How profound is heaven formation? How can it be grasped so easily? I just saw everyone challenging the formation and felt some changes, and then I had some comprehension. That's all. So, do I have the qualifications to negotiate the terms with you all now? The 7 hegemons had black faces, all falling silent. Clearly, it was considered to be tacitly approving, but it was too hard for these words to come out of these hegemon realms' mouths. Yi Yuan said, Among these treasures I want 3 things: scarlet flame heaven-howling spear, Huan dragon root, and this myriad magnetism mountain. Huan dragon root was that chaos heavenly medicine. Yi Yuan naturally had no use for this, but to Cloudmount this thing was a priceless treasure. His fading life force could only be restored using chaos heavenly medicines. But chaos heavenly medicines were extremely rare when looking across the 33 heavens too. Yi Yuan did not expect to see it here. However, Cloudmount's injuries were extremely serious. A Huan dragon root was far from enough. As for whether or not he could find others, he could only try his luck. The moment the words came out of his mouth, Zhang Hexin exploded. Among these treasures, the most precious were the scarlet flame, heaven-howling spear, and Huan dragon root. Yi Yuan actually wanted them in one breath. Then would these hegemons, become a joke? Haha, boy, you really dare to open your mouth. Do you think that we'll agree? Zhang Hexin laughed from extreme rage. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, I heard that back then the fire spirit race's progenitor, Flame Bright, had a great battle with Ancestor Sevenway. In the end, he brought numerous hegemons and inflicted heavy wounds on Ancestor Sevenway. Ancestor Sevenway knew that it was impossible to escape his doom, so he derived the heaven formation with his essence, energy, and spirit, cutting down the fire spirit race's progenitor inside this formation. The fire spirit race also never recovered from this setback because of this. Progenitor Flamebright Sunchasur should still remain inside this formation, right? The moment these words came out, the faces of the 7 great hegemons changed. Progenitor Flamebright was once a greatly renowned great beyond powerhouse. His lifeblood treasure Sunchasur had a great reputation in all the heavens. Sunchasur was a superior grade chaos heavenly treasure. These treasures were utterly worthless in front of Sunchasur. Therefore, hearing that Sunchasur might have remained inside the heaven formation, the 7 great hegemons were no longer calm. Boy, what do you mean? Zhang Hexin asked in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, What I mean is dozens of hegemons died here. The treasures are too many to enumerate. There's still many treasures later at the back. Rather than getting entangled here, it's better to have a longer-term perspective. We cooperate to retrieve treasures. Zhang Hexin said disdainfully, A mere emperor vast heaven. What right do you have to cooperate with us? Yi Yuan said, Based on that I can understand heaven formation. Zhang Hexin could not resist looking over at Yun Xiang. The latter sneered and said, Boy, you're too self-confident. Since this seat knows that I've fallen into this formation, won't I know to comprehend it myself? You wouldn't think that I, this hegemon-level heavenly formation master, is someone who only knows how to eat and do nothing, right? Yi Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, Sure, I'll teach you everything that I learned. When we encounter treasures later, let's have a fair compet. 1. Tie-in, and see who comprehends first. If I can't match up to you, not only will I not take a single treasure, but I'll also hand these 3 treasures over with both hands. What do you all think? Is this for real? The 7 great hegemons virtually said in unison. This boy was too arrogant. Yi Yuan nodded and said, If I really lose, it won't be my turn to speak anymore, isn't it? The 7 great hegemons exchanged glances, all deeply feeling the same too. As long as Yun Xiang grasped the heaven formation, what did it still have to do with Yi Yuan? What shocked them was that Yi Yuan was actually willing to share what he learned with Yun Xiang. This boy was also too self-confident, right? Being able to become a hegemon-level heavenly formation master. How could Yun Xiang's comprehension ability be ordinary? Did this boy really think that he could crush a hegemon? Yi Yuan naturally did not want to do so, but he needed to borrow these people's strength to go and salt the heaven formation. Otherwise, it would be very hard for him to understand heaven formation on his own too. In the end, both sides reached an agreement. Everyone present was shocked. This boy is really drunk with confidence. He actually doesn't even place hegemon realms in his eyes. This is handing his life over to other people's hands. This boy really has a unique train of thought. Emperor Vast Heaven challenging a hegemon. There's a show to watch. Amidst everyone's shock, Yi Yuan started imparting Yun Xiang what he learned. Of course, what Yi Yuan comprehended was just some smattering of the heaven formation. If you compared the heaven formation to a SKWSC, then what Yi Yuan comprehended was at most a small kitchen inside the large building. It was insignificant in front of this tower. When Yun Xiang listened, the fascinating expression on her face was unceasing. What Yi Yuan comprehended opened a new door for her and let her know that a turned-out formation, Tao, could still be like this. But even so, Yun Xiang was still somewhat laboring to comprehend these. Only after spending several months' time did she barely manage to understand it. Actually, she still had many areas in which she only had half-baked knowledge. But due to status, she did not ask Yi Yuan in detail. Too humiliating. She, a hegemon realm, would not admit to being inferior to an emperor vast heaven. Yun Xiang believed that as long as she studied carefully later, she would be able to digest the content very quickly. For months later, everyone set off again. Getting 3 treasures, Yi Yuan was also fully satisfied and content. The Scarlet Flame, heaven-howling spear was prepared for Yangqing. After he acquired this spear, it was even more like a tiger gaining wings. And the Myriad Magnetism Mountain was part of the Myriad Realms Mountain. Chapter 3058, Coming Out on Top. Chapter 3058, Coming Out on Top. Sure enough, hegemon chaos died here. Then can I find other Myriad Realms mountains in this place? Yi Yuan pondered. Yi Yuan was still quite interested in the Myriad Realms mountain. This chaos heavenly treasure was made by hegemon chaos by exhausting all his effort. Each one was a 1 in a million treasure. 7 combining into one, the power was boundless. Furthermore, this treasure was undoubtedly the most suited for him. Since hegemon chaos cultivation method was wrong, then this treasure's refinement method was naturally wrong too. Yi Yuan wondered if he could refine it with the eternal river's chaos. Could the power be stronger? The 2 Myriad Realms mountains that he obtained previously, Yi Yuan had already refined them anew in the Eternal River. The power of those 2 Myriad Realms mountains, after combining together, had already reached the level of a grade 3 Grand Mist treasure. With this 3rd one, there was no problem stepping into grade 4 at all. Before long, everyone discovered that 7 to 8 treasures appeared in a pile of quarry stones again. Is that Azure Spirit Chaos Element Sword? And also Cloud Whisper. This is the lifeblood treasure of hegemon Yu Yang back then, with immensely formidable power. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Just the middle grade, chaos heavenly treasures. There are 2 of them. Yun Xiang, it's up to you. The hegemon realms were extremely excited. Although the treasures here were not as many as before, the quality was a level higher. Which of these people could remain calm when they saw it? Yun Xiang said confidently, relax. This seat has been studying formation, Tao, all my life. The array formations that I've seen before are more than the rice that this brat has eaten. Can I still lose to him? Yi Yuan smiled and said, don't boast too much. Be careful that you get face-slapped in a while. Yun Xiang said disdainfully, with the likes of you? Boy, you'd better think about how you should deal with yourself after this seat comprehends heaven. Yi Yuan smiled and declined to comment. Yun Xiang said, the few of you old fellows work harder for this seat too. Otherwise, body can think about walking out of this grand array. Begin. Zhang Hexin, 6 great hegemons took their positions. Under Yun Xiang's word of command, the 6 people dashed out like lightning, pouncing straight for those treasures. Boom, boom, boom. An explosion sound came over again. The 6 people were blasted until they fell flat on their backs, looking extremely wretched. Putting it bluntly, they were just looking for abuse. To say that the power of this grand array section was great, it was not. But to say that it was small, it was not small either. The few people were blasted until they had why noses and swollen faces and broken hands and hands. It was unavoidable. They were bound to make an exhibition of themselves. Why did they not let others go? Not reaching hegemon realm, going would be to seek death. Without being able to even touch the array formation, there would be no value at all. Hence, they could only greatly inconvenience these few old fellows. King H-E-L-L. Your father has lived to this ripe old age. It's still the first time that I'm being toyed by someone. Yun Xiang, if you lose to that boy, this seat will find trouble with you. A human hegemon roared angrily. I know that there are definitely still old fellows who hid themselves. If you guys have the ability, don't ever show your faces. Humph. The 6 great hegemons were very depressed too, but it could not be helped as well. Who asked them to jump out first? Each hegemon had their own means. If they used their respective means to hide among tens of thousands of people, there would really be no way of discovering. But it was certain that there were definitely still quite a few hidden old fellows. Yunxiang and Yi Yuan both stared at the grand array without plusing their gazes, feeling every movement and action of the grand array. The grand array was an organic ent. One tie. But without a doubt, the buried treasure places were the only explicit sageway of the grand array. Want to understand the heaven formation? One could only start from here. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan and Yunxiang held a piece of rock in their hands and started drawing a formation diagram on the ground, and fell into deep thought. Clearly, this subformation was even harder and more complicated than the one before, because previously, Yi Yuan did not draw a formation diagram. When everyone saw the situation, they crowded over one after another. You all look, Hegemon Yunxiang and Yi Yuan both drew 9 symbols. Each of these 9 symbols represents an array element. Could it be that heaven formation that's known as the number 1 killing formation in the world actually only has 9 array elements? This is also too inconceivable. Origin powerhouses who understood array formations started explaining the significance of these symbols to the others. When many people heard, they all exclaimed with admiration. There were many array formation schools of thought. There were naturally many kinds of array elements too. There were 9 by 9, 81 types of the most basic array elements, and some high-level array elements were derived from these 81 types of array elements. Complicated and elaborate, extremely hard to grasp. The more complicated the array elements used and the more massive they were, naturally the stronger the power of the grand array. But no one could have thought that this most terrifying grand array in the legends was actually so simple. Why did Yi Yuan stop? Hegemon Yunxiang's pen is still moving like flying. Looks like she's actually leading Yi Yuan. Like I said, how can a mere emperor vast heaven possibly be stronger than Hegemon realm? Yi Yuan, this boy, has shot himself in the foot this time. Suddenly, Yunxiang stopped too and said to the 6 great hegemons, "You all go and storm again." The 6 people's faces turned black at the same time, almost spewing out a mouthful of old blood. This process was not that fun. However, seeing that Yunxiang seemed to have the advantage, they could only clench their teeth and storm the formation once more. The result was self-evident. The 6 great hegemons returned with why noses and swollen faces again. I'll have to trouble seniors to go and rush it again. Who knew that when they just came back? Yi Yuan added on and instructed them. Zhang Hexin said in a great rage, "Boy, are you messing with the few of us? Didn't you see the attempt just now?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I saw it, but there are still some areas that I don't understand. Therefore, I'll have to trouble everyone." "Your father isn't going any more," Zhang Hexin said in a great rage. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said nonchalantly, "That works too? But if Hegemon Yunxiang fails, don't look for me. At most, let's die together here, with you 7 great hegemons. Oh, wait, I estimate that there are at least 20 hegemons here, maybe even more. With so many people being buried in death with me, I think that it isn't considered a loss to me too." Zhang Hexin's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Consider yourself ruthless. Let's go." Right now, there were clearly only Yi Yuan and Hegemon Yunxiang, 2 people who had the ability to crack the formation. If they really offended this boy badly, and if Yunxiang really failed, they would really have to die here. The 6 great hegemons attacked the array formation again according to the position that Yi Yuan pointed at. Ugh, very miserable. Just like that, Yunxiang and Yi Yuan, 2 people, used the 6 great hegemons as hard laborers. ordering them around over and over again. However, the 6 great hegemon's strengths were evident. With them taking action, it indeed saved a lot of effort. 3 months later, Yun Xiang suddenly put down the rock in her hand and got up and walked toward the Grand Array. Everyone's mind trembled. It's here. It's here. Sure enough, it's still a hegemon-level heavenly formation master who's more powerful. Hegemon Yun Xiang cracked the formation first. Yi Yuan, this boy will suffer. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you no longer have utility value. This time, I'll see if you still don't die. Kong Tan said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan ignored him and was still writing and drawing. However, no one paid attention to him anymore. Everyone's gazes were focused on hegemon Yun Xiang. Chapter 3059. Failing with every attempt. Chapter 3059. Failing with every attempt. Yun Xiang was very confident, arriving before the Grand Array, and took a step in. The Grand Array did not have the slightest activity. Following that, she took a second step. There was still nothing happening. Third step, fourth step. Yun Xiang stormed the formation naturally and smoothly, without the slightest sluggishness. Compared to when Yi Yuan challenged the formation the previous time, it could simply be said to be unstoppable momentum. When Zhang Hexin and the rest saw the situation, they were all overjoyed. These few months of hards, H, I, plus P finally exchanged for the hope of victory. Impressive. Impressive. It's still a hegemon-level heavenly formation master in the end. Her strength is indeed not for show. Hegemon Yun Xiang only did not detect it previously. Once she realized that we're situated inside the heaven formation, this place indeed can't stop her. Yi Yuan, that boy is going to be in misery. But Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to the outside world shock. He was still writing and drawing, thinking about something. Uft! A gust of palm wind attacked. The thing that Yi Yuan was drawing was directly erased. Yi Yuan's thoughts were naturally interrupted too. He frowned and looked at the arrival. Who could it be if not Zhang Hexin? Zhang Hexin had a cold smile on his face, and he said, "Boy, I've tolerated you for a long time. Now, you're still putting on an appearance? You've already lost. Talking nonsense with him for what? Kill him at once." Kong Hai followed closely behind and said in a cold voice, "These few days, Yi Yuan did not go easy on tormenting them. The number of times he made them storm the formation was much more than Yun Xiang. In the end, Yun Xiang already comprehended the formation, but Yi Yuan did not have any leads yet. They already found Yi Yuan displeasing to the eye in the first place. Now, it was naturally avenging grievances if there were any, and taking revenge if there were grudges. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Hexin and said with a light smile, "This subformation isn't that simple. Behaving like this now, be careful that you guys won't be able to clean up the mess in a while." Kong Hai sneered and said, "Yun Xiang has already cracked the formation. What's there to clean up still? Boy, this seat has found you displeasing for a long time." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "Then you might be even more unhappy in a while. No matter what, you all can't kill me right now because I'm the only second choice. Killing me, once Yun Xiang fails, none of you can get out. If you all are so confident in her, do it." Yi Yuan spread his 2 hands out and made it look like he was at other people's mercy to be cut up like fish. With this, Zhang Hexin, 2 people hesitated instead. He snorted coldly and said, "Boy, don't be pleased with yourself. Yun Xiang will succeed in storming the formation right away. At that time, it will be your death." Yi Yuan shrugged, indifferent to it. This subformation was not that simple. He had not even understood the changes involved up till now. Yi Yuan naturally would not underestimate a hegemon-level heavenly formation master, but he was certain that Yun Xiang had most likely walked into a misunderstanding. This subformation was designed extremely ingeniously. There were several areas that were very easy to mix up. It was precisely because he was not sure that Yi Yuan made Zhang Hexin and the rest storm the formation many times. It was not that he had the intention of toying with him, but Zhang Hexin and the rest naturally felt that Yi Yuan was deliberately targeting them. Of course, he could not be bothered to make them understood either. Yi Yuan naturally had his reliance to dare pick a fight with Yun Xiang. He fused the origin seeds of myriad Dao. A very large portion of them were all Labyrinth Divine Palace disciples. Among them, there were origin powers that were quite similar to heaven formation. Yi Yuan guessed that the original master of this origin seed should have a significant relations. Hi plus P with Hegemon's 7-way. It was by relying on precisely this origin seed that Yi Yuan held superior advantage in the heaven formation than others. Although Yun Xiang was formidable, she wholeheartedly sought speed, falling into mediocrity. Those few places that were easy to make one be confused were not that easy to discover. Boom! Before Zhang Hexin's voice faded, Yun Xiang was directly blasted out. Heavily wounded, the expressions of the 6 great hegemons changed wildly. Yi Yuan really hit the mark. Yun Xiang failed. What's going on? Zhang Hexin asked. Yun Xiang frowned heavily and said, It seems like somewhere is wrong. Let me deduce it again. Relax. I've already completely comprehended this subformation. It's not difficult to crack it. One sentence made everyone settle down. Okay, whatever help you need, just say it. You can't lose this battle. Zhang Hexin said with a solemn face. After all, it was the #1 killing formation. Mistakes were naturally allowed, but the face of Hegemon realms could not be lost. In this battle, they could not lose to Yi Yuan no matter what. Yun Xiang was a little stunned, but she still nodded her head and said, Okay, I'll reorganize it again. Hence, she buried herself in work again. But Zhang Hexin felt that there was a burning gaze looking over toward him. Turning his head, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Motherf. This guy was right again. Humph. Brat, don't get smug. She merely ran into some trouble. The general direction is correct. Just you wait to surrender. Zhang Hexin gave a cold snort and no longer cared about Yi Yuan. He could not afford to lose this face. And this time, Yi Yuan started taking things easy and simply crossed his hands and stopped comprehending the formation. What's the matter? Yi Yuan wouldn't have given up, right? Even if he doesn't give up, the chances of winning aren't high either, right? Hegemon Yun Xiang also said that she has already fully understood it. Yeah, although she ran into some trouble, the results will definitely be her being successful. Yi Yuan's speed is still too slow. Everyone started discussing in whispers when they saw the situation. In a blink of an eye, another half a month passed, said, Yun Xiang naturally could not dispense without tormenting Zhang Hexin, they all a few times. Then she went to storm the formation again with overflowing confidence. Zhang Hexin and the rest pulled themselves together once more, secretly cheering Yun Xiang on. Boom! Who knew that before long, Yun Xiang was blasted out again. This time, it was even more miserable. The expressions of Zhang Hexin and the rest changed wildly, hurriedly going up to help Yun Xiang up. Are you all right? Zhang Hexin asked with concern. He was not on very good terms with Yun Xiang. There were some grudges, but being united against outsiders at this time, he was naturally concerned. This time, half of Yun Xiang's body was blown away, rather miserable. Recovering would not be that easy as well. But Yun Xiang did not seem to have heard it and was full of confusion as she said, Impossible! I've already deduced it dozens of times. It's clearly not wrong. Why? Why is it like this? The expressions on the faces of the 6 great hegemons were very complicated. Without turning around, they already felt a series of burning gazes. Failed again. It's okay. We have plenty of time again. Zhang Hexin encouraged. Yun Xiang did not say anything and nodded her head. After nursing her wounds for a few days, Yun Xiang finally recovered a little and started studying intensively again. But unfortunately, she came out badly injured each time. Furthermore, each was more severe than the last. After attempting for 7 to 8 times like time, she finally could not hold on anymore. Why? Why is this happening? I've clearly already comprehended the formation. Why can't I crack the formation? Yun Xiang looked up to the sky and roared angrily, her eyes full of confusion. Zhang Hexin's face was ugly to the extreme. Sustaining serious injuries repeatedly, Yun Xiang was already powerless to challenge the formation anymore. His gaze could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not look at him. He was currently chatting away with Yang Qing. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. But there was no choice. Boy, Yun Xiang can't do it anymore. Hurry up and go comprehend the formation. Zhang Hexin arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, Chapter 3059. Failing with every attempt. Yun Xiang was very confident, arriving before the Grand Array and took a step in. The Grand Array did not have the slightest activity. Following that, she took a second step. There was still nothing happening. Third step, fourth step. Yun Xiang stormed the formation naturally and smoothly, without the slightest sluggishness. Compared to when Yi Yuan challenged the formation the previous time, it could simply be said to be unstoppable momentum. When Zhang Hexin and the rest saw the situation, they were all overjoyed. These few months of hards, H.I. plus P finally exchanged for the hope of victory. Impressive. Impressive. It's still a hegemon level heavenly formation master in the end. Her strength is indeed not for show. Hegemon Yun Xiang only did not detect it previously. Once she realized that we're situated inside the heaven formation, this place indeed can't stop her. Yi Yuan, that boy is going to be in misery. But Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to the outside world shock. He was still writing and drawing, thinking about something. Uft! A gust of palm wind attacked. The thing that Yi Yuan was drawing was directly erased. Yi Yuan's thoughts were naturally interrupted too. He frowned and looked at the arrival. Who could it be if not Zhang Hexin? Zhang Hexin had a cold smile on his face, and he said, Boy, I've tolerated you for a long time. Now, you're still putting on an appearance? You've already lost. Talking nonsense with him for what? Kill him at once. Kong Hai followed closely behind and said in a cold voice, These few days, Yi Yuan did not go easy on tormenting them. The number of times he made them storm the formation was much more than Yun Xiang. In the end, Yun Xiang already comprehended the formation, but Yi Yuan did not have any leads yet. They already found Yi Yuan displeasing to the eye in the first place. Now, it was naturally avenging grievances if there were any, and taking revenge if there were grudges. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Hexin and said with a light smile, This subformation isn't that simple. Behaving like this now, be careful that you guys won't be able to clean up the mess in a while. Kong Hai sneered and said, Yun Xiang has already cracked the formation. What's there to clean up still? Boy, this seat has found you displeasing for a long time. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, Then you might be even more unhappy in a while. No matter what, you all can't kill me right now because I'm the only second choice. Killing me. Once Yun Xiang fails, none of you can get out. If you all are so confident in her, do it. Yi Yuan spread his 2 hands out and made it look like he was at other people's mercy to be cut up like fish. With this, Zhang Hexin, 2 people hesitated instead. He snorted coldly and said, Boy, don't be pleased with yourself. Yun Xiang will succeed in storming the formation right away. At that time, it will be your death. Yi Yuan shrugged, indifferent to it. This subformation was not that simple. He had not even understood the changes involved up till now. Yi Yuan naturally would not underestimate a hegemon-level heavenly formation master, but he was certain that Yun Xiang had most likely walked into a misunderstanding. This subformation was designed extremely ingeniously. There were several areas that were very easy to mix up. It was precisely because he was not sure that Yi Yuan made Zhang Hexin and the rest storm the formation many times. It was not that he had the intention of toying with him, but Zhang Hexin and the rest naturally felt that Yi Yuan was deliberately targeting them. Of course, he could not be bothered to make them understood either. Yi Yuan naturally had his reliance to dare pick a fight with Yun Xiang. He fused the origin seeds of myriad Dao. A very large portion of them were all Labyrinth Divine Palace disciples. Among them, there were origin powers that were quite similar to heaven formation. Yi Yuan guessed that the original master of this origin seed should have a significant relations. H.I. plus P with Hegemon's 7-way. It was by relying on precisely this origin seed that Yi Yuan held superior advantage in the heaven formation than others. Although Yun Xiang was formidable, she wholeheartedly sought speed, falling into mediocrity. Those few places that were easy to make one be confused were not that easy to discover. Boom! Before Zhang Hexin's voice faded, Yun Xiang was directly blasted out. Heavily wounded, the expressions of the 6 great hegemons changed wildly. Yi Yuan really hit the mark. Yun Xiang failed. What's going on? Zhang Hexin asked. Yun Xiang frowned heavily and said, It seems like somewhere is wrong. Let me deduce it again. Relax. I've already completely comprehended this subformation. It's not difficult to crack it. One sentence made everyone settle down. Okay, whatever help you need, just say it. You can't lose this battle. Zhang Hexin said with a solemn face. After all, it was the number 1 killing formation. Mistakes were naturally allowed, but the face of Hegemon realms could not be lost. In this battle, they could not lose to Yi Yuan no matter what. Yun Xiang was a little stunned, but she still nodded her head and said, Okay, I'll reorganize it again. Hence, she buried herself in work again. But Zhang Hexin felt that there was a burning gaze looking over toward him. Turning his head, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Motherf. You, see, Kerr, this guy was right again. Humph. Brat, don't get smug. She merely ran into some trouble. The general direction is correct. Just you wait to surrender. Zhang Hexin gave a cold snort and no longer cared about Yi Yuan. He could not afford to lose this face. And this time, Yi Yuan started taking things easy and simply crossed his hands and stopped comprehending the formation. What's the matter? Yi Yuan wouldn't have given up, right? Even if he doesn't give up, the chances of winning aren't high either, right? Hegemon Yun Xiang also said that she has already fully understood it. Yeah, although she ran into some trouble, the results will definitely be her being successful. Yi Yuan's speed is still too slow. Everyone started discussing in whispers when they saw the situation. In a blink of an eye, another half a month said, Yun Xiang naturally could not dispense without tormenting Zhang Hexin, they all a few times. Then she went to storm the formation again with overflowing confidence. Zhang Hexin and the rest pulled themselves together once more, secretly cheering Yun Xiang on. Boom! Who knew that before long, Yun Xiang was blasted out again. This time, it was even more miserable. The expressions of Zhang Hexin and the rest changed wildly, hurriedly going up to help Yun Xiang up. Are you all right? Zhang Hexin asked with concern. He was not on very good terms with Yun Xiang. There were some grudges, but being united against outsiders at this time, he was naturally concerned. This time, half of Yun Xiang's body was blown away, rather miserable. Recovering would not be that easy as well. But Yun Xiang did not seem to have heard it and was full of confusion as she said, Impossible! I've already deduced it dozens of times. It's clearly not wrong. Why? Why is it like this? The expressions on the faces of the 6 great hegemons were very complicated. Without turning around, they already felt a series of burning gazes. Failed again. It's okay. We have plenty of time again. Zhang Hexin encouraged. Yun Xiang did not say anything and nodded her head. After nursing her wounds for a few days, Yun Xiang finally recovered a little and started studying intensively again. But unfortunately, she came out badly injured each time. Furthermore, Each was more severe than the last. After attempting for 7 to 8 times like time, she finally could not hold on anymore. Why? Why is this happening? I've clearly already comprehended the formation. Why can't I crack the formation? Yun Xiang looked up to the sky and roared angrily, her eyes full of confusion. Zhang Hexin's face was ugly to the extreme. Sustaining serious injuries repeatedly, Yun Xiang was already powerless to challenge the formation anymore. His gaze could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not look at him. He was currently chatting away with Yang Qing. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. But there was no choice. Boy, Yun Xiang can't do it anymore. Hurry up and go comprehend the formation. Zhang Hexin arrived in front of Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, Chapter 3060. Messing with you all on purpose. Chapter 3060. Messing with you all on purpose. Comprehend formation? Comprehend what formation? Yi Yuan said with a blank face. Zhang Hexin's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Punk, are you feigning ignorance to this seat? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, Sorry, the things that I comprehended were all in those symbols. Now those symbols are gone. I also don't know how I should comprehend the formation anymore. Zhang Hexin almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. This boy was intentionally putting on airs. He did not believe that with Yi Yuan's intellect, he would not remember those symbols. Yi Yuan was clearly taking revenge by saying so. Boy, do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you? Zhang Hexin released killing intent and locked onto Yi Yuan. But sadly, Yi Yuan did not seem to feel it and said nonchalantly, What's seniors so fierce for? The more you scare me, the more I'll forget. The more I forget, the harder it will be to crack the formation. Zhang Hexin was going crazy. By the side, Kong Hai said with a cold snort, talking CR, AP with him for? Torment him well. This seat doesn't believe that he dares to not obey. The moment this was said, Zhang Hexin was clearly somewhat stirred. But this was also a risky move. Yun Xiang could not do it anymore. There was only Yi Yuan left now. If they really provoked Yi Yuan and had a life and death struggle, then everyone's lives would be left behind here. But to make him beg Yi Yuan obsequiously, he could not put aside this ego too. Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. Lower your head and admit your fault. In the end, face still triumphed over everything. Zhang Hexin's figure suddenly moved explosively, directly grabbing toward Yi Yuan, his speed inconceivably swift. Of course, Yi Yuan did not plan to dodge either. He still stood there, perfectly calm and composed, as if the target of Zhang Hexin's attack was not him. Just as Zhang Hexin was about to grab Yi Yuan, a figure suddenly rushed out from the flank. Bang! Zhang Hexin was in disarray, taking hundreds of steps back in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. A figure was standing in front of Yi Yuan with his hands behind his back. Humph! A bunch of good-for-nothings. Zhang Hexin's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in surprise, He Gemin Yun Shang! Human race, itinerant cultivator, supreme He Gemin Yun Shang! He finally could not resist and took action. He Gemin Yun Shang snorted coldly and said, A few idiots! If you all are courting death yourselves, this seat doesn't care. But do you want the others to be buried in death together with you all? The expressions of Zhang Hexin and the rest were very ugly. He Gemin realm powerhouses being called idiots in front of so many people. Their faces had nowhere to go. His expression turned dark, and he said, Yun Shang, who do you think you are? It's not your turn to act wildly in front of my melody, nether heavenly sect yet. He Gemin realm Yun Shang had a disdainful look as he said, Your melody nether heavenly sect is very strong. But looking across all the heavens, it's also nothing more than this. Do you really know how many He Gemin realms came this time? How do you know that there aren't great beyond powerhouses among them? This seat is scolding you for your own good. Otherwise, if others made a move, it might take your life. Zhang Hexin's expression changed, and he could not resist sweeping his gaze over. But no matter how he looked, he could not find which one was a hegemon realm too. What he did just now was indeed somewhat committing a taboo. He was willing to take the risk, but it did not mean that other hegemons were willing to brave the risk. With these people not coming forward, it was naturally because they felt that it was not yet time to take action. But even if it was a great beyond powerhouse, they might not be able to get out of the heaven formation alive too. You idiots! If you're not as capable as other people, just directly apologize. Right now, this young friend is our only hope of getting out. You actually dared to attack him? If you guys really want to kill him, sure. This time, this seat won't stop you all. You all see whether or not someone will make a move and kill you guys. Hegemon Yunshang's gaze was cold as he said. The 7 great hegemons all had gloomy faces, but hearing Hegemon Yunshang's words, they were like being enlightened, knocking them awake. Seeing everyone remain silent, Yunshang said coolly, "Why? No more talking? If you're not talking, then put your ego aside. You guys just do whatever young friendy says." Finished saying this, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said with a smile, "Young friendy, looking on account of the seat's face, how about you calm your anger? If you're not happy, this seat can act and help you teach them a good lesson." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Yunshang's face naturally has to be given, but I've indeed pretty forgotten the process of deduction. If I want to continue comprehending the formation, I'll need the various seniors to take action and storm the formation anew. Your F*King lying through your teeth." Zhang Hexin swore. 6 great hegemons. Their lungs were almost exploding from anger. Meanwhile, Hegemon Yunxiang was secretly rejoicing, pretending to be dead at one side. She was already heavily injured and could not go and storm the formation. This sensation of Russ, plussing the formation was horrible. Amen. Hegemon Yunshang's brows furrowed, his face revealing anger. Zhang Hexin and the rest immediately withered up. Yi Yuan stepped out of the ranks and made a hand gesture to the few as he said, smilingly, "Seniors, please go ahead." Zhang Hexin had a black face as he said, "Boy, this seat has remembered this score." Yi Yuan just smiled, indifferent about it. An hour later, a group of people came back with Y noses and swollen faces. But Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of getting started. "Boy, we've already returned from storming the formation. Why haven't you gotten started?" Zhang Hexin said in a solemn voice. "Oh, I got the position wrong just now. I haven't found the place to start with." "You guys go and rush it again," Yi Yuan said with a grin. Boom, boom, boom. 6 powerful auras surged to the sky. The 6 great hegemons were enraged. "Boy, you dare to mess with us?" Zhang Hexin bellowed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm messing with you all. Do you have any objections? The few of you terrorized me for half a day, but I am not allowed to mess with you once? This seat will kill you." Zhang Hexin's roar was virtually distorting. His current fury could be seen. A humph. Right at this time, Hegemon Yunshang coughed, instantly extinguished. Plussing the 6 people's fury. "Boy, consider yourself ruthless." Zhang Hexin roared angrily and stormed the formation again with endless anger. The moment the 6 people left, Yi Yuan picked up a stone and started drawing swiftly. The content of the drawing was exactly the same as before. Everyone's faces revealed strange looks. TSK. What happened really broadened my horizons today. An emperor vast heaven toyed with 6 hegemon realms in the palm of his hand. When the 6 great hegemons return and see that Yi Yuan has already recovered these, will they vomit blood? Hegemon Hexin was too impulsive. If he had long known, couldn't he fly off the handle after enduring it and finish waiting for Hegemon Yunxiang to storm the formation? Now he has utterly lost his face. Everyone started to sympathize with Zhang Hexin, 6 people. Even He Gemin Yunxiang had a strange look on his face too, secretly feeling glad that he did not provoke this kid. Otherwise, the outcome would be really miserable. Before leaving Heaven Formation, I absolutely must not provoke this kid. He Gemin Yunxiang secretly made up his mind. Another hour said. The 6 people returned with injuries again. When Zhang Hexin saw the dense drawings on the ground, his entire person was petrified. He suddenly discovered that he had no temper anymore. His temper was bad, but the fury that filled his chest had nowhere to vent at all. Chapter 3061. Comprehending Origin Again. Chapter 3061. Comprehending Origin Again. Succeeded. Indeed succeeded again. He Gemin Yunxiang is completely defeated this time. I really didn't expect that Yi Yuan, a puny little emperor of vast heaven, really defeated a He Gemin realm. How is this possible? The 2 of their realms are not on the same level at all. So why can Yi Yuan win? Can't figure it out. Yi Yuan walked out of the subformation, carrying treasures. The whole crowd burst into an uproar. This announced that Yi Yuan had completely defeated He Gemin Yunxiang. At this time, He Gemin Yunxiang was looking at Yi Yuan in a daze, indescribably uncomfortable. In a fair battle, she was defeated by an emperor of vast heaven. She was somewhat unable to accept this sort of thing. It was as if her many years of comprehension in formation, Tao, had all become a joke. How many years had she comprehended formation Tao? How old was Yi Yuan? Comparing people, was the disparity really so great? Why? Why is it like this? Yun Xiang said absent-mindedly, Heaven formation isn't as simple as you imagine. 9 array elements, developing myriad Tao and the universe. The knowledge here accesses heaven and penetrates the earth. These 9 array elements are the foundation of all array elements. He Gemin 7-way simplified things, comprehending great Tao. But it's also precisely because of this that it's easier to make mistakes in many areas, and it even makes it hard to comprehend. The quintessence of heaven formation isn't in the grand array, but in these 9 array elements. Yi Yuan said. Yun Xiang's entire body trembled, her eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Clearly, the things that Yi Yuan said opened her mind to new ideas. But knowing was one thing, comprehending was another. Yun Xiang's formation, Tao cultivation, was very strong, but heaven formation was not what she could comprehend in a short time. This was the disparity between her and Yi Yuan. This heaven formation was enough for her to use a lifetime to comprehend. I lost. Yun Xiang said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan patted her shoulder and said, You're very strong. Heaven formation is your chance to break through the shackles. Comprehend it well. Maybe in the future, you can corroborate your Tao as a supreme He Gemin. This action looked very strange in everyone's eyes. Under normal circumstances, this was an elder inculcating a junior. But a measly little emperor vast heaven actually acted in such a manner to a He Gemin realm. It looked really strange no matter how one looked at it. But people also had nothing to say. This was because this emperor vast heaven had indeed completely defeated a He Gemin realm. An inconceivable victory. In the following journey, it became Yi Yuan's solo performance. He Gemin Yun Xiang ignored her injuries and followed behind Yi Yuan like a little follower. Just as Yi Yuan said, this heaven formation was her greatest lucky chance. Even if she could comprehend 1/10,000th, it would also benefit her for life. The number 1 killing formation in all heavens and myriad words. This name was not called in vain. Yi Yuan did not have the thought of being selfish either. Although he was not on good terms with these hegemons, the crisis of the blood race was near at hand. If their strength could improve further, it would naturally be a good thing too. Hence, a scene that amazed everyone appeared. Yun Xiang, this Hegemin level heavenly formation master, was actually like a disciple, frequently receiving Yi Yuan's teachings, making everyone click their tongues in wonder. Yun Xiang's improvement was obvious. 3 years later, Yun Xiang's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and she actually broke through to peak hegemon in one stroke. All the hegemon realms were really envious to the extreme. Really amazing. I didn't expect that hegemon Yun Xiang actually had a blessing come to her in the disguise of misfortune, breaking through the shackles in one stroke. I heard that hegemon Yun Xiang has already been stuck in this realm for 100,000 years. Yi Yuan is really too impressive. He actually forcibly nurtured an ordinary hegemon into a peak hegemon. But speaking of which, hegemon Yun Xiang's improvement is great, but it's still far from Yi Yuan's. Since half a year ago, she already couldn't keep up with Yi Yuan in Formation Dao. After she broke through, everyone exclaimed with admiration one after another. No one thought that in the end, it was actually hegemon Yun Xiang who obtained a great benefit. But, starting half a year ago, the confusion on hegemon Yun Xiang's face grew increasingly stronger. She was no longer able to comprehend the things that Yi Yuan said. This grand array became more difficult and obscure the further back. It was clearly only constant toot of 9 array elements, but the things derived were incomparably complicated. On this day, Yi Yuan walked out of a subformation, his eyes becoming incomparably bright. His whole body teemed with the power of origin. Hegemon Yun Xiang's eyes lit up, and he cried out in surprise. This boy comprehended formation, Dao, origin. Emperor vast heaven realm, comprehending 2 great origins. This is simply too monstrous. When geniuses from all heavens looked at this scene, they only felt ashamed to the extreme. Comprehending origin to them was not considered something very hard. But these people had basically all already broken through to Emperor Sacra Heaven. No one could comprehend origin in Emperor vast heaven realm at all, let alone comprehend 2 origins. Sigh, I really have been sitting in the well and looking at the sky. I've always thought that I'm a genius who doesn't lose to anyone. But today I'm thoroughly convinced. How did this guy's brain grow? Why is his comprehension ability so strong? There's always someone better, and heaven beyond heaven. Geniuses were all condescending. Even if it was Yangqing, they remained unconvinced too. But they were really convinced by Yi Yuan. This guy was simply a monster. Forget Cruz. Plussing his peers. He even taught a peak hegemon. Yi Yuan meditated on the spot, digesting the fruits of Formation Dao origin. Several days later, he slowly opened both eyes, the look in his eyes becoming incomparably bright. Young friendy, how is it? Do you have confidence in walking out now? Hegemon Yun Xiang said rather agitatedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Can't walk out. The entire Labyrinth Divine Palace is enveloped inside the heaven formation. However, with my current Formation Dao strength, we shouldn't encounter any dangers when walking around inside the Grand Array. Hegemon Yun Xiang's expression changed. He did not expect that this Grand Array's area coverage was actually so vast. Didn't this mean that all of their lives were grasped in Yi Yuan's hands? Yi Yuan, are you doing it on purpose? Zhang Hexin said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you keep talking C-R-A-P, do you believe that I'll directly bring you into a death door? Killing you is as easy as killing an ant now. Zhang Hexin's expression changed wildly. He did not believe it, but he did not dare to gamble. Yun Xiang said in a solemn voice, Zhang Hexin, if you dare to be disrespectful to young friendy, this seat will find trouble with you. Zhang Hexin exploded, yelling angrily, D-A-M-N woman, you're going too far. Do you think that by breaking through to peak hegemon, you have the qualifications to challenge the seat? Zhang Hexin was a peak hegemon to begin with. This was also why he could become the leader of the 7 great hegemons. But now, Yun Xiang's cultivation realm had already caught up to him. Yun Xiang smiled coldly and said, Zhang Hexin, this seat advice that you'd better stay more low-key. Otherwise, if young friend Yi takes action, you won't even know how you died. Do you really think that you, this hegemon, are very powerful? Hegemon Yunshang was rather annoyed and said in a solemn voice, Enough! Stop talking nonsense. Continue forward. Under Yi Yuan's lead, everyone finally crossed that enormous imperial garden and entered the labyrinth divine palaces, group of palaces. Chapter 3062. 12 Heavenly Tao Paintings. Chapter 3062. 12 Heavenly Tao Paintings. The Labyrinth Divine Palace is really extravagant. These palaces are completely made from galaxy profound gold. This wealth can probably directly purchase a plane. You look at this lamp, it's actually a grade 1 Grandmas treasure. My God, this is also too freaking luxurious. These stone slates, it all paved with power waste spirit stones. Cultivating here is simply paradise. Prodigal, really prodigal. Even if it was the group of hegemon realms, seeing the extravagance of the labyrinth divine palace, they could not refrain from being jealous too. These palaces could only be described by one word: luxurious. Everyone wished to directly poach these palaces away. Of course, they did so too. Any good stuff that they saw, they directly poached them away. The labyrinth divine palaces gradually got taller in sequence. That large palace at the back rose straight into the clouds, seemingly like a giant beast that could swallow everything. Even when standing in front of it, one had an impulse to prostrate in submission too. Among the surrounding main palaces, there were a total of 12 main palaces suspended around it, displaying an arrangement where stars surrounded the moon. Yi Yuan heard that, in its prime, the Labyrinth Divine Palace had 12 great beyond-realm powerhouses who were known as the 12 Heavenly Kings. Regarding these 12 Heavenly Kings, each one was an important figure who shocked heaven and earth. Hegemon Sevenway was one of them. These 12 Heavenly King Palaces were the residences of the 12 great beyond powerhouses. These 12 Heavenly King Palaces, you all don't enter it. Those hegemon realms are all aiming for the Heavenly King Palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall. Once there are any clashes we aren't hegemon realm, the consequences will be too dreadful to contemplate. Everyone all look for lucky chances in the palace groups below. With the Labyrinth Divine Palace's foundation, if you all are lucky, there might be a few who can step into hegemon realm. Yi Yuan instructed grand, bright jade, complete, heaven's people. Heavenly Saint Yi, you understand heaven formation now. We aren't scared of them. Hu Gaoshan said. Clearly he still did not give up. The biggest lucky chances were clearly inside the 12 Heavenly King Palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the range that heaven formation covers is only up to here too. Regarding the 12 Heavenly King Palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall, with hegemon's 7-way strength, they can't be covered at all. If we go over there, life and death won't be up to us anymore. Only then did everyone come to a realization. The 12 Heavenly King Palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall were the nucleus of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Each of their owner's strengths was not weaker than hegemon 7-way. Although the heaven formation was strong, it was not invincible either. Doesn't that mean that we have to helplessly watch the good stuff be taken away by that bunch of fellows? Yang Qing said unwillingly. Yi Yuan said that might not be the case. Everything is up to fate. Sometimes destiny is more important than strength. Boom! Before his voice faded, a loud noise came from above the void. It turned out that they had already exchanged blows. This was 2 great supreme hegemons. One of them was hegemon Yunshang, while the other was a fiend race supreme hegemon. Old dog Zhen Yi, this seat is here for the immortal cloud cone. If you dare SNATC, it will be irreconcilable till death today. Hegemon Yunshang's angry roar came from above the void. At this time, hegemon Yunshang was already beyond furious. When fighting, he fought until the void fractured. However, the Heavenly King palaces were extremely dy and actually did not budge an inch. On the other side, the strength of the fiend race supreme hegemon was also not the slightest bit weaker. The two people's battle was fought extremely trepidatiously. Before long, a great battle also erupted in the burning sky, Heavenly King Palace 2. Those Partic, 1, P, aiding in the battle this time, were similarly supreme hegemons. Very soon, terrifying battles erupted in the 12 Heavenly King Palaces, virtually at the same time. Around the Heavenly King Palaces, the sky was already rent asunder, and the earth split open by the berserk power of origins. Those that were strong, their strength was already close to great beyond powerhouses 1. When those geniuses who did not enter the Heavenly King Palaces looked at the terrifying battles above the void, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. My G, oh, D, there are actually so many hidden supreme hegemons. Luckily, I didn't go up. Otherwise, I'd have already been reduced to dust now, right? 18 supreme hegemons. How many big shots came? Very soon, even more supreme hegemons debuted, shocking everyone until their jaws the ground. As for some ordinary hegemons and peak hegemons, they joined the battles one after another too. The various major camps fell into frenzied great battles, vying for the treasures. Some origin powerhouses and Emperor Sacra Heavens, who overestimated their own ability, were directly reduced to dregs by this power. Boom! Hegemon Yunshang's palm went past. Hegemon Kong Hai took the palm solidly, only to see his body fall down, already ceased breathing. A hegemon fell. Everyone's complexions were deathly pale, and only then they realized the horror of the battle. Shortly after, more and more hegemons fell. In a blink of an eye, 7 to 8 ordinary hegemons fell, and more than 20 hegemons severely wounded. Only then did everyone know it turned out that, in the eyes of top powerhouses, ordinary hegemon realms were nothing more than this too. But at this time in the Heavenly King Palaces, there were still some people who were aloof and indifferent to the battles outside. A middle-aged man in a black robe was currently sizing up everywhere. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a table. There was a pen rack on the table. He extended his hand to move the pen rank and discovered that it could not be moved. His hand brushed over several pens and suddenly stopped on one of the pens. Then he turned it. Swizz. H. Plus behind the table, a spatial door actually appeared. An extremely thick, heavenly Tao aura faintly transmitted out of the spatial door. The corners of the black-robed, middle-aged man's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "Old man Heavenless, do you think that by hiding it covertly, this seat won't be able to find it? This seat will be accepting one of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings." When the black-robed, middle-aged man came out of the spatial door, there was an additional red-green jade scroll in his hand. This red-green jade scroll was crystal clear, a majestic, great Tao aura appearing on it. One look, and it was clear that it was not ordinary. The black-robed man was overjoyed, an extremely smug expression appearing on his face as he laughed loudly and said, "Old man Heavenless, you are called the #1 genius since ancient times. Actually, it was merely by relying on the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Having acquired one, it will be effortless for this seat to Serpa. SSU, watch closely. Brother Minghui, aren't you being pleased with yourself a little too early?" In the great hall, another figure appeared at G. Oh, D knows when. It was a 20 years old-looking youth in an azure S. H. I. plus RT. When the black-robed man saw him, his pupils constricted. But very soon he smiled coldly and said, "Minghui? How long has it been since I've heard this name? Old man Endless, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings have 12 scrolls, and yet you want to fight with me for one?" The 20 years old youth in the azure S. H. I. plus RT smiled and said, "The one in your hand is the most precious heaven scroll. Do you think that this seat will let it go? Hand it over so as to avoid the harmonious relations between us brothers being harmed." The black-robed man's eyes turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Old man Endless, do you think that you've cornered this seat?" The 20-years-old youth in the azure SHI plus RT just smiled lightly and did not speak, but the black-robed person's pressure suddenly increased. And, Body knew that Abyss Pa S Origin Grotto Heavens Overlord Level Powerhouse, the 33 Heavens #1 Alchemy Tao Person, Ancestor Endless, actually appeared here too. At the same time, in a palace below, Yi Yuan took a tattered goatskin scroll from an old bookshelf. This goatskin scroll was full of dust, looking extremely ordinary. Yi Yuan lightly wiped off the dust on it, only to see an extremely ancient word written on it. But Yi Yuan recognized this word at first glance. Heaven. Chapter 3063. I am Heaven. Chapter 3063. I am Heaven. You're interested in this kind of junk? Stop wasting time. Hurry up and find something good. When Yang Qing saw Yi Yuan dig out such an unremarkable thing, he could not resist urging. The moment Yi Yuan saw the heaven word, a hint of surprise flashed across in his eyes. Although he had never been to the Labyrinth Divine Palace before, he was not unfamiliar with the Labyrinth Divine Palace at all. Yi Yuan understood that those truly top powerhouses were all aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. What were the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? No one knew. But Mi Tian knew that the Labyrinth Divine Palace's rise was precisely because of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. And the last generation Labyrinth Divine Palace's palace master, Hegemon Heavenless, relied on the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and reached an inconceivable realm. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings had a total of 12 scrolls. The most important volume among them was the Heaven Scroll. A character for heaven was written on this goatskin scroll. Could this be the Heaven Scroll? Yi Yuan also did not expect that he actually found such a precious treasure in an Summingside Hall. If it were others, when they saw this junk covered in dust, they would definitely turn their noses up at it. But Yi Yuan cultivated the eternal river's chaos and had a sensitivity different from ordinary people toward some things. The moment he laid eyes on the goatskin scroll, he felt its extraordinariness. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was someone with a great destiny in the first place. Coupled with the extreme medicine sex blessing power, being luckier than others was very normal too. Hey, this isn't some junk. We might have picked up a treasure. Yi Yuan smiled and said. When Yang Qing heard that, he sized it up carefully again and said disdainfully, "Screw off. Just this junk, I reckon that it's just some lousy cultivation method recorded in it. You're treating it as a treasure too?" Yi Yuan said, "Do you know about the 12 heavenly Tao paintings?" Yang Qing was stupefied and said, "You wouldn't tell me that this junk is the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, right? Got to be kidding. Who do you think you are? You can randomly pick up a treasure?" Yi Yuan did not expect that Yang Qing really knew about it. Hence, he nodded his head and said, "If I didn't guess wrongly, this is the Heaven Scroll in the 12 heavenly Tao paintings." Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool and said with a loud laugh, "The Heaven Scroll is the most important volume in the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Even great beyond powerhouses will be moved. You're telling me now that this junk is the Heaven Scroll? Stop fooling with me. Do you take me to be a 3-year-old child?" Boom! Right at this time, a loud noise came over. The entire Labyrinth Divine Palace seemed to have started swaying. Yang Qing's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, "Goodness me, there are really great beyond powerhouses! Could it be that they are all aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Apart from the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, what else can move them?" Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan with a look of contempt and said, "Then you're telling me that you picked up the 12 heavenly Tao paintings?" Her. The two people went out of the great hall only to see three figures standing in a triangle formation above the void. They were currently fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. The three people carried the might of heaven and earth with every move and stance. Even the supreme hegemons who were fighting fiercely previously had already kept a good distance away too. They could not afford to provoke. Great beyond powerhouses were too strong. The black-robed, middle-aged man said in a cold voice, "Old man, endless! If you still don't give up, you'll definitely die here today." On the other side, a woman in a white robe similarly said fiercely, "Old man, endless, hand over the heaven scroll, and I can spare you from death." Ancestor Endless was holding the heaven scroll, his momentum unstoppable. Fighting 2-on-1, he actually did not show the slightest hint of getting defeated. He actually SNATC had the heaven scroll from Hegemon Ming Hui's hands. The heaven scroll in his hand had an archaic heavenly Tao aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. One look, and it was clear that it was not ordinary. Haha, younger sister Profound Ice, don't say this kind of spiteful words. If I hand over the heaven scroll, do you think that you can walk out of here today? Ancestor Endless said with a loud laugh. Hegemon Profound Ice snorted coldly and said, "Then don't blame this younger sister for being merciless." Finished saying, the three people's auras were released, and they actually clashed together again. Below, Zhou Xianqin looked toward Ancestor Endless with a look of shock and muttered, "I didn't expect that Ancestor actually personally took action. Just what is the heaven scroll in his hand?" Not far away from him, Zhang Hexin said with a cold laugh, haven't you heard before? The Labyrinth Divine Palace's ultimate treasure, the first volume of the 12 Heavenly Tao paintings. It's the heaven scroll." It's said that back then, Old Man Heavenless could only reach an inconceivable realm because he comprehended the 12 Heavenly Tao paintings fully. Do you think your ancestor will be moved by it? Zhou Xianqin's entire body trembled, only then knowing what the thing that his ancestor was fighting over was. Ancestor's strength was unfathomable, but it was far too difficult to want to improve further. This heaven scroll was clearly his hope of advancement. Hence, he secretly cheered Ancestor on, hoping that Ancestor would win. And those supreme hegemons were long already extremely shocked. This was because these three mighty great beyond powerhouses were actually humanity's three supreme, heaven's three mighty great beyond hegemons: Xiaoming, Linghua, and Endless. It was just that the names that came out of their mouths were actually wrong. Why is Ancestor Endless calling Hegemon Ling Hua Hegemon Profound Ice? Amen? Isn't one of the palaces among the 12 Heavenly King Palaces the Profound Ice Heavenly King Palace? Could it be? Also, they are calling Xiaoming as Burning Sky. There's a palace called Burning Sky Heavenly King Palace among the 12 Heavenly King Palaces too. Could it be that the three of them are actually from the Labyrinth Divine Palace? This is impossible. Back then, Hegemon Samsara led all the heavens and was said to have slaughtered the Labyrinth Divine Palace completely. How can there possibly still be remnant SPAWNS? Ancestor Endless is the Alchemy Tao's #1 person. Among the 12 Heavenly King Palaces, there's one called True Pill Heavenly King Palace too. These three people Zident. 1. Ties are almost certain. This deduction made everyone dumbfounded from shock. No one could have expected that humanity's three supreme heavens' strongest people were actually from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Today, the truth was finally revealed. The truth of history was always complicated and confusing. While at the other side, Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan and laughed loudly as he said, "Yi Yuan, you say that it's the heaven scroll in your hand, right? Ha ha ha, really too hilarious. If what's in your hand is the heaven scroll, then what's that in Ancestor Endless hand? The items in the two of your hands completely can't be mentioned in the same breath. Ha 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 swuz. H. Plus, all of a sudden, Yang Qing felt like he had disappeared. More accurately speaking, he was currently standing above the sky, overlooking everything. Below, 3 great beyond powerhouses were currently in the heat of fierce fighting. Numerous powerhouses kept a good distance away. There was even a group of geniuses currently searching for treasures. Every movement and action in this world fell into his eyes. Of course, he even felt that another person existed beside him. That person was Yi Yuan, but he could only feel him and not see him. What was going on? Yi Yuan, where are you? Yang Qing's heart shook wildly, and he could not resist asking. I'm right beside you. How do you feel now? Yi Yuan's voice came over. Yang Qing drew a deep breath and said, I feel like I'm the heaven right now. Everything in the world seems to be in my grasp. Could it be? Yes, it's the goatskin scroll in my hand. Yi Yuan's voice came over again. Chapter 3064, Major Move. Chapter 3064, Major Move. Perspective of G. O.D. Even Yi Yuan was also amazed by the Heaven Scroll's miraculousness. He seemed to be standing above heavenly Tao, overlooking all life. Everything was in his eyes. At this time, every flower and blade of GRAS, every leaf and tree, even the slight movements of the wind, they were all in his sight. Transforming into heaven and feeling the changes of all life? No, not just all life in the world. Even if it's an object without life, one can feel it too. All things have their own spirit. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan said in shock. How is this possible? If that's the Heaven Scroll in your hands, then what's that in Ancestor Endless hand? Yang Qing still could not restrain the shock in his heart. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, that might be the Heaven Scroll that Ancestor Heavenless copied. Although the aura of Tao is very rich, compared to this, it seems to still be lacking something. Yang Qing felt it carefully and said in surprise, It's true. But why would this thing be casually placed in a side hall? Doesn't Ancestor Heavenless want it anymore? Yi Yuan said, Ancestor Heavenless didn't need this item since a long time ago, right? If this thing is useful to him, he would have long broken through the shackles and transcended the great beyond. How could he have been defeated by Hegemen Samsara? Even if it's a heavenly Tao treasure, each person has a limit to comprehend it to. It's far too difficult to be equal with heavenly Tao. Yang Qing thought about it and felt the same. No matter how powerful the treasure, that would also have to depend on who obtained it. When some people obtained it, they would directly soar to the heavens in one bound. But some would have limited accomplishments. It might even call down a disaster. Treasures were not necessarily good things. Ancestor Heavenless talent was the strongest among past generation palace masters. But he had his limits too. Yang Qing said speechlessly, Your luck is also too good, right? A group of great beyond powerhouses is fighting to the death below, but in the end it's a fake. You casually picked something up, and it's actually the Heaven Scroll that they yearn for even in their sleep? Do you still want people to live? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hence, I'm someone with a great destiny. This is called when one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. You benefit immensely from following me by the side too. Pooh, you're the chicken or dog. Yang Qing said angrily, Is that so? Then I'll kick you out? Don't. This feeling is too magical. Let me feel it more. I'm a chicken and dog. When Yi Yuan and Yang Qing were currently overlooking everything from the perspective of G. D. The situation below suddenly changed. Boom! Another surge of great Tao aura rose to the sky. A red-green jade scroll actually flew out from a heavenly king palace. Ancestor Endless 3 people who are currently in the midst of fierce fighting. Their expressions changed wildly. This is Earth Volume. Ancestor Endless cried out in surprise. Swizz. H. plus hegemon profound ice grabbed toward the earth scroll right away. However, right at this time, the third heavenly Tao painting flew out. The universe volume. What medicine is old man heavenless selling in his gourd? Ancestor endless expression became more and more ugly. He instinctively felt that it was not right, but he also could not pinpoint what was not right. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings appeared one after another. Faced with such a huge temptation, and body could resist. Following that, one heavenly Tao painting after another appeared. Boom! A Ma, S, Civ energy, directly sent hegemon profound ice flying. She failed to get the earth scroll. Boom! The heaven scroll in ancestor endless hand directly exploded, flying towards the sky. Ancestor endless expression was livid. After expending such a great effort, the heaven scroll actually flew away. Very soon, 12 heavenly Tao paintings were arranged in a sequence above the void. Everyone looked at the sky in great shock. Ancestor Heavenless really played a major hand. Without the slightest surprise, Ancestor Heavenless figure appeared above the void. He looked at the hegemons that filled the sky, his eyes revealing ruefulness, only to see him stand with his hands behind his back. His gaze landed on Ancestor Endless 3 people as he said coolly, Endless, Ming Hui, profound ice, how have you been? Endless 3 people snorted coldly, but did not speak. Ancestor Heavenless did not think anything of it too, as he continued, saying, This ancestor is just a dead man. No matter how many grudges in the past, it's also transient as a floating cloud. The 3 of you betrayed me. This ancestor doesn't blame you. Back then, it was this ancestor who was too anxious. However, the 33 heavens are currently at a time of great crisis now. Once that blood race progenitor comes into being, his strength will probably be above this ancestor. The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. The crisis of the blood race was no longer some secret. In fact, the blood race's general direction was already formed. They are gaining momentum. These powerhouses could not help it either. As long as they could protect themselves in this overall situation, that would suffice. Ancestor Endless and the others naturally knew the danger of this trip, but they still came. Most likely, they felt the pressure too. This ancestor was once the overlord of all the heavens. Today, the 33 heavens are confronted with danger. This ancestor naturally has to do my part. Today, this ancestor will open up the Labyrinth Divine Palace and share the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Whichever among you can obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and become the strongest, you'll be able to receive this ancestor's origins enlightening you, inheriting all of this ancestor's strength. Now, start comprehending Tao. Ancestor Heavenless said it neither too fast nor too slow, but each word stirred people's hearts. Inherit all of Ancestor Heavenless strength. This allure was seriously too great. Inherit all of Ancestor Heavenless strength. My G. Oh, D. Doesn't that mean that a second Ancestor Heavenless will appear? I heard that Ancestor Heavenless strength is not the slightest bit worse than hegemon samsara. If I can become the second Heavenless, then who in all the heavens and myriad worlds can still pose a threat to me? Too crazy. This trip really wasn't in vain. This time, I definitely won't lose to Yi Yuan. The group of geniuses went completely crazy. Ancestor Heavenless was synonymous with supremacy. Although he had long fallen, he was absolutely a legend. His awe-inspiring reputation was not the least bit weaker than hegemon samsara's. His mantle drove people too crazy. Hence, how could the group of geniuses still care about searching for treasures? Each and every one of them wished to burrow into the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Above the void, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings each emitted a different aura, as if a complete heavenly Tao was displayed in front of everyone. Heaven scroll. Clouds rolled and smoothened out. the sun, moon, and stars changing unpredictably. Earth scroll. The atmosphere was deep. Mountains and rivers could carry everything. Universe scroll SPAC flowed. All the heaven and earth were inside it. Aeon scroll, with a distant source and a long stream. However much time elapsed with the wind. 12 heavenly Tao paintings. What it brought to everyone was endless shock, as if all the truths in heaven and earth were all within these 12 painting scrolls. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It indeed lives up to its reputation. I've comprehended. Kong Ten suddenly let out a loud laugh, the door of eternal life appearing behind him. He, a Middle Emperor Sakra Heaven, actually skyrocketed in aura, heading straight for Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven. Everyone was in great shock. Is he going to directly assault Hegemon Realm? Well deserving of being the fiend race's #1 genius, this comprehension ability really Serpa. SES ancient and modern times. This time, Yi Yuan is finally beaten. That Yang Qing too. He can't be unconvinced this time, even if he wants to. Once Kong Ten enters Hegemon, he won't let him off. Chapter 3065. All the People Advances. Chapter 3065. All the People Advances. Open for me. Kong Ten turned into a true fiend, his imposing momentum already rising to peak Emperor Sakra Heaven. It was only to see him throw a punch out. The third seal trembled, but it did not immediately break. Without the slightest hesitation, Kong Ten threw out his second punch. Third punch, fourth punch. Kong Tan's true fiend body was formidable to the extreme. The third seal became increasingly looser under his punches. Boom! When Kong Ten threw the 19th punch, the third seal broke at the sound of it. Whose? H. Plus, the thick origin power seemed like floodwaters that broke the dam, pouring down and filling Kong Tan's true fiend body. Kong Ten felt invigorated to the extreme at this time. He let out a loud laugh and said, "Ha ha ha! Yang Qing, Yi Yuan, it's ultimately me who took this step first. This seat is the #1 genius in all the heavens." His voice reverberated throughout the heavens. It was clearly audible in the entire labyrinth divine palace. Everyone was searching for Yi Yuan and Yang Qing's figures in the crowd, but could not find them. It looks like the two of them don't dare to show themselves anymore. Truly, change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. And, Body could have expected that Kong Ten actually made a comeback at the final moment. It looks like he's the true son of destiny. The winner is decided. It looks like Kong Ten will be the next Hegemon Heavenless. Visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, someone breaking through to Hegemon Realm was within reason. But no one expected that Kong Ten's breakthrough was so fast. In the trials previously, Kong Ten, this son of the fiend race, was suppressed firmly by Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. But now he finally turned things around. With regards to this sudden turn of events, Hegemon Endless and the rest did not show any visible changes in emotions. They were currently visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings with all their hearts. They had all visualized the 12 heavenly Tao paintings before. But at that time, Heavenless treasured his own belongings and did not let them visualize all of them, especially the Heaven Scroll. Heavenless never took it out before. But this time, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings were gathered. The power was unimaginable. Having just visualized for half a day, these Hegemon realms, had already faintly understood some of it. One had to know that their cultivation realms had long already reached the limit. They might not be able to make progress for hundreds of thousands of years. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings were the only channel for them to become stronger. At this time, the entire labyrinth divine palace was a harmonious sight. Everyone was visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Whatever treasures, whatever scheming against each other, and, Body paid attention to all that. However, it was not just Kong Tan alone who was impressive. 3 days later, Feng Qingxian started undergoing nirvanic rebirth. Yes, under the circuit, stances where she did not get injured, she directly started to undergo nirvanic rebirth. However, her nirvanic rebirth time was very long. Many people had already broken through their cultivation realms, but she did not budge an inch. Under Kong Tan and Feng Qingxian, the various races' geniuses also broke through the fetters one after another. Those top geniuses broke through to hegemon realm in succession. In front of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it was a banquet of hegemon breakthroughs. Qin Baichuan, W.A.N., Jiningen, and Zhou Xianqin, these people also all broke through to hegemon realm one after another. Even people who were lacking in talent, after visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, their strength also advanced by leaps and bounds. Only Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, two people, were still observing everything from the perspective of Ji. Oh, she came too! Yi Yuan discovered a familiar figure in the crowd. It was the Nirvanic Soul Clan's Cloud Neon. The Soul race was very low profile this time. Yi Yuan was also not familiar with the people who came, so he did not say H.L. low to them. He did not expect that Cloud Neon was actually hiding among them. Cloud Neon's talent was only stronger and not weaker when compared to Feng Qingxian. Facing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, she naturally gained quite the knowledge. Yi Yuan could perceive that her soul force was currently strengthening. She was already not far away from supreme hegemon. This woman was really formidable. Just how long had it been since she broke through to hegemon realm? She was going to break through to supreme hegemon already? Yi Yuan, could it be that we were both wrong? That ancestor heavenless is really doing it for the sake of all the heavens and myriad races? Yang Qing could not resist asking, although the labyrinth divine palace trip this time had many geniuses who fell. The progress made was even more, especially the appearance of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It made many geniuses transform, becoming leviathans of a region. This made Yang Qing unable to refrain from somewhat doubting heavenless goal. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know, but I feel that it's not that simple. Furthermore, I feel like the labyrinth divine palace's matter isn't over yet. Yang Qing said with confusion, even great beyond powerhouses have come out. How is it not over yet? Could it be that there are even stronger existences? That's impossible. Although the 12 heavenly Tao paintings are imitations, the power is really strong. No one will be able to resist being moved. Yi Yuan said, with the labyrinth divine palace reappearing, all the heavens are astir. Such a major matter, it's impossible for the blood race and hegemon samsara to not know it all, right? 12 hegemon paintings. Aren't they moved by it? Yang Qing said indifferently, this place is ancestor heavenless lair. Do they dare to come? You, this fellow, you're over-suspicious. Speaking of which, you visualized for so long. Do you have any breakthroughs? Ha ha! I've already comprehended spear, Tao origin and destruction origin. 2 years had already said. With Yang Qing's talent, he naturally benefited greatly under the heaven scroll. Even Kong Tan could break through to hegemon. So how could he, Yang Qing, be weak? Of course. Yang Qing did not have Kong Tan in his eyes at all. There was only Yi Yuan. Comprehending 2 powers of origin at the same time, Yang Qing could be rated as a prodigy. So he could not resist showing off to Yi Yuan. Is that so? Congratulations to you. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. This fellow, is it that you didn't comprehend anything? Ha ha, this emperor knew that you're still that tiny bit lousier than me. Yang Qing said smugly. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said, my Tao sword should be able to kill origin powerhouses now. Not the kind like you. Yang Qing's expression turned stiff. Of course, his expression could not be seen right now. Origin powerhouse under normal circumstances. It referred to above grand completion emperor sacra heaven. Those such as Yang Qing, who comprehended origin at Lower Emperor Sacra Heaven, were in the minority after all. With the labyrinth divine palace opening up this time, geniuses from all heavens gathered. That was why it seemed like there were a lot. But actually, top geniuses like this would not exceed 5 fingers in one plane. With you as the exception, it was naturally referring to grand completion Emperor Sacra Heaven origin powerhouses. Yang Qing stopped talking. He did not know what he should say. Posturing, he got slapped in the face again. Yang Qing was very strong. He could be said to be the #1 genius in all the heavens. But although he comprehended origin now, when facing off against origin powerhouses, he would still fall far short. After all, his cultivation realm was placed there. But Yi Yuan was just Middle Emperor Vast Heaven. This guy's Tao sword was already powerful to such an extent. Didn't that mean that as long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could cross a major cultivation realm and kill an origin powerhouse at the expense of being seriously injured? This was too terrifying. Of course, Yi Yuan's Tao sword only had the power of 1 strike. But even so, it was much stronger than him comprehending 2 origins at the same time. Do you still want people to live or not? Yang Qing was like a deflated leather ball and had no more temper. I don't want to posture. So why do you have to force me every time? Yi Yuan said helplessly. Chapter 3066. The Dust Settles. Chapter 3066. The Dust Settles. Ancestor Endless slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pondering look. With 18 years of comprehension, he reaped great benefits. Compared to when he came, his strength grew significantly. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings are indeed unfathomable. But sadly, I'm not Old Man Heavenless match. Otherwise, I definitely S-N-A-T-C-H the 12 heavenly Tao paintings away. Ancestor Endless said with vicissitudes of emotion. Ancestor Profound Ice said with a cold snort, "Do you really think that Old Man Heavenless is so kind? His thoughts are hard to guess in the first place. You don't know what he wants to do at all." Ancestor Endless sighed and said, "Yes, but what choice do we have? It's just that I don't know who can have such a good life to obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings." Ancestor Burning Sky looked in Kong Tan's direction and said with a smile, "This kid originally thought that he'd definitely win, but he didn't expect the soul race La S to interject halfway, right? It seems like his Tao heart is currently a little unstable." Kong Tan reached the heaven in 1 step and was the first to break through the shackles of Hegemon realm. He originally thought that he had secured the first place, but he did not expect that Cloud Neon was even more monstrous than him. In a short 18 years, Cloud Neon actually directly broke through from peak Hegemon to supreme Hegemon. The Kong Ten instantly felt tremendous pressure. In these 18 years, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest, desperately comprehending the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. However, Cloud Neon visualized the 12 heavenly Tao paintings step by step, developing the origin of dream to the extreme. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings were all in Kampa. Sing deriving heavenly Tao to the Cloud Dream Soul physique. It was absolutely a priceless treasure. Ancestor Endless said, "The young are to be feared." Kong Tan and the Soul Race La their comprehension ability is truly terrifying. However, with Yang Qing and Yi Yuan, 2 people's comprehension ability, they shouldn't have faded into the crowd? Could it be that they were held back by some other matters? No, wait. What could be more important than visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? Ancestor Profound Ice said coolly, "Fading into the crowd is also not impossible." Back then, the few of us weren't top folks in the Labyrinth Divine Palace too. But in the end, it was us who became the 12 heavenly kings. Kong Tan, Yu Ran, and Qin Baichuan. These juniors are descendants of pedigree ancestry. There's nothing strange about thick ACCU, mulations erupting. Being in the lead for a short while doesn't mean forever taking the lead. When the other two heard that, they felt that it made sense too. The most important thing in the Labyrinth Divine Palace was naturally the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Heavenless inheritance, this kind of temptation was not what the average person could resist. How could grand, bright jade complete heaven, that sort of lousy place, possibly produce any world-shocking genius? Above the void, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings suddenly extinguished, becoming one red-green jade scroll after another. Everyone stopped breathing. They knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings had clearly already found the person that they acknowledged. The greatest reward for this trip to the Labyrinth Divine Palace was here, who would obtain all of Ancestor Heavenless legacy. This reward was much better than obtaining whatever chaos heavenly treasure. You guys, who do you think will obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? It's definitely Kong Tan, right? Among so many geniuses, his improvement is clearly the biggest. That soul race hegemon realm is also monstrous to the extreme. Peak hegemon to supreme hegemon. This step is as difficult as ascending to heaven. She actually crossed it so easily. There are also Feng Qingxian and Yuran. They are not bad at all either. No one knows what the 12 heavenly Tao paintings benchmark is, no? Indeed, there's really this possibility. Don't know who can become this trip's child of destiny. Kong Ten clenched both hands tightly, his breathing somewhat ragged. Clearly, he was rather nervous. The other young geniuses were pretty much the same as him. Although their hope was not as high as Kong Tan's, they did not know what the 12 heavenly Tao paintings criterion was either. Who knew whether or not they would be hit by the meat pie that fell from the sky? Compared to them, Cloud Neon seemed much more composed. Breaking through to supreme hegemon, she was already very satisfied. Suddenly, a streak of green light flew out of the 12 pieces of red-green jade scrolls, respectively. After the green light appeared, it converged in the air. Everyone's heart was nervous to the extreme. In the crowd, there were two people who stood aloof from things of no personal interest. These two people were naturally Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. 2 years ago, they broke out of the Heaven Scroll. In these 2 years, they turned these side halls inside out, and sure enough, they found another 3 lambskin scrolls. Counting the Heaven Scroll, Yi Yuan had obtained 4 heavenly Tao paintings. 12 heavenly Tao paintings in their order were Heaven, Earth, Universe, Aeon, Sun, Moon, Star, Man, Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. The changes of all things in heaven and earth were generally speaking within these 12 heavenly Taos. And these 3 heavenly Tao paintings that Yi Yuan obtained, they were respectively the Sun Scroll, Universe Scroll, and Winter Scroll. Yi Yuan, who do you think will obtain the 12 heavenly Tao paintings recognition? Yang Qing asked. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "It should be Kong Tan." Yang Qing said in surprise, "I even thought that you'd definitely say Cloud Neon." Yi Yuan said, "I'm just guessing." Talking about comprehension ability, Cloud Neon is only stronger than Kong Tan and not weaker. But her cultivation realm is too high. Her improvement is limited. Meanwhile, Kong Tan ascended to heaven, stepping into hegemon realm from Middle Emperor Sakra Heaven in 1 step. His current strength can probably already rival peak hegemons. In comparison, his potential is clearly a little higher. Yang Qing nodded and said, "Now that you said it, it's indeed the case." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "But I feel that no matter who the 12 heavenly Tao paintings acknowledge, it will all be in vain in the end. Cloud Neon is still all right. Her temperament is cold. She'll remain indifferent when granted favors or being subjected to humiliation. But if it's Kong Tan, his heart will probably shatter all over the floor." When Yang Qing heard that, a hint of a smile could not help appearing in the corners of his mouth. Looking at this guy, feeling deflated, seemed to be pretty good too. At this time, the green light descended. It fell from the sky like a comet. Boom! That green light directly smashed onto Kong Tan's body. The dust was settled. Kong Tan only felt that there was an additional trace of inexplicable connection between him and those 12 red-green scrolls. He was immediately wildly ecstatic in his heart. Ha ha ha. It's indeed me. Indeed me. This time, it's finally me who had the last laugh. Yi Yuan Yang Qing He Gem and Cloud Neon. Do you guys see it? The one who has the last laugh is the real winner. You all are my Kong Tan's stepping stone. Kong Tan let out a wild laugh as he said, defeating Cloud Neon, he had indescribable joy in his heart. The nervousness of more than a decade was all dispersed at this moment. He felt that he was going to step at the peak of all the heavens and look down on all life. Feng Qingxian, Yuran, and the rest all revealed looks of disappointment. A miracle indeed did not happen. Sigh, I didn't expect that He Gem and Cloud Neon actually lost to Kong Tan. I feel that her talent is only stronger and not weaker than Kong Tan. Isn't that so? With this, the fiend race is really going to rise up. Kong Tan obtained the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and ancestor, heavenless inheritance. His future accomplishments will probably be above progenitor Kong Ye's. The dust settling, everyone could only use envious gazes to size Kong Tan up. Chapter 3067. The show is just starting. Chapter 3067. The show is just starting. Congratulations. Congratulations. Fellow Taoist Kong Tan attained Tao overnight. In the future, we can only look up to you. He Gemin Yun Shang came forward and clasped his hands at Kong Tan. There was an uproar. He Gemin Yun Shang, this kind of supreme He Gemin, actually took the initiative to build friendly relations with Kong Tan. Not just him, many peak hegemons and supreme hegemons all went up and congratulated Kong Tan. Meanwhile, Kong Tan replied to them one by one, all the glory gathering onto one end. 1. Tai, this was how it was. He obtained the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and became the Son of Destiny. Very soon, he shall even obtain all of He Gemin heavenless inheritance. His future accomplishments would be immeasurable. In fact, he might even become the second He Gemin heavenless. With this kind of future, no one dared to ignore him. Building a relations. I plus P at this time was naturally no big deal. At this very moment, there was already an body who had doubts about heavenless motives. Even the 12 heavenly Tao paintings were released. The powerhouses from all heavens made tremendous progress in these 18 years. Everyone could not think why someone who had ulterior motives would go through so much effort to improve everyone's strength. Therefore, everyone thought that heavenless had long already fallen. Opening the labyrinth divine palace was just to look for a successor. Humph! These 12 heavenly Tao paintings are really blind to actually choose that kid. In terms of talent, you're much stronger than him. A Nirvanic soul clan He Gemin said unhappily. He felt unjust for Cloud Neon. Cloud Neon's talent was clearly stronger than Kong Tan's. In the end, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings actually picked Kong Tan. Was this comparing advancing realms? Cloud Neon was indifferent and said coolly, lucky chances, it's naturally obtained by those who are fated. These 12 He Gemin paintings naturally have their own rules. It can't be forced. Moreover, it's already very remarkable that I could break through to Supreme He Gemin. This kind of lucky chance isn't what anyone can have. The Nirvanic Soul Clan, He Gemin nodded and said, yeah, this way our Nirvanic Soul Clan will have 2 great Supreme Hegemons. If He Gemin Samsara doesn't come out, we can sufficiently crush the Chi Soul Clan. Kong Tan's gaze also glanced towards this time, very unhappy. This soul race actually dared to not come and congratulate. The winner becomes king, and the loser an outlaw. Since the soul race lost, then they had to bow their heads in submission. This bunch of guys was actually so haughty. After this seat achieves great beyond, I'll definitely teach you all a lesson. Also, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, haha. Weren't you guys showing off earlier? Very soon. This seat will bring the fiend race army and trample, grand bright jade, complete heaven. Presently, he was really looking forward to ancestor heavenless inheritance. This kind of heaven-shocking major figure, if one could inherit all of his mantle. What a wonderful thing that would be. Suddenly, he glimpsed the Yi Yuan and Yang Qing in the crowd, and he immediately grinned. The two of you, come over. Kong Tan pointed at Yi Yuan and said with a tone that allowed no questioning. Yi Yuan smiled and said, want a posture? Come yourself. Kong Tan's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, the winner, becomes king. No matter how breathtaking your and Yang Qing's performances were previously, it can't change the reality of being losers too. You dare to be disrespectful to this seat. This is courting death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, is that so? Congratulations to you then. Very insincere. It looked more like sarcasm. The powerhouses present all shook their heads, secretly sighing at Yi Yuan's unwise move. Regarding Kong Tan finding Yi Yuan, everyone knew that he was posturing to regain face from before. Although Kong Tan's performance had always been stunning, how could such a genius be willing to submit to others? Forget about Kong Tan. If it were Yu Ran, Qin Baichuan, and the rest, if they attained Dao overnight, they would definitely regain phase 2. Yi Yuan was not even willing to lower his head at this time. Got to admit, he was courting death. Kong Tan had already obtained the recognition of the 12 heavenly Dao paintings. He would obtain ancestor heavenless inheritance very soon. Even if Yi Yuan was hiding inside the heaven formation, it was useless too. I thought that 2 dark horses were going to emerge this time. Didn't expect that they were so useless. Yeah, other people's strength all advanced by leaps and bounds. They practically did not improve much. Forget about dropping the ball at the critical moment, but to actually not even recognize how capable they are, this is courting death. Visualizing the 12 heavenly Dao paintings this time, virtually everyone's strength soared. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, 2 people, appeared somewhat glaring to the eyes. Therefore, they naturally became idiots in other people's eyes. However, the 2 of them clearly did not have this self-awareness. Kong Tan's face became black as the bottom of a pot, only to see him snort coldly and casually thrust a palm out. The strength of a hegemon realm erupted fully. During these 18 years, Kong Tan's strength improved greatly. The power of this palm was absolutely not beneath peak hegemons. He had the intention of using Yi Yuan and Yang Qing to establish awe. Some people shook their heads. Some were disdainful. Some gloated over others' misfortune. All in all, they all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. However, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yuan, only to wave her hand casually. That powerful palm of Kong Tan's directly dissipated with the wind. It was Cloud Neon, but on the other side, Feng Qingxian secretly stomped her feet. D.A.M. and it. This woman beat me to it. When in grand bright jade, complete heaven, Feng Qingxian already knew about Cloud Neon. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was very close to her. Therefore, she naturally felt a sense of urgency. Furthermore, Cloud Neon's talent was even greater than hers. This time, she actually broke through to Supreme Hegemon. Kong Tan's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, why? Does your soul race want to become enemies with this seat? You should understand what kind of existence you're facing. Cloud Neon said coolly, you can think whatever you want, but you can't kill him. Kong Tan's face turned black. How embarrassing. This woman was courting death. He snorted coldly and said, very good. This seat has remembered it. On the day this seat breaks through to great beyond, it will be when your Nirvanic soul clan bears this seat's wrath. All the best to you. He could not bear the sight of Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan. Since he could not bear looking at them, they could die. Suddenly, a figure condensed and formed above the void. It was precisely Heavenless. Ancestor Heavenless has appeared. He's going to impart his skill. I really envy Kong Tan. I wonder what Ancestor Heavenless inheritance is like. When Ancestor Heavenless showed himself, everyone was very excited. This was the moment that everyone looked forward to, although it had nothing to do with them. But witnessing this moment was also pretty good. Kong Tan's face went from being overcast to bright, changing to a smiling face as he went to greet. Cloud Neon arrived next to Yi Yuan and said coolly, "You don't seem worried at all?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you take action? What am I worried about?" Cloud Neon said, "You know that I'm not referring to this." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The show is just starting." Cloud Neon's brows furrowed, clearly not understanding what Yi Yuan was referring to. In her view, the overall situation had already been decided. As for Kong Tan's revenge, she did not care. The Tao enlightenment this time. She had benefited greatly from it. Maybe when Kong Tan became a great beyond powerhouse, she would be able to step into great beyond too. The Cloud Dream Soul physique was no joke. Except, why did Yi Yuan say that the show was just starting? Oh, right, haven't congratulated you for becoming Supreme Hegemon. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Cloud Neon still remained indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. She said nonchalantly, "There's nothing to congratulate. When conditions are ripe, success will follow." Chapter 3068. Repeated Unforeseen Events. Chapter 3068. Repeated Unforeseen Events. Paying respect to Master. Many thanks for Master's grace of inheritance. Kong Tan will definitely inherit your great cause. Kong Tan greeted Ancestor Heavenless and knelt down, respectfully. Everyone looked at him, incomparably envious. Ancestor Heavenless stood with his hands behind his back. Even if it was just a phantom, he also made everyone look up to him. His gaze did not fall on Kong Tan but Pa S, set through the crowd and looked over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, are you willing to become this ancestor's successor? Heavenless looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly, "Amen." What was Ancestor Heavenless talking about? Everyone was absent-minded and did not react to it for some time. The person the 12 heavenly Tao paintings acknowledged, was it not Kong Tan? Why did Ancestor Heavenless ask Yi Yuan? Was there something that was mistaken? Kong Tan's entire person was petrified on the stop, being stunned by this sudden turn of events. What the hell? Why did Ancestor Heavenless ask Yi Yuan? Isn't he a good-for-nothing? Even if it's really a mistake, there are still many people to choose from. Why did he pick Yi Yuan? Could it be that Ancestor Heavenless has died for too long and became muddle-headed with age? After a brief silence, there was an uproar. Everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan, full of incomprehensibility. They did not understand why Yi Yuan, who already faded into the crowd, suddenly became the center of everyone again. Even Ancestor Endless and the rest also had dumbfounded faces. This old man is muddle-headed, right? Putting so many geniuses aside, he wants to pick a good-for-nothing to be his successor? Endless said in confusion, "If he picks Yi Yuan, then wouldn't what he said before become bulls? Hi+T? Hegemon Burning Sky also said in puzzlement. Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look, but discovered that the latter similarly had a struck senseless look. She immediately felt relieved. It turned out that this guy also had something that he could not predict. Ever since knowing Yi Yuan, she discovered that he had always acted after planning things out. It seemed like nothing could escape his control. He was clearly very weak, but could always play a role to the fullest. With regards to this friend, she viewed him in a different light. Even if it was a moment ago, Yi Yuan looked like he had ready plans to meet any situation too. But now he was stunned. MN seemed pretty good too. Yi Yuan really did not expect that Ancestor Endless would suddenly ask this. But very soon, his brows knitted together. This was a very bad omen. Are you going to take action? Yi Yuan replied with a question. Heavenless smiled and said with a nod, You're very clever. Then are you dead now, or still alive? Yi Yuan asked again. You can say dead. You can also say alive. Heavenless answered again. Yi Yuan frowned and asked again, I'm very curious. How did you place the labyrinth divine palace into the eternal river? You actually detected it. This time, Heavenless' face also revealed a look of surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I detected it from the moment I entered. Heavenless smiled and said, This ancestor indeed didn't judge wrongly. You might very likely reach this ancestor's height in the future. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm a divergent cultivator. Heavenless said, So what if you're a divergent cultivator? My generation's cultivators. Which one doesn't go against cultivation? Body has ever survived in the eternal river. Didn't this ancestor survive too? Becoming my successor. There can only be one in the world. How can you sweep across the world by learning from other people's footsteps? A hint of surprise flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes. It was still his first time hearing that someone did not care about his item. 1. Tai as a divergent cultivator. This ancestor Heavenless was really different from the rest. Yi Yuan could feel his heroic spirit, that kind of looking down at the world, not even putting heaven in his sights. It was also precisely because of this that he dared to resist all the heavens with the power of one sect, right? Although defeated, it was a glorious death. Yi Yuan and Heavenless conversation did not make any sense. People did not understand what was going on. The powerhouses of all heavens were like a bunch of fools, as if the only clear-headed people present were Yi Yuan and Ancestor Heavenless. Ancestor Heavenless was a clear-headed person. But what right did Yi Yuan have? However, they also discerned it. It seemed like the place that they were in was actually the Eternal River. This realm was actually located in the Eternal River. The whole audience was in an uproar. This place is actually in the Eternal River. This is impossible. How can a world possibly be hidden in the Eternal River? Ancestor Heavenless strength is exceedingly formidable. If he survived in the Eternal River, forget it. But how can he possibly hide the entire labyrinth divine palace inside the Eternal River? What on earth does this guy want to do? The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Ancestor Heavenless' eyes revealed a hint of disdain. What a bunch of idiots. How unparalleledly talented was this ancestor. Even if he died, he would also have to die in a blaze of glory. How could he possibly impart his skill to others? Everything in this world. He knew it like the palm of his hand. The world was drunk. Only Yi Yuan alone was awake. This boy never believed in whatever inheritance from start to end. He came here simply to fish for benefits. When those supreme hegemons, great beyond powerhouses, were fighting for the 12 hegemon paintings, only Yi Yuan was unmoved. Furthermore, this boy's luck was unbelievably good. He could actually find 4 heavenly Tao paintings. In the end, he was the biggest winner. And Master, didn't you say that as long as I obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, I'll be able to inherit everything of yours? Kong Tan panicked. Heavenless looked at Kong Tan like looking at a fool and said, What kind of character is this ancestor? Why would I need some disciples? Inherit this ancestor's mantle? You're really a toad ting after swan meat. But what about Yi Yuan? Kong Tan felt like his brain was eaten by a dog. Drawing water with a sieve, it was all for naught. In the end, he was actually toyed in circles by people. Heavenless said coolly, He's different from you. In the crowd, Hu Gaoshan suddenly stood up and walked toward Yi Yuan. It was just that at this time Hu Gaoshan's disposition became like a different person from before. Yi Yuan looked at Hu Gaoshan, who was walking over head-on, and could not help palpitating with anxiety and fear. Cloud Neon, who was next to him, her eyes also turned intent, her entire body going on full alert, akin to facing a great enemy. Hu Gaoshan arrived before Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Heavenly Saint Yi, can you hand over the 12 heavenly Tao paintings in your hands to me for safeguarding?" He looked at Yi Yuan quietly just like that, not caring about the Cloud Neon who was beside him as well, as if doing something very ordinary. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. Only he and Yang Qing, 2 people, knew about the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. If there was another, it would be heavenless. But Hu Gaoshan actually knew too. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and had his eyes glued on Hu Gaoshan. He already knew his ident. "One Tai, I really didn't expect that the exalted Hegemon Samsara was actually hiding right next to me," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "What, Hegemon Samsara? Yi Yuan has lost his mind, right? Hegemon Samsara is mysterious and hard to fathom. How can he possibly appear here? This guy is merely Emperor Vast Heaven. How can he possibly be Hegemon Samsara? No, wait. Aren't the 12 heavenly Tao paintings in the sky? Why would it be at Yi Yuan there? One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In this short 15 minutes' time, there were really repeated, unforeseen events, making everyone unable to take it all in. Hu Gaoshan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Old Man Heavenless is right. You're really very smart." Chapter 3069. Each harboring ulterior motives, an explosive situation. Chapter 3069. Each harboring ulterior motives, an explosive situation. Hand the heavenly Tao paintings to me. This ancestor can take you in as a disciple. Old Man Heavenless is half dead. He can't prevail. You have the enshrouding, mist soul physique. This ancestor can let you be reborn anew and reach the great beyond. Hu Gaoshan did not deny his ident. 1. Tai but also wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple instead. For a moment, everyone was stunned. 2 great overlords, the strongest 2 great hegemons of eternity, actually wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple at the same time, no matter what they were after. With just these words being uttered, it was sufficient to prove Yi Yuan's monstrousness. Meanwhile, Kong Tan had already completely become heir. The glory previously had long already been shattered all over the ground. There was only him and Heavenless above the sky. He was kneeling on the ground, not knowing what to do, unable to leave nor stay, so awkward. Luckily, there was already no one paying attention to him now. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement by the sudden turn of events that came back to back. Everyone's attention was focused on Yi Yuan. They were all waiting for Yi Yuan's choice. Her. There's no problem handing it over to you. It's just that someone else probably won't agree to it. Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Take him in as a disciple? Hoo. He, Yi Yuan, was not a fool. Hegemon Samsara turned into Hu Gaoshan and schemed for a long time by his side. This kind of person, how could Yi Yuan possibly hand the heavenly Tao paintings over to him? Yi Yuan was originally banking on the fact that Hegemon Samsara could come forward now that the 33 heavens were met with a calamity. But now, through Hegemon Samsara's various actions and conduct, he made a judgment on his character. During the havoc of the labyrinth divine palace back then, Hegemon Samsara only came forward at the last moment too. With his strength, why did he not come forward earlier? Now, being met with the disaster of the blood race, Hegemon Samsara was similarly quiet and motionless. Hegemon Samsara reincarnated into hundreds of millions and comprehended on the Tao of Samsara. Yi Yuan did not believe that this level of existence would not detect the blood race's unusual movement. But he did not take any action. What did this show? This showed that Hegemon Samsara was a selfish person. This time he was clearly aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Then, what about the havoc of the labyrinth divine palace the previous time? Was his goal the 12 heavenly Tao paintings to begin with. Highly probable. This kind of person, you were hoping that he could fight to the death with the Chaos Bloodstone for the 33 heavens? Impossible. Giving the heavenly Tao paintings to him might not be a good thing. Haha, you're talking about Heavenless, that old ghost? This ancestor doesn't take him seriously yet. Hegemin Samsara said coolly, I'm not talking about him. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd, and he said coolly, still not coming out? If the heavenly Tao paintings get S, N-A-T-C, head away by this guy, you'll gain nothing good out of it. Everyone had blank looks, uncertain what it meant. But right at this time, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was a blue-robed youth. Yi Yuan had an impression of this person. He was a member of the Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven Army too. He did not expect that these two guys were actually both hiding in his squad. However, when he saw the blue-robed youth, Yi Yuan's pupils could not help constricting. The blue-robed youth smiled strangely, and he said, Looks like you've already discovered it. Got to admit, among these guys, the one that this progenitor thinks the most highly of is you. Yi Yuan's heart sank. This blue-robed youth was naturally the Chaos Bloodstone. However, at this time, the blue-robed youth did not deliberately suppress his origin of blood. Yi Yuan had detected it. This blue-robed youth was not Blood One. Blood Two they all. This guy was a fused body. This was also to say that the blue-robed youth was the combined body of several Bloodstone clones. This guy's strength was unfathomable. Samsara's pupils constricted, and he said, Didn't expect that you came too. Looks like you're aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings too. The blue-robed youth smiled sinisterly and charmingly as he said, This kind of precious treasure that was born in the eternal river, who won't be moved? Yi Yuan, you have a trace of this progenitor's origin of blood. As long as you hand the heavenly Tao paintings over to this progenitor can guarantee that you'll only have one person above you and everyone else under you. In these 33 heavens, body will be able to shake your status. It's the blood race's progenitor. This blue-robed youth is actually the blood race's progenitor. What capability does Yi Yuan have to actually make these 3 great overlords show favor to him at the same time? Also, what are the heavenly Tao paintings that they are talking about? Could it be that those red-green jade scrolls are actually the heavenly Tao paintings? Then, what did we comprehend? The crowd instantly burst into an uproar. Many people did not know about the existence of the Chaos Bloodstone, and so they addressed him as the blood race's progenitor. Of course, there was no reason to know. It was just that heavenless samsara, blood progenitor, these 3 great overlords, could be said to be the apex of the 33 heavens already. These 3 great overlords actually tossed out an olive branch to Yi Yuan at the same time. Yi Yuan's weight in these 3 people's hearts could be seen. In comparison, Kong Tan was simply weak to the max. What was laughable was that he previously actually still thought that he had already obtained it and wanted to harm Yi Yuan. Thinking about it now, it was really laughable to the extreme. At this time, Samsara said coolly, Yi Yuan, that lover of yours seems to already have a part of her divine soul enter samsara, right? In the heavens above and below the ground. Only this ancestor can find her. Do you want to consider it? Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, looking at Hegemin Samsara with a look of shock. He actually even knew about this. Hegemin Samsara was really too scary. This guy had knows how many clones. Furthermore, there were not many who knew that Mu Lingxue existed. It looked like this clone even had a considerable connection to him. Seeing Yi Yuan's agitated expression, the blue-robed youth knew in his mind that things were not good. He snorted coldly and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. A formidable to the extreme power of origin completely locked onto Yi Yuan. He could not even move a muscle. Yi Yuan was horrified in his heart. Was this the superlative of power? Too strong. When Hegemin Samsara saw the situation, how could he be willing to yield? Similarly, he also grabbed toward Yi Yuan. Samsara origin erupting, it was actually not the least bit weaker than the blue-robed youth. No one could have expected that a puny little Hu Gaoshan actually erupted with such terrifying strength. Yi Yuan shouted madly in his heart, "Damn, and it, old man heavenless, why haven't you made a move?" Sure enough, right at the same time when the two people erupted, Heavenless also erupted. It was only to see him reach his hand out and beckon. Yi Yuan's figure instantly disappeared from where he originally was. Boom! A large hole was directly blasted out at the place where Yi Yuan was standing. Hitting thin air, the two people's expressions were very ugly. Ancestor Heavenless snorted coldly and said, "These 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it can land in whoever's hands, but it can't land in your hands. Moreover, you guys are very arrogant. Have you forgotten whose territory this place belongs to?" Samsara snorted coldly and said, "Old man Heavenless, in your half-dead state, what can you do to me?" The blue-robed youth also smiled and said, "Heavenless now isn't your era anymore. Go in peace. Leave the 33 heavens to this progenitor." When Heavenless heard that, he let out a wild laugh and said, "Ha ha ha. You guys are also too naive. The two of you are merely clones, that's all. To also dare act wildly in front of this ancestor. Haven't you guys always been guessing what this ancestor's goal of opening up the Labyrinth Divine Palace is for? Now, I'll let you all witness the plan that this ancestor has been preparing for several 100,000 years. Chapter 3070, Transforming into Chaos. Chapter 3070, Transforming into Chaos. Extreme Tao True Fire Arise. Boom! Heavenless spread out both arms. Flames that covered the sky filled the entire Labyrinth Divine Palace. Terrifying fire tongues danced wildly in the S.P.A.C. Ah! A group of people who were slightly weaker was directly swallowed up by the fire tongues, emitting shrill screams. They did not die immediately, but were burned by the true fire. Meanwhile, the people who were not engulfed, they avoided those flame tongues crazily. Hegemen Samsara and the blue-robed youth were originally somewhat apprehensive, but seeing these flames, they immediately revealed a hint of disdainful expression. Her, I was wondering what trump card. It turned out that it's this. This fire is too weak. Hegemen Samsara casually pushed a CLU-S to flames aside and said coolly. The blue-robed youth smiled and said, "Ancestor Heavenless, you're old. Go in peace. This bit of cultivation base can't trap us." Not just them, Ancestor Endless and the rest, even those supreme hegemons, turned their noses up at this. The power of this flame was too weak, but Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. He detected a trace of a different aura. "What? This flame isn't powerful, right?" Cloud Neon asked. Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression, "This scene looks somewhat like refining pills." Cloud Neon's brows shot up, and she said in surprise, "Refining pills? Using so many living people to refine pills?" Yi Yuan said with a look of shock, "That's right. I think I understand what he's trying to do. This guy is really too crazy." "Ha ha ha. You brat, you can really be described using wise and farsighted. I really can't hide anything from you. That's right, this seat opened up the Labyrinth Divine Palace and let the geniuses from all heavens come in, and even brought out the fake 12 heavenly Tao paintings of my lifetime comprehension to let all of you visualize and gain enlightenment, improving your strength. It's for the sake of refining a chaos heavenly pill that no one has never refined. The stronger you all are, the greater the medicinal effect of this chaos heavenly pill. This seat wants to corroborate my Tao with this pill and transcend the great beyond." Ancestor Heavenless let out a loud laugh and said, "What? He wants to use us to refine pills?" This Kong Tan was not far away from Ancestor Heavenless. He could hear these words clearly. It was seriously too shocking. There was actually someone who would do something so crazy. He thought that he had swept across his peers and obtained ancestor heavenless recognition. He could look forward to the future. But only until now did he know that he was a complete and utter idiot. Ancestor Heavenless never looked him in the eye before. In comparison, Ancestor Heavenless said that he wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple previously. That was to give him a chance to survive. The disparity between the two people was really like heaven and earth. Arg, I don't want to be refined in a heavenly pill. I want to charge out. No way. I can't die here. I'm going to break this world and leave the labyrinth divine palace. Hurry up and go. Can't sit here and resign ourselves to our doom. The powerhouses of all heavens fell into madness. They desperately wanted to charge out. Except, how could they charge out? Ha ha ha. Escape? Where can you all escape? This seat turned into chaos and refined the labyrinth divine world into a huge pill refining furnace. All of you are merely inside the pill refining furnace. Or should I say, you all are inside this ancestor's body. Without this ancestor's agreement, which of you can go out? Heavenless said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan also had a look of shock as he listened. This ancestor Heavenless was really a complete and utter madman. He actually completely turned himself and this world into a part of chaos. No wonder he could survive in the Eternal River. Yi Yuan also understood why he said that he was alive and also dead. Ancestor Heavenless could not leave the Eternal River at all. But he made use of the Eternal River to open a passageway to all the heavens, and he then attracted countless geniuses and major powerhouses into the labyrinth divine palace. Disregarding other things, no one could stop the temptation of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It looked like Ancestor Heavenless was really forced into a desperate situation back then. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to this plan too, corroborating his Tao with alchemy. How similar was this to him refining the Tao, defying pill back then, turning the tables in a desperate situation, facing the sun and being born in adversity. It was just that his method was seriously too cruel. Of course, Yi Yuan also did not expect that Ancestor Heavenless was actually also such a terrifying chaos heavenly master. Extreme Tao True Fire, start again. Refine for me. Heavenless roared loudly. The power of the Extreme Tao True Fire directly rose significantly. With this, those hegemons could not hold out anymore too. There were a few hegemons who were slightly inattentive and were directly wrapped up by the true fire. They could not even escape. Miserable cries lingered on incessantly. The aura of despair was spreading. Kid, this ancestor will give you another chance. Do you want to become this ancestor's disciple? After this ancestor unifies the 33 heavens and kills Samsara, that old dog, you'll be the #1 person under this ancestor. This kind of glory isn't what anyone has the chance to enjoy. Heavenless said. Clearly, he was moved by his love for geniuses. However, Yi Yuan was unmoved and shook his head and said, I'm sorry. I already have a teacher. I won't change lineages in this lifetime. Ancestor Heavenless said with a cold snort, in these 33 heavens, who is more qualified than this ancestor to be your master? With your cultivation base, even if it's ordinary hegemon realms, they can't teach you anything anymore, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, my master is just a peak hegemon, but he's more qualified to be my master than you. You all, these supreme powerhouses, are all self-centered people. Why would you really have the intention to accept a disciple? If I didn't guess wrongly, you're probably very apprehensive of me, right? Taking me in as a disciple is merely to lock me by your side and to not give me a chance to Serpa. SSU. I wonder if I'm right? By the side, Cloud Neon, Feng Qingxian, and the rest all revealed looks of surprise. This answer was really surprising to them. Ancestor Heavenless laughed loudly and said, Kid, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. Why would this ancestor fear you? A measly little emperor vast heaven. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, You transformed into chaos and refined the labyrinth divine world into a huge pill furnace. You're strong, very strong. You can even trap Hegemon's Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone's clones. But unfortunately, you know that you can't trap me, because what I cultivate is also the eternal river's chaos. If I didn't guess wrongly, my appearance should be something that you didn't expect. You also didn't expect that after several 100,000 years, there's actually a brat who similarly cultivated the eternal river's chaos. Ancestor Heavenless complexion gradually turned dark. This boy's intellect was close to monstrous. Really, nothing could be hidden from him. His thoughts were actually guessed not far off the mark by him. Starting from when Yi Yuan appeared in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he was shocked. In this world, other than him, how could there be someone who cultivated the eternal river's chaos as well? Although the two of their Daos were very different, without a doubt, Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence was pure to the extreme. He transformed into chaos. Actually, it was blazing another trail to integrate as one with the eternal river. Then, he was using the eternal river's power to go and kill someone who cultivated the eternal river's chaos? This was impossible. Chapter 3071, Checks and Balance. Chapter 3071, Checks and Balance. Cloud Neon, Feng Qingxian, and the others who were by the side were all stunned. The exalted ancestor, Heavenly Emperor, one of the strongest major powers in the 33 heavens since ancient times, was actually fearful of a measly little emperor, vast heaven. Such a thing was seriously too fantastical. The development of things was really full of twists and turns. It was just that no matter how it twisted, they also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually played such an important role in it. In that case, you're going to be enemies with me? Heavenless expression gradually turned cold. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, he was also merely an emperor vast heaven. He was apprehensive of Yi Yuan, but did not really take Yi Yuan seriously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You want to see the light of day again. It has nothing to do with me. You want to transcend the great beyond, and it has nothing to do with me as well. However, these people that I brought, I'll naturally be bringing them away too. In addition, my friends will be brought away too. Apart from these, do as you please." Yi Yuan was just doing what ought to be done. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. But he was not a goody two-shoes. He knew that bringing everyone away was not too realistic. After all, his strength was limited. But to let him watch Yang Qing, Feng Qingxian, Cloud Neon, these close friends court their death with his own eyes, he could not do it. This was true, even if he was facing the three great overlords. Heavenless sneered and said, "Yi Yuan, this ancestor is a little apprehensive of you. But aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? It's as easy as turning over my hand for this ancestor to kill you." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't try that stuff with me, all right? If Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone didn't come, it's naturally easy for you to kill me. But now, the majority of your energy will have to be placed on them, right? Making a move against me will be equivalent to giving them an opportunity to exploit. Are you sure that you want to make a move against me?" Heavenless was virtually about to collapse. This brat was really hard to deal with. Heavenless thought that he had schemed against all the heavens, but he did not expect to be cornered by a little bee. Astard! Boom! A loud noise. Suddenly the void trembled. Heavenless expression changed, immediately disappearing. The swaying labyrinth divine palace stabilized very quickly. Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone had joined forces. They were bombarding the S.P.A.C., trying to breach this world. Ordinary power was naturally unable to do it, but they could. These two people both grasped people at the end of the world and were terrifyingly strong. Although their true body did not come here, their strength similarly could not be underestimated. The two people joining hands, their strength could be seen at a glance. However, Heavenless was stronger. In the eternal river, The power of chaos flowed in an endless stream. Heavenless could draw out the power of the chaos endlessly to repair the labyrinth divine world. It just depended on whether his speed of repair could match up to the speed of destruction. A bunch of fools. What are you still in a daze for? Everyone attack one point with us. As long as we breach this world, everyone will have hope of escaping. Otherwise, you all can wait to die. The Chaos Bloodstone said with exasperation. Only then did everyone wake up from the dream. These hegemon realms and even great beyond dreams naturally cannot be refined as and when you liked. This required a drawn-out process. Refining the chaos heavenly pill was similarly a long process. Clearly, they still had the strength left to destroy the labyrinth divine world. Quickly, attack! Fight it out, old man heavenless. This seat will find trouble with you. Blood progenitor will listen to you. Powerhouses from all heavens gathered around the two overlords, preparing to attack the labyrinth divine world. Ancestor Endless, Ancestor Burning Sky, Ancestor Profound Ice, as well as Hegemon Yunshang, these supreme hegemons all came over. In order to survive, they put aside their animosity for the time being and joined hands to face the enemy. To such powerhouses, breaking through a world was a common thing. Except this world was different. It was Ancestor Heavenless Incarnation. The Chaos Bloodstone said in a solemn voice, "Okay, I'll count to 3. Everyone will join forces to attack that point. This Ancestor wants to see how strong this world is." 1, 2. All the hegemon realms, as well as the numerous origin realms, Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouses, brought out their killing moves one after another. For a moment, the power of origin was torrential and grandiose above the void. 3. Counting to 3, a myriad of arrows was released simultaneously, a series of powers that was terrifying until it made people feel suffocated, bombarded right onto a spatial node. Boom! The earth quaked and mountains swayed. That spatial node was directly caved in. The deformation was visible to the naked eye. 2 great supremacies, 3 mighty great beyonds, as well as numerous supreme hegemons. This force was seriously too terrifying. No matter how strong Ancestor Heavenless was, it was impossible to be completely unscathed too. When everyone saw this scene, they were wildly ecstatic. They saw hope, but in the next second, everyone was petrified. This was because that SPAC that dented in was recovering again at a speed visible to the naked eye. In merely a few breaths of time, everything returned to normal. How can this be? This recovery speed is also too fast. The recovery ability is so strong. How can we possibly break through? Ancestor Heavenless strength is also too strong, right? Some people finally could not endure it and were swallowed by the fire tongues. Everyone's faces revealed a look of despair. The Chaos Bloodstone said in a solemn voice, "All pulling a long face for? Continue attacking. Old Man Heavenless can quickly repair SPAC by relying on the Eternal River's chaos. But it's not unlimited either. His repair speed will get slower and slower. It will depend on who can't hold out first. Everyone, follow my orders and attack that nodal point just now again." Far away, Yi Yuan Yangqing, including Cloudnian's soul race and Feng Xuan's true spirit race, they all did not take part. Compared to the Chaos Bloodstone, they trusted Yi Yuan more. Grand, bright Jade, complete heaven's powerhouses also had quite a number of people that died. There were only over 30,000 people who were still following Yi Yuan now. The numbers were still dwindling continuously. Seeing that the development of things was exactly the same as what Yi Yuan predicted, their confidence in Yi Yuan was boosted. As long as there was Heavenly Saint Yi around, there was nothing that could not be resolved. Right now, the situation was already very clear. Ancestor Heavenless already had no time to spare for other things in order to maintain the stability of the labyrinth divine world. And Hegemin Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone similarly would spare no efforts to attack in order to escape this world. At this time, many Hegemin realms were tainted by many flame tongues on their bodies. This extreme Tao true fire did not look strong, but it was like bone-infesting maggots, corroding everyone. And the power of flames that the two great supremacies were enduring was clearly the strongest. The others were merely small fries. Yi Yuan, what should we do? Do we lend them a helping hand? Or operate on our own? Feng Qingxian asked. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, those people are being made use of. Attacking the labyrinth divine world will consume power rapidly. The two supremacies' attacks look fierce, but I feel that it shouldn't be their true strength. They are ACCU, mulating power, preparing for the final blow. Furthermore, even if these people break through the labyrinth divine world with their consumption, it's impossible to escape the eternal river too. I estimate that the two great supremacies should have the strength to escape. In fact, maybe their true bodies are already waiting to receive them outside of the eternal river. Everyone was filled with fear. These two great supremacies really had wicked thoughts. Then what should we do? Feng Qingxian said anxiously, find the universe scroll. As long as I comprehend spatial origin, I'll be able to bring all of you out. Yi Yuan said with a firm gaze. Chapter 3072. It's also too supernatural. Chapter 3072. It's also too supernatural. Yi Yuan took out the lambskin scroll and let everyone look it over. Everyone exchanged glances, disbelieving expressions on their faces. This is the real 12 heavenly Tao painting? It doesn't look like it at all. This thing is also too ordinary, right? If it was given to me, I might directly throw it away. What's laughable is that Kong Tan thought he obtained the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. But it turns out that they were actually counterfeits. This lambskin scroll was seriously too ordinary. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, they were also not very convinced that this was the legendary 12 heavenly Tao paintings. The appearance was really not nice. If Ancestor Heavenless had not personally admitted it, they would definitely think that Yi Yuan was joking. Hence, everyone started searching for the universe scroll. Yi Yuan's spatial rule was already not far from Origin Realm. Actually, with his current strength, leaving on his own was not difficult. Ancestor Heavenless transformed into chaos, which was also to say that the labyrinth divine world was one with the eternal river's chaos. Yi Yuan only needed to activate chaos divine essence to simulate the state of incarnating into chaos and execute spatial divine ability, and he would be able to fuse into one with the labyrinth divine world. Then, break free from the labyrinth divine world. But with his current spatial divine ability, he could not bring everyone away. Yi Yuan also did not dare to slack off in searching for the universe scroll. Along with the Pa-S Sing of Time, the power of the extreme Tao true fire grew stronger and stronger. Even if it was boiling frogs on low heat, it was also not what the average person could withstand. More and more people were being refined. Above the void, rumbling sounds lingered on incessantly. The fierce battles between Ancestor Heavenless and the powerhouses from all heavens were still at a stalemate. A portion of the Hegemin realms was getting weaker and weaker. Under the extreme Tao, true fire's refinement, their strength was already somewhat falling short of their wishes. Hegemin, Samsara, and the Chaos Bloodstone had also sustained considerable injuries at this time. In this world, the vast majority of the extreme Tao true fire was released at them. The two people already had multiple areas on their body that were burned, but the attacks were still continuing. Although that spatial node was still being repaired, it was no longer as fast as before. This also gave everyone hope. Originally, it would be able to recover in a few breaths, but now it already needed 100 breaths of time. Furthermore, it was still continuing to weaken. For the sake of this glimmer of hope, Those hegemon realms also spared no effort. After all, everyone was doing it in order to live and not be refined into a heavenly pill. Such a conclusion was a little too tragic. In a side hall, Yi Yuan was sizing up and down, currently looking for the heavenly Tao painting. Suddenly a figure appeared. It was precisely Ancestor Heavenless. Yi Yuan, give up. You can't find the universe scroll. Although you've obtained 4 out of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Even if you can find one more, how would you know that it will be the universe scroll? Ancestor Heavenless stood with his hands behind his back as he said calmly, "This phantom of his was very illusory. Clearly it was not powerful. It could be seen that he also did not have much energy to deal with Yi Yuan currently. Yi Yuan did not look at him and said coolly, 'You came to find me. Does it mean that I'm very close to the universe scroll?'" Ancestor Heavenless was shocked in his heart, but there were no ripples on his face. This sly old fox naturally would not reveal any flaws. However, it did not matter to Yi Yuan anymore. He believed in his own destiny. Whatever you think. This ancestor just came here to tell you that those guys are not far from being refined anymore. Once they are refined, it will be time for you to die. You still have time to leave now, by yourself. Heavenless said with a faint smile, "You can see through my cultivation. You can see through my chaos divine essence. But regarding some things, you won't be able to see through, such as my destiny." Yi Yuan said with a smile. He did not shun away from anything. Destiny was vague and insubstantial. If it was a Tao, no one had ever corroborated their Tao with this before. Other great Taos had their cultivation methods. Only destiny, this path, was elusive, and the extreme medicine sex blessing power was willingly formed by countless predecessors. That was how it formed such magical power. The extreme medicine sect once had someone who studied this thing before, but was similarly gainless. But Yi Yuan was an anomaly. All the predecessors acknowledged Yi Yuan. Heavenless naturally did not believe it. He laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you wouldn't be telling this ancestor that the heavenly Tao paintings previously were all found due to good luck, right? This ancestor is similarly someone who holds a great destiny. But to talk about being able to find a heavenly Tao painting by randomly trying your luck, that's also too nonsensical." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I know that you don't believe it, but actually when I came here, I already gave up on looking for any treasure. I was just strolling around idly. Then I found the heaven scroll." Heavenless was shocked in his heart again. A level of existence like him. How could he be easy to hoodwink? Heavenless felt that Yi Yuan was not lying. While talking, Yi Yuan already left this great hall. Heavenless did not give up. He continued to follow Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan guessed correctly. This place was already very close to the universe scroll. After the great hall, there were rows of houses. Those were the residences of some low-level disciples. Yi Yuan came to this area and walked leisurely. It was as if he was sightseeing. Heavenless heart also tensed up. Could it be that this guy was really so supernatural? Somebody's destiny was actually even stronger than your father's? This ancestor doesn't believe it. Don't go to C3. Don't go to C3. Don't go to C3. Heavenless shouted in his heart. He naturally knew where the universe scroll was placed. He also did not deliberately hide it. He just casually threw it to some inconspicuous place. The universe scroll was in this house's room, C3. But freaking L, the direction that Yi Yuan was walking was getting closer and closer to room C3. Ancestor Heavenly Tao already did not have the energy to transfer these heavenly Tao paintings now. Refining so many powerhouses, even with his ability, it was absolutely not a walk in the park too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind became more agile as luck hit, turning into room C3. Ancestor Heavenless felt that his heart was about to explode. There were at least several 100 houses here. Why did this guy pick this one? I'm depressed. This boy was simply supernatural. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too. This universe scroll is placed extremely secretively. This ancestor doesn't believe that he can find that secret compartment. Even if his heart was already surging like a torrential tide, he did not express it in the slightest. He just pretended to be nonchalant and followed behind Yuan and entered room C32. Everything was so natural. Did Yi Yuan know that the universe scroll was here? Of course he did not know. He was really walking randomly, and then he suddenly turned in here. Sometimes luck was this magical. You sought desperately but could not obtain it. But joy would fall from the sky unwittingly. Yi Yuan walked 2 rounds in room C3 and discovered a study room. He then walked in. Ancestor, do you think the universe scroll will be here? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ancestor Heavenless was shocked in his heart, but his face was very calm as he said, the labyrinth divine palaces, low-level disciples. Their houses number in the tens of thousands. Yet you picked this one. If you can really find it, wouldn't this ancestor become a joke? Or are you trying to bait it out of this ancestor? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You're overthinking it. I was just bored and wanted to chat with you. I know that an old monster like you, even if I really find it, you all won't show anything to. While talking, Yi Yuan arrived next to the bookshelf and casually picked up a book and started flipping it. Ancestor Heavenless heart thumped again. This was also too freaking supernatural. Chapter 3073. Unparalleled Under the Heavens. Chapter 3073. Unparalleled Under the Heavens. This was naturally not the universe scroll, but it was too close to the secret compartment's mechanism. Yi Yuan took a few looks. These were some essays and poems. Feeling bored, he put it back where it was. A large rock landed on the ground in Heavenless Heart. What a close shave! Immediately he sneered incessantly. Ha! What wielder of great destiny! You even bluffed this ancestor. In the end, didn't you still brush past it? This boy, when he's on his deathbed and this ancestor tells him that here is where the universe scroll was placed, would the expression on his face be very fascinating? Heavenless could not help somewhat looking forward to him. In fact, he was really scared half to death just now. However, he also knew that at this time, he absolutely could not give anything away. This boy was too sharp. Once he revealed any hints, he would definitely see through something. From start to end, his face was placid without any ripples. Right at this time, a CLUS, Tur of Extreme Tao True Fire rose up, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan casually waved his hand. A burst of chaos divine essence was fired out, directly dispersing it. Coincidentally, this attack's aftershock was not exhausted, and it actually directly slammed onto the mechanism. Click! The secret compartment opened, revealing the lambskin scroll inside. Ancestor Heavenless, who was still gloating, just now was staring dumbfoundedly. So coincidental. This CLUS, Tur of Extreme Tao True Fire, was really divine. The position, the angle, they were just right. As if it was opening the mechanism for Yi Yuan. His Extreme Tao True Fire followed like a shadow, but Yi Yuan was too powerful. With the power of the Extreme Tao True Fire presently, it was unable to harm him at all. The Extreme Tao True Fire previously, Heavenless saw it too. Yi Yuan could crush it with a wave of his hand. Chaos Divine Essence was no joke, unless he could divert his energy to specifically target Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he completely could not do anything to him at the moment. But coincidentally, this CLUS, Tur of Extreme Tao True Fire, was really too timely. A myriad of profanities galloped across in Ancestor Heavenless Heart. Yi Yuan also looked at the secret compartment rather surprisedly and suddenly smiled. Senior Heavenless, I didn't expect that it's really so coincidental. This lambskin scroll wouldn't be the universe volume, right? Actually, he already knew the answer. Ancestor Heavenless expression already landed in his eyes. His dumbfoundedness clearly showed that this was the universe volume. The extreme medicine sex ancestors, you all are really too awesome. Destiny was indeed foreordained by the unseen. Yi Yuan casually picked up the lambskin scroll. Upon looking, what could it be if not the universe scroll? I said it before. My luck has always been pretty good. However, without Senior Heavenless Extreme Tao True Fire, I'd really have walked past the universe scroll. Many thanks, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ancestor Heavenless Heart was already filled with shock and depression. He did not expect that it was actually this D.A.M. N Extreme Tao True Fire that helped Yi Yuan find the universe scroll. A holder of great destiny. Was this the holder of great destiny? This brat's luck was a little too good, right? It was not that he did not believe in destiny. It was just that he never thought that someone could use this kind of unusual method to find the heavenly Tao painting. Kid, consider yourself ruthless. Hope that you can comprehend spatial origin before this ancestor exterminates them. Ancestor Heavenless Figure directly dissipated without leaving even a word behind. No more face. In addition, he also had to speed up refining those powerhouses. At this time, his apprehension towards Yi Yuan was no less than that of Hegemin, Samsara, and Chaos Bloodstone. Obtaining the universe scroll, Yi Yuan did not get too entangled either, injecting Chaos Divine Essence and directly started gaining enlightenment on Tao. He also knew that it was not the time to be pleased with himself at present. How this farce would end, no one knew either. But Yi Yuan did not want to see Ancestor Heavenless return to the 33 heavens. This might not be a good thing for the 33 heavens. However, making use of Ancestor Hegemin to inflict heavy wounds on Hegemin, Samsara, and Chaos Bloodstone was a pretty good choice. It seemed like he could set the snipe and clam at each other and take advantage of them both. The present situation was rather delicate. If Hegemin, Samsara, and the Chaos Samsara pill were refined, and Ancestor Hegemin really refined them into the strongest Chaos heavenly pill in history, he might really be able to transcend the great beyond. With Ancestor Heavenless Temperament, the consequences were seriously hard to predict. But if Hegemin, Samsara, and the Chaos Bloodstone's clones were seriously wounded and Ancestor Hegemin was not able to refine them, this way, the three great supremacies would all be hurt. These two great clones were very important existences to Hegemin, Samsara, and the Chaos Bloodstone. Once heavily injured, the main body would definitely be greatly implicated. However, this angle had to be grasped well. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan already had a plan in his heart. Of course, the prerequisite for all these was comprehending spatial origin first. Hegemin, Samsara, and the Chaos Bloodstone's clones were almost despairing. At this time, including them, they no longer had the strength left to attack the labyrinth divine world anymore. They were very strong, but they were just clones in the end. The entire labyrinth divine world was Ancestor Heavenless main body. This was no joke. D.A.M. and it. I didn't expect that I was actually schemed against by this sly old fox. Losing this clone, this progenitor's strength will reduce by at least 30%. Once Old Man Heavenless really succeeds in refining the pill and recondenses a physical body, transcending the great beyond, then the consequences will be too severe. Hegemin Samsara was bitterly remorseful in his heart. The temptation of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings was too strong. It was just that he did not expect that not only did Ancestor Heavenless not die, but furthermore, he transformed into chaos and refined himself together with the labyrinth divine world. Such means were too fantastical. He was originally very confident. With this clone strength, obtaining the 12 heavenly Tao paintings would be effortless. Who knew that he still walked into a trap? Everyone knew that Old Man Heavenless did not have good intentions. But no one expected that Old Man Heavenless' boldness was actually so great. He schemed against all the 33 heavens' top powerhouses. There was also the Chaos Bloodstone who had the same idea as him. The blue-robed youth said with regret, "Ha! This progenitor thought that I schemed against all the heavens. Didn't expect that in the end. I'm still less skilled than Old Man Heavenless. Old Man Samsara, I didn't expect that this progenitor would fail to exchange blows with you. I was actually defeated under Old Man Heavenless hands in the end. Hegemin Samsara sighed and said, in the end, this progenitor still underestimated him. Looks like of the three of us, it's still him who won in the end. Yours and my clone being refined into a heavenly pill, it will be equivalent to losing 30% to 40% of our strength. It will simply be impossible to be his match anymore. The blue-robed youth suddenly remembered someone and said, Where's Yi Yuan, that boy? Is he dead? Samsara smiled lightly and said, You seem to have quite a deep resentment toward that boy. The blue-robed youth snorted coldly and said, That's because you didn't become his opponent. Otherwise, your resentment will be very deep too. Back then, he made this progenitor suffer a huge loss at true sovereign heaven realm. This isn't what the average person can accomplish. Plus, if he didn't die yet, maybe this situation can still have a sudden turn of events. Samsara shook his head and said with a bitter smile, You're thinking too much. This progenitor admits that that boy is very impressive. But Old Man Heavenless isn't a worthless wretch like you. Being able to scheme against the two of us at the same time, his intelligence is truly unparalleled under the heavens. Resign yourself to fate. Chapter 3074 Ruined My Great Plan. Chapter 3074 Ruined My Great Plan. I almost can't hold on anymore. Cloud Neon, do you think Yi Yuan can find the universe volume? Foam Qingxuan's breathing was barely perceptible as she said to the Cloud Neon next to her. Cloud Neon's situation was not much better than hers too. Her soul body was faint. Even if she had myriad origins, she could not withstand being refined by the blazing fire too. There were several supreme hegemons who were already refined. Cloud Neon had formidable strength by relying on the Cloud Dream Soul physique and forcefully held on until now. Among the over 50,000 people that Yi Yuan brought, there was only 1/3 left now. Yang Qing's strength far surpassed said his peers, but at this time he already could not hold out as well. It's too hard. Putting aside that there are tens of thousands of residences here, even if he can really find a heavenly Tao painting, it might not be the universe volume 2. This possibility is negligible. Cloud Neon said weakly, Yi Yuan will definitely find it. Although Yang Qing was weak, these words had a decisiveness that could chop iron. Cloud Neon shook her head and did not argue. Her personality was cold, and she did not like to argue with people. If there were really any altercations, she would just kill them. Yang Qing saw that she did not believe him. He said, You all don't know this, but Yi Yuan has the extreme medicine sex power of blessing on him. His luck is heaven-defyingly good. Otherwise, how do you all think he found so many heavenly Tao paintings? The look in Cloud Neon's eyes gradually became somewhat lax. The extreme Tao, true fire on her body, also gradually grew more vigorous. She could not hold on much longer. Hegemon realm powerhouses were the targets that were prioritized. Instead, it was those under Hegemon realm that had higher hopes of survival. With Cloud Neon being a supreme hegemon, Ancestor Heavenless naturally would not let her off too. I can't anymore. Yi Yuan, where are you? I really want to see you one last time. Foam Qingxuan's consciousness became a little blurry. The current Ancestor Heavenless was very pleased with himself. The several hundreds of thousands of years' worth of plan, it was finally going to be realized. Ha ha ha. Samsara, blood progenitor, you guys never dreamed that it's this ancestor who had the last laugh, right? This heavenly pill, this ancestor will name a great beyond flower blooming. From now on, above in the heavens and beneath the earth, I alone reign supreme. I'm called Heavenless. I am heaven. Ancestor Heavenless said excitedly. How aggrieving was the defeat back then. Now he staged a comeback and finally had the last laugh. trampling all the heavens and myriad worlds under his foot. How glorious was this! Also, Yi Yuan Punk won't be able to make it in time anymore. In another 2 hours, this ancestor will be able to refine everyone. So what if he's lucky? You ultimately can't escape death. Ancestor Heavenless voice spread throughout the entire labyrinth divine world. Right at this time, a surge of origin power suddenly descended. Spatial origin, ancestor Heavenless smugness abruptly stopped. How is this possible? It had just been 3 months, and he actually comprehended spatial origin? Ancestor Heavenless was shocked. Spatial origin was one of few great origins that was the hardest to comprehend out of the myriad origins and rules. In terms of difficulty, it was no less difficult than samsara origin and the origin of blood. How could this kind of heaven-defyingly complex origin power be easy to comprehend? The Tao of S.P.A.C. Very few people dared to dabble in it. Because origin, this hurdle, one might get stuck for tens of thousands of years. Once you were unable to break through to hegemon realm, then you would be forcibly ground to death by Tao tribulation. Only progenitor Mi Tian, this kind of natural-born hegemon, dared to spend countless years to go and gain enlightenment on spatial origin and attain great Tao. Ancestor Heavenless touched his own heart and felt that he was amazingly talented. But he also did not dare say that he could comprehend spatial origin within 3 months. Even if there was the universe volume, it would be impossible too. Yet Yi Yuan accomplished it. How could this kid be so monstrous? At the same time, Yi Yuan's imposing aura was currently rising crazily. Ancestor Heavenless expression changed drastically because he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently absorbing the labyrinth divine world's power to increase his cultivation realm. Was this boy crazy? He incarnated into chaos. The labyrinth divine world was his physical body. Now, with Yi Yuan absorbing the labyrinth divine world's power, it was equivalent to drawing out his power. D.A.M. and it. Boy, you're courting death. Hurry up and stop. Otherwise, this ancestor will exterminate you first. Ancestor Heavenless furious voice reverberated throughout the entire labyrinth divine world. Yi Yuan naturally would not stop. Ever since he entered the labyrinth divine palace, he comprehended 2 great origins consecutively, and he also comprehended the universe scroll. Actually, he could have broken through long ago. But before this, he chose not to break through in order to not alarm the enemy. At this time, when he comprehended spatial origin, his cultivation realm seemed like the floodgates opening, rising in a surging tide. Ancestor Heavenless was utterly horrified because Yi Yuan's speed of extracting the power of chaos was seriously too fast and too much. His power was being diminished rapidly. He actually discovered that him absorbing the eternal river's power was not as fast as Yi Yuan absorbing it. Originally, hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone, who were already on death's door, were startled awake again by this sudden turn of events. Their eyes became brighter and brighter. An unforeseen accident really occurred. It was Yi Yuan. In an instant, they even felt that the power of the extreme Tao true fire had also weakened by a lot. D.A.M. N. Punk, you ruin my great plan. This ancestor will kill you. Die for this ancestor. Heavenless was furious. The extreme Tao true fire around Yi Yuan instantly engulfed him. Yi Yuan, Cloud Neon, and the rest were originally pleasantly surprised, but at this time they turned pale with fright. They knew how great the power of this extreme Tao true fire was. Once Ancestor Heavenless deliberately targeted Yi Yuan, then Yi Yuan would die beyond a doubt. Hegemon, Samsara, and Chaos Bloodstone exchanged a glance. The other party instantly understood tacitly. At this time, they felt that the extreme Tao true fire that suppressed them was clearly weakened by a great deal. Heavenless power had quite a bit that was drawn out to begin with. Now he was also deliberately targeting Yi Yuan. He naturally did not have that much energy to place on samsara two people. An opportunity like this, how could sly foxes like them possibly let it go? At virtually the same time, the two people erupted again. Old Man Heavenless, watch this. A shocking power suddenly erupted. Although they were being refined to the point of death, they had always retained the power of a single blow, being able to be named 3 great supremacies with Ancestor Heavenless. The two of their strength could be imagined. Boom! The labyrinth divine palace shook violently. The spatial node that they bombarded actually had a large hole that was blasted out. The eternal river's power of chaos flooded in crazily. Ha ha ha! Old Man Heavenless, you were pleased with yourself too early. You never dreamed that you'd fall at the hands of a measly little Emperor Vast Heaven, right? Old thing, this progenitor is leaving. The Chaos Bloodstone gave a loud laugh, turned into a streak of B-L-O-O-D-Y light and tunneled right into the chaos. Hegemin Samsara smiled and said, Old Man Heavenless, although this progenitor is seriously injured, who will emerge victorious is not yet known. Yi Yuan, this boy, he really gives people a pleasant surprise. Finished saying, he also turned into a wisp of green smoke and tunneled out. Ancestor Endless 3 people, as well as many supreme hegemons, were all not refined yet. Seeing a large hole being blown out in the labyrinth divine world, Ancestor Endless 3 people's eyes flickered, directly tearing across the air. However, those supreme hegemons were not so lucky. Although the vast majority of the people among them had not been refined yet, they no longer had the strength left to escape anymore. Only several powerful individuals followed Ancestor Endless 3 people and escaped. Chapter 3075, Eternal River Breakthrough. Chapter 3075, Eternal River Breakthrough. Wai Yi Yuan, Feng Qingxian choked and could not continue. The place that Yi Yuan was standing at had already turned into an endless sea of fire. Further, under Ancestor Heavenless violent rage, Yi Yuan had no possibility of surviving at all. Cloud Neon sighed slightly and said, If he went, then he went. Before long, we'll be following him too. Hegemon Samsara, they all ran, but these supreme hegemons had not run away yet. It was naturally impossible for Ancestor Heavenless to let them off. Feng Qingshuan's expression turned dim. Her eyes actually had an additional hint of liberation. Yi Yuan punk, you ruin my great plan. This ancestor wants you to die without a burial ground. D-A-M-N it. D-A-M-N it. D-A-M-N it. Above the void came Ancestor Heavenless' furious voice. He had plotted for several 100,000 years, and throughout the labyrinth divine palace, this enormous bait. It was for the sake of luring progenitor Samsara over. In fact, the Chaos Bloodstone was in his scheme too. This time, if he rounded up all the heavens' powerhouses in one fell swoop, he would recover his peak strength. Even improving a step further was possible. However, such a perfect plan was ruined at Yi Yuan's hands. How could he not be furious? Without Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone, these 2 great supremacies, his great beyond flower-blooming pill, could only be considered a defective product. No matter how many supreme hegemons there were, it could not make up for the loss of great beyond powerhouses too. But very soon, Ancestor Heavenless realized that something was wrong. This is impossible. That kid is already dead. But why is my power still flowing away? Ancestor Heavenless became alarmed and furious. Under this kind of blazing fire, Yi Yuan had long already died thoroughly, but his power of chaos was still fading away rapidly. Suddenly he thought of a possibility, and he was struck dumb with amazement. This is impossible. Could it be that punk already tore through the boundary? He's absorbing my power in the Eternal River? On the Eternal River's SH. Oh, in a different place, a figure was standing with his hands behind his back. This person was wearing a silk headdress on his head and had a handsome face like carved jade, looking suave and free, like a very ordinary scholar. It was only to see him open both arms up. One invisible force after another gathered in one place from all directions. His power could also be seen rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. No idea how long had passed, said either. His power could not rise anymore. This was the eternal river's mainstream. The surging power of chaos virtually crushed people until they exploded, only by reaching his level of boundary. With strength infinitely close to transcending the great beyond, could one stay in the eternal river for a short duration. He looked at the boundless eternal river and said under his breath, "I didn't expect that old man Heavenless actually concealed such a plan. This time I really suffered a double loss." Fortunately, the Chaos Bloodstone also suffered serious injuries this time. From today onwards, the 33 heavens will likely be reshuffling. This handsome scholar was the incomparably mysterious Hegemen Samsara. In order to save this great beyond clone, he summoned his clones from all heavens and reunited the soul bodies. It was only the current him, was that Hegemen Samsara, who made people tremble with fear. Except his expression was very ugly. He already knew about the events that happened in the labyrinth divine world. His moment of greed actually made him fall for the trick. However, he never dreamed that Ancestor Heavenless could actually survive for hundreds of thousands of years in the eternal river. If not for this, how could he easily risk his life? Suddenly, Samsara's mind stirred, his figure entering the eternal river. Around him, the power of chaos surged frenziedly. He actually forcibly split apart the incomparably powerful eternal river's water. The might of Hegemen Samsara was unbelievably formidable. His speed was extremely fast, like a great whale cleaving the waves and advancing without equal. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at a place. It was precisely where the labyrinth divine world was at. Right at this time, a streak of B-L-O-D-Y light cut through the waves and came from another direction. Who could it be if not the Chaos Bloodstone? But what came over was actually a blood-red colored stone. This stone gave people an extremely evil feeling. It was as if it could corrode the myriad worlds. This was the Chaos Bloodstone's main body. No one knew where it was. But at this time he came for this clone. Hegemen Samsara looked at the Chaos Bloodstone and said, "I didn't expect that the first time we would meet would actually be here." The Chaos Bloodstone said, "This progenitor also didn't expect it. Having obtained this chance, Ancestor Heavenless is probably going to stage a comeback, right?" Samsara stood with his hands behind his back and said with a slight nod, "His ambitions are huge. He definitely won't let this opportunity go. It's just that he never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan, this monster, actually appeared and ruined his grand plan. You and I broke out. His wishful thinking is considered to have fallen flat." The Chaos Bloodstone laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha! This time, you all know this progenitor's gloom, right? This boy has ruined my plans time and again, starting from true sovereign heaven. It's just that I never expected that he actually saved this progenitor this time." Samsara snorted coldly and said, "Do you think that he'll be so kind-hearted? This boy is shrewd as H-E-L-L. I suspect that he deliberately dragged it out until the last second before choosing to break through. This time, the three of us are all weakened and defeated. We probably won't have the strength to take action within a short time. This boy is so cunning. Hegemen Samsara cultivated his heart across myriad worlds. How astute was he? With Yi Yuan creating an opportunity, letting them break free, he saw through what Yi Yuan was thinking with one glance. It was just that this was an open scheme. Even if he knew about it, he was helpless too. Great beyond clone being seriously wounded, he needed to go into close seclusion for a period of time. The Chaos Bloodstone smiled and said, "But this time he's dead for sure too. Old man Heavenless will definitely vent all of his anger on him. There's no hope for him." Hegemen Samsara nodded slightly, clearly quite in agreement too. Suddenly his mind stirred. A figure cut through the air. It was precisely his great beyond clone. The power of samsara surged, directly splitting apart the eternal river's maw. Sieve waves welcoming back his clone and integrating it into his body. On the other side, the Chaos Bloodstone did the same. Done with these, he turned around and left. But right at this time, his entire body trembled. In the eternal river, an Estones, plusing aura surged to the sky. The door of eternal life stood proudly in the void, only to see a figure rush up to the sky and smash toward the door of eternal life with a punch. Hegemin, Samsara, and Chaos Bloodstone's pupils constricted, looks of astonishment on their faces. That's Yi Yuan? Hegemin Samsara said in shock. Not only did he not die, but he also even pry open the second seal. Chaos Bloodstone seemed to be trembling. This boy can actually be like fish in water inside the eternal river. Hegemin Samsara sighed again. I even thought that ancestor Heavenless burned him to death. I didn't expect that he had actually already escaped into the eternal river. Old man Heavenless can only show off his power in the labyrinth divine world now. How can he do anything to him? The Chaos Bloodstone said in shock again. Boom! With a loud bang, the second seal opened in response to the noise. The astonishment on Hegemin Samsara's face turned into a bitter smile, and he said, I didn't expect that in this drama that schemed against all the heavens, the one who had the last laugh is actually this boy. Looks like we got to think of a way to eliminate this boy. Hegemin Samsara felt a grave threat. This kind of threat was even stronger than Chaos Bloodstone and Heavenless. With his cultivation, he would not be so at ease in the eternal river too. Chapter 3076. Tearing Through the Boundary. Chapter 3076. Tearing Through the Boundary. Refine for me. Heavenless roared angrily. The extreme Tao true fire on Cloud Neon and the others suddenly became stronger. Everyone let out fled groan without prior agreement, their auras dropping considerably all at once. It looked like they were not going to make it. Yang Qing could not stand it a long time ago. If not for Cloud Neon splitting off a portion of soul force to help him resist the extreme Tao true fire, he would have long died. Seeing everyone falter, Heavenless laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan brat, this ancestor can't do anything to you. But did you think I am helpless against your friends? This ancestor wants you to regret what you've done. Incarnating into chaos, Ancestor Heavenless had given up too much. Outside of this world, he lost the ability to take the initiative to launch attacks. Hence, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. He could only vent his fury on Yi Yuan and the rest. Yang Qing's entire body was being burned by the blazing fire and no longer looked human. His entire body was chapped. It was as if a layer of skin was going to shed. He gritted his teeth and said with a cold smile, "Ha! This old man is really a coward. Just you wait. After this seat achieves great beyond realm, I'll definitely thrash you until not even your mother can recognize you." Feng Qingxian was at her last breath as she said, "Already someone who's about to die. What are you still posturing for? But knowing that Yi Yuan didn't die, I can also close my eyes in death." Her eyes carried endless reluctance to part, but the vitality of life on her body gradually started dissipating. Right at this time, a thick divine essence wrapped her entire body up. A surge of spatial power separated the extreme Tao, true fire, and forcibly pulled Feng Qingxian out. A chill struck. Feng Qingxuan's entire person immediately felt much more awake. It was a sea of chaos before her eyes. A figure was standing not far away, with chaos divine essence flooding out of his body. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? There was also Cloud Neon, Yang Qing, and the rest who were rescued along with her. Grand, bright jade, complete heavens, several thousand powerhouses were also brought out by Yi Yuan. These several thousand people actually withstood the test of the blazing fire and survived. In fact, Yi Yuan even brought Kong Tan, Yuran, and the rest of the younger generation Hegemon realm powerhouses out. Feng Qingxian was wildly ecstatic. I actually didn't die? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I promised you all to save everyone. I naturally won't go back on my words. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a dazed look, You are already Emperor Sakura Heaven? Clearly, the key point that he was focusing on was different. Yi Yuan breaking through to Emperor Sakura Heaven meant that he could wreck Yang Qing without employing the Dao Sword. Unbearable. Why was it that in a blink of an eye, this guy was going to catch up to him again? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Even Kong Tan could cross a major realm. I wouldn't be worse than him, right? Kong Tan spewed out a mouthful of old blood and nearly fainted in anger. He really almost fainted. Each and every one of them was incomparably weak right now. They were just hanging on with one final breath. Yeah, Big Brother Yi Yuan is really a peerless talent. He's very different from us mortals. Previously, I had some misunderstanding with Big Brother Yi Yuan. It was all this younger sister's fault. The life-saving grace this time, Yuran will bear it in mind. Yuran also turned pale at this time, but her ATTI, Tude, was already very different. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually save her. After all, it was not pleasant previously. No matter what objective Yi Yuan had, he saved her life after all. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just nodded his head slightly and did not express much. He naturally saved Kong Tan and the rest for a purpose. After going out this time, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would definitely come under attack on all sides. The Blood Race, Soul Race, and also the various races in all the heavens, they would not be friendly to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, especially since his own existence was a huge latent danger. The Chaos Bloodstone, Hegemon Samsara, Ancestor Heavenless. These three supremacies all viewed him as a thorn in the side. Therefore, allies were very important. In the Labyrinth Divine Palace, it was mostly geniuses having disputes caused by personal feelings and not irreconcilable enmity. Saving these people, even if they did not bear the kindness in mind, they would at least be Imbara said to kick them while they were down. Only Kong Tan's face turned bright red during the Labyrinth Divine Palace trip this time, although he broke through the fetters in one stroke and broke through to Hegemon realm. His face was utterly lost. Originally thought that he was the child of destiny, the ruler of all the heavens in the future. Who knew that he actually became a jumping clown in the end? Being poked fun at by Yi Yuan, he did not even dare to let out a fart. If it were before, he would definitely rebut Yi Yuan. But, feeling that incomparably thick chaos divine essence around, he kept his mouth shut sensibly. This chaos divine essence was too strong. A genius like him, the fiendish skill that he cultivated was incomparably pure. His fiend essence was also incomparably thick. But compared to Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence, it was like S meeting diamond. Too fragile. This chaos divine essence did not have the slightest discordance when it met with the eternal river's chaos. It was also precisely because of this chaos divine essence that they could survive in the eternal river. As long as Yi Yuan rescinded the chaos divine essence, they would immediately be crushed into dregs by the eternal river's chaos. Only at this moment did he deeply experience why the dignified ancestor heavenless would be so fearful of Yi Yuan. Many thanks for Brother Ye's life-saving grace. My world's End Pavilion owes you a favor. Many thanks to Brother Yi for helping out. Our Fire Spirit clan won't forget your kindness. Brother Yi, if you're free in the future, come to our Flying Cloud clan to be a guest. I'll definitely satisfy Brother Yi. The geniuses who were rescued cupped their fists and saluted Yi Yuan one after another. This kindness was not small. However, those that Yi Yuan rescued were all juniors. Yi Yuan did not save a single one of those peak hegemons and supreme hegemons. The divine essence consumed to save a supreme hegemon was too much. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also merely an emperor Sakra heaven. Now, one cloud neon already consumed half of his energy. Bringing another one would take his life. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Just a matter of lifting a hand. It's not worth mentioning, but everyone shouldn't be happy too early. With 3 great overlords coming into being, a sanguinary slaughter will surely be set off in the 33 heavens. Body can stay detached from the matter. Therefore, from now on, everyone will be on the same boat. Everyone, take care of yourselves." Finished saying, Yi Yuan brought everyone and headed to the nearest eternal river branch stream. Rumble. Behind, the labyrinth divine world gave off intense tremors. It turned into a huge fireball in an instant. When everyone saw it, their expressions could not help but change. If they did not come out, they would probably all be refined now, right? Thinking of how those supreme hegemons all fell in the labyrinth divine world, they rejoiced jubilantly. Yi Yuan brat, you ruined my grand plan. When this ancestor recovers my physical body, I'll cross worlds and come. I'll definitely exterminate your grand, bright jade complete heaven until not even chickens and dogs are spared. Not even chickens or dogs will be spared. From behind came Ancestor, heavenless bellow. This furious roar made even the eternal river tremble. Everyone's faces turned pale, afraid that Ancestor Heavenless would chase after. Yi Yuan said, "Coolly, no need to worry. He's badly wounded now and needs to focus fully on refining the pill. He can't chase after us at all." Suddenly, everyone saw that there were 2 more powerful auras not far away, only to see that hegemon Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone were both cleaving through the waves and advancing, their imposing momentum shocking the heavens. These 2 great supremacies' main bodies arrived in person, but at this time they were gasping heavily for air, seemingly very wretched. But Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence was like a large SHI plus P, carrying everyone forward along with the waves very comfortably. Everyone exchanged glances, incredibly shocked in their hearts.